I think if you live an interesting life, you'll write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall.
Learning can never stop. There is always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology to. The first film that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath.
पानीपत का युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं, तो उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है.
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one really knows what's happening within.
It is not going to kill the supply chain, it is to empower the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that, we are still very much in the pilot stage and beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our, presence little by little as people get more and more confident.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
A warm welcome and a very good morning to all of you. My name is Aditya Malik, and it's my pleasure to be your host for today. BW People, an 8+ years old exclusive HR community of BW Business World, is pleased to welcome all of you to the third edition of BW People CEO CHRO Conclave 2023. The theme for today's summit is Power of Human Capital, HR's role in national development, where you will witness the top change makers, innovators, and architects of the Indian HR industry who will come together and share their insights on seamlessly inculcating the top-notch HR practices in the future workspaces. BW People imparts the latest insights of erudite CEOs, corporate HRs, recruitment and staffing firms, HR tech providers, solution companies, government skilling organizations, and NGOs. The community caters to freshers, job seekers, employers, employees, policymakers, service providers, and each and every person related to the job market and the HR community. Before we move ahead, may I please request my team to play the community AV to give us a sneak peek into the world of BW People. BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and founder, Exchange for Media Group is the fastest growing business media house in the country. With a network spanning across 24 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in domestic as well as global business ecosystems. With changing times, BW now has a massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 24 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interactions between sectoral business leaders and also create a conducive environment for collaboration. To keep yourself updated of all the developments, please subscribe to Business World Group magazines. I promise you, it will add to your professional quest for knowledge and insights. For all our attendees today, there are also exciting offers. Our upcoming issue of BW People talks about the perspectives of HR honchos on training and upskilling needs of employees, how AI will impact workplaces, insight into India's gig workforce, elite league of CHROs who won the HR Excellence Awards, and more. For more information, please contact the registration counter. They will help you with that. Today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bwpeople.in. As we flag off today's event, I encourage everybody to please join in the conversations and share your learnings from the day by using the hashtag CEO CHRO Conclave. With that, may I please request my team to now play today's event TV. And before I move forward with today's proceedings, I also take this moment to thank our partners for the day. A knowledge partner, SP Jain Institute of Management and Research. Our education partner, Institute of Management Technology, Ghaziabad. Our associate partner, Rainmaker. Our gifting partner, My Anatomy, organized by BW Business World. Our event partners, Joy Travels Private Limited, Fendrum, Beanley Coffee, JustBar.ai, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, and Pitch. With that, may I please request my team to now play the partners AV.
Your husband doesn't mind me work so late.
Deshpande, I like saris, so I wear them.
Whatever money you need, whenever you need, you will get it. Namaskar.
छुट्टी चाहिए थी आपने पिछले महीने कहा था कि अगले महीने
I know what you need. You need a hug, right?
No, Karan, I'm all right.
Come on, I'm your little teddy bear. You see, a no means a no. If a woman is silent, it also means a no.
This project is really important, particularly for your promotion next month.
Please don't send me emails that are not related to work.
It's office politics, babe. Leave it. You won't get it.
क्या मस्ती से यार इंटरनल कमिटी यानी कि आईसी का होना बहुत जरूरी है.
We don't want to make it a police matter.
Workspace की सुस्वागतम. Employee engagement module యొక్క 6 sessions లో
Kalpade has friends in the right places. Deadline will be met on my word. Done. Finish.
You can put these under documentation charges.
I know we've had extra expenses and I'm not very happy about that.
Why do we have to be so cryptic about what is going on?
bribery is a crime.
If she's starting a family, she will not be able to handle the workload.
And Neha is a woman. She's out of the question. How do you think she's going to manage the travel and the vendors together?
I cannot yell like a madman. I can't lead a team.
We can't lose great potential to biases. People achieve great things when given equal opportunity.
You promised last quarter that your team will fix this. Who's accountable now? Either tell me what went wrong or fix this ASAP.
Don't stress over this so much, man. She's just menopausal, fussing over the smallest things.
Looking for opportunities to move ahead of others. You see, she will get this under the diversity quota.
Insisting how the same behavior from a man and a woman is viewed differently by our society.
This is a classic case of a double bind.
We did not get the deal, guys. So is it because of that homo? Ajay, that's not the word to be used.
I travel all the time. My being on a wheelchair does not make me less able for work. He doesn't even acknowledge my presence, as if I'm invisible. You know, we come from the same area, so we get in the lift at the exact same time. He doesn't even make eye contact.
I wonder why she's staying so late when she should be at home. I mean, what are her priorities?
During the course of employment, remember that you represent our brand and work ethics.
This is important. Can you postpone it for later?
This is HR. Listen to all your legitimate
This is going to be the best deal of my life. There is investment advice, and then there is insider trading.
Neural network shares are pretty hot right now, and I already bought a bunch.
Who are these people who could possibly leak such information? Sochi Yadav,
I have no idea about this UPSI, as you call it.
UPSI, that is punishable by law if leaked and or used for monetary gain.
Remember, ignorance is not progress.
That's not a part of our AVs, I promise you. And now for the welcome address, please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Talis Rizvi, Director, BW People and BW CFO World. This is the moment to usually clap and welcome our speakers. Just saying.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the CEO CHRO Conclave. This is the third edition that we are doing this year. Just to give you a brief about the idea of CEO CHRO Conclave is that there has to be some sort of a convergence that we intend to have over a period of time, that what are the views of CEOs and the leadership, and what are the expectations from the CHROs of the world, and how this year, in line with G20, we thought that we should do something where we can talk about what is the contribution of the human resource professionals in the national development. So bringing that together, we are getting CEOs who will be talking about their perspectives. And throughout the day, we'll be hearing from the CHROs that how they'll be contributing to the national growth and how they are generating the livelihood for the people across the country. So that will be our core theme. I'll not take much long, and we have Dr. Singhania with us. He has the keynote followed by this. So I would just take a moment and welcome you all and to be with us throughout the day and here and contribute to the community BW people as much as possible. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. We also have a video from Dr. Batra, the chairman and editor-in-chief and founder of the Exchange Media Group. Can you please say that?
Good morning. It's my honor and privilege to welcome you to the BW People CEO and CHRO Conclave. Welcome to all the CEOs and CHROs who are speakers and are in audience. The BW People is a BW business world community dedicated to human resources, talent, learning and development, and all the areas that a human resource professional deals with. HR is the responsibility of the CEO. You cannot delegate HR just to HR people, though they are very competent. The sensitivity towards HR has to come from the CEO. But hence the immersion of CEO in HR policies, in HR administration, and in HR advocacy has to be very strong. The theme of today's conclave is development human capital through HR. I think India has done well because of its human capital. I can only say that we have a natural advantage because we are a very young population. The average age of the Indian professional is 28 years. And, at a young age, professionals are achieving a lot more. The age of achievement is getting younger. Since I'm at an HR conclave, I can only say that I'm a student of HR. I have been an entrepreneur for 23 years, but I'm still learning about HR. I think every day is a learning day. But as I'm getting older and hopefully wiser and calmer, I'd like to believe that HR is only about three things. One, is it about having authentic conversation? Second, it is about giving safety, security in every way to your colleagues. And third is how do you become a catalyst in making sure that you bring out the best in people? If you do these, you are a good leader, you're a good HR professional. I think we are in an era of wealth creation. How over long period of time can you create wealth for your colleagues? Because it is important. I think everybody wants to be an entrepreneur, if not entrepreneur, an intrapreneur. We at BW Business World are evolving. I would still believe we are like a startup. Hopefully we'll grow to a level where we won't be a startup in the next 18 to 24 months. I wish all the speakers and all the attendees a great day of learning, networking, connecting, and insights. All the best. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. And now for keynote address. The first one, the power of human capital, HR's role in national development. Dr. Raghupati Singhania, an industrialist with over 45 years of experience with the growing Indian industry, and is the chairman and managing director of KK Tire and Industries Limited, chairman of KK Tire, SADCV Mexico, chairman of KK Fena India Limited, and serves on the boards of multiple companies. Dr. Singhania is a highly tech-savvy business leader and has pioneered the radial tire revolution in India way back in 1977. With a strong focus on Atmanirbhar Bharat, he established Asia's first R&D tire research institute, now housed at RPS COE at Mysore, the global R&D and tech center. Dr. Singhania is a renowned name in the automotive industry with intense focus on technology and R&D. He firmly believes in Make in India and Make for the world. Dr. Singhania spearheads PSRI Hospital and multi-specialty hospital in Delhi, and guides J.K. Lakshmipat University, Jaipur, as the Pro Vice Chancellor, the healthcare and education verticals of JK organizations, respectively. At the group level, he is a vice president of JK organizations, an established Indian business conglomerate with a heritage of over 138 years. JK organization manufactures and exports a diverse range of products, including tire, paper, cement, auto components, hybrid seeds, food, defense, and aerospace systems, etc. Highly respected for his business acumen, Dr. Singhania has received numerous accolades for his visionary leadership and contribution to the industry, such as Business Leader of the Decade by Indo-American Chamber of Commerce. In recognition of his contributions, he was inducted into the Tire Industry Association Hall of Fame, USA, the most prestigious global recognition of the tire industry. Recognizing his contribution, His Excellency, the President of Mexico, bestowed on Dr. Singhania the Mexican Order of the Aztec Eagle, the highest distinction conferred on a foreign national. Dr. Singhania has also been conferred with the Lifetime Achievement Award by PHP Chamber, Punjab, Haryana, and Delhi Chamber, and also by Udaipur Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Inspiring CEO Award by the Economic Times. Please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Raghupati Singhania, Chairman and Managing Director at JK Tire and Industries Limited.
Thank you very much for that generous introduction. Mr. Rizvi, the organizing team of Business World, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. It's indeed a great pleasure for me to be with you all at this CEO CHRO Conclave 2023. At the very outset, I would like to compliment the Business World to have organized the CEO CHRO Conclave on this very important subject, power of human capital, HR's role in national development. The importance of national human resources in the national development can never be overemphasized. Human resources, often viewed as people management department within an organization, plays a very pivotal role in shaping its trajectory of growth. I would also like to emphasize that HR isn't merely a function, it's a philosophy, the belief that investing in people is the shortest path to organizations and in turn, nations' progress. It's not just about managing employees, it's about harnessing the potential of our most valuable resource, our people, to drive growth and prosperity on a national level. To quote Benjamin Disraeli, great countries are those that produce great people. When we speak of national development, we typically visualize images of infrastructure, economic policies, and technological advancements. Unfortunately, these elements play a crucial role. However, we must recognize that the human factor is the most common thread connecting all these facets of development. A nation's progress is intricately linked to its ability to spot, nurture, and develop talent and human potential. HR professionals play a vital role in ensuring that the right people are in the right positions, equipped with right skills to contribute to the organization and by extension to the national development. The world is evolving at an unprecedented pace with new opportunities and advanced technologies in every walk of life. This calls for equipping the workforce with newer skills to adapt to market changes and advances in technology. When employees are well trained and competent in their jobs, productivity and organizational competitiveness goes up, thereby stimulating economic growth. A well-skilled workforce is not only an asset to an organization, but also a vital to national competitiveness. To quote Theodore Roosevelt, it is not what we have that will make us a great nation. It is the way in which we use it. India is a young country with a median age of 28.2 years, which gives us a significant competitive advantage over others. Share of India's working age population to its total population will reach its highest level of 68.9% by 2030. With such a young population, India not only gets a competitive advantage in terms of workforce, but also has an opportunity to unleash a huge market with the consumption power of a young population. The sheer size of India's workforce is a major competitive advantage as the country tries to become the global design and manufacturing hub. The government's emphasis on Make in India, Make for the World, complements this labor advantage in attracting global companies to invest in Indian manufacturing. Today, there is no dearth of natural talent, both in urban and rural areas. How we manage this talent, hone on their skills, and put it to optimal use will determine the extent to which our nation will progress. This involves enabling employees adapt to disruptive changes in the market and leveraging emerging opportunities. As employees are able to take on a variety of roles and adapt to new technologies or industry shifts, organizations will become more resilient, which in turn will promote long-term economic stability and national competitiveness. HR has a critical role in promoting diversity and inclusion in the workplace. Embracing diversity not only fosters innovation, but also mirrors the values of a progressive nation. By championing diversity and inclusion, HR can set an example for society and contribute to building a more equitable nation. There's a clear need to accelerate upskilling and enlarge women's participation in the workforce for India to achieve its economic potential. Most of the businesses today are getting disrupted and transformed through the new technologies like data science, digital, AI, ML, etc. India's current digital transformation adoption landscape has been rapidly evolving, with the digital spending projected to reach nearly $23.6 billion by 2025, at a CAGR of 17%. According to a report by the Internet and Mobile Association of India, the number of internet users in India is expected to reach 800 million by 2023. The availability of conducive ecosystem and tech-savvy talent is a great opportunity for organizations to tap into, and HR has an important role to make it happen. Investing in leadership development is an investment in nation's future. HR should be instrumental in identifying and nurturing future leaders. Our Prime Minister has said that nation building should become a national movement and every individual should be associated with it. If every individual associates himself or herself with the task of nation building, we can go very far, unquote. I encourage all HR heads to motivate their employees to be a part of nation building by teaching in schools and colleges and contribute in developing future leaders. Volunteering, social impact initiatives, and community development programs not only benefits the society, but also fosters a sense of purpose among the employees. HR leaders must encourage and facilitate employees to make a social impact. Upholding ethical standards in all our actions sets a benchmark for ethical behavior in society. HR must ensure that organizations operate with integrity and fairness, contributing to a culture of trust, probability, transparency, and accountability in the nation. I'm pleased to share with you all that the values of care for people, integrity, and excellence are the hallmarks of our day-to-day life at JK Organization, which define the way we choose to conduct our business. HR's role in national development is multifaceted and profound. It extends beyond the confines of an organization to influence the very fabric of society. HR leaders have a unique responsibility and an unparalleled opportunity to shape the future of our nation. After all, Mark Twain, the American author, has said, quote, India is the cradle of human race, the birthplace of human speech, the mother of history, and the grandmother of legend, and the great-grandmother of tradition. Our most valuable and most instructive materials in the history of man are treasured up in India only, unquote. I invite you to embrace this responsibility with dedication and passion, keeping in mind that your actions and decisions impact not only your organizations, but also the communities around us and the nation at large. By nurturing our human capital, promoting diversity and inclusion, being a lifelong learner and upholding ethical standards, we can contribute significantly to the advancement and prosperity of our great nations. Together, we can create a bright future for our people and our country. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing with us your wisdom, your thoughts, your experience. May I please request Mr. Harbinder Narula, the CEO of BW Healthcare World and BW Wellbeing World, to present a token of appreciation and love to Dr. Singhania, please. So I please request you to join us on the stage once again, please. Everybody wants for sir, please. Also, Mr. Narula. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Please.
Mr. Singhania, the foundation for every person, they say, is first laid down by the parents, then their friends, their teachers, but also the first manager that they work with. And many of us who have had their brush with the corporate world did undergo some kind of a summer training while we were studying in our postgraduate. And for me, you brought back the memories, because I did my first summer training while I was doing my post-graduation with JK Tires. And I can say that, the emphasis or the belief or the culture in an organization is, it trickles down from the management, the leadership. And the belief or your belief in HR was something which was very, very evident as I experienced it in 94, 95. So I think it's a culture that has grown in an organization. Thank you so much for blessing us with your and gracing this occasion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Harbinder, sir. Life does come full circle, huh? It's come for you today. Also, 94 was when you did your summer training. Probably when, yeah, now I was just trying to calculate that, but jaldi khatam kar diya aapne. Who all were born in 94 or after 94? It's only me, is it? Apart from all the ladies, of course. There's one gentleman there. Ye bhi ho sakta hai, sir. Okay, thank you so much. And with that, it's time to move ahead with the first panel discussion on CEO perspectives, top level vision and expectations from HR at a national level. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Mr. Subramaniam Vai, Regional CEO, Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, Apollo Hospitals Enterprises Limited. Mr. Raj Nayak, Managing Director, House of Chia Networks Private Limited. Mr. Sunil Goyal, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Sopra Steria India. And this session will be chaired by Mr. Harbinder Narula, CEO, BW Healthcare World and BW Wellbeing World. Let's collectively welcome all of them to the stage, please, ladies and gentlemen. Using the mics.
Morning, everyone. I think the first panel kind of sets the stage for the rest of the flow of the conference. And I think, the name of this conference is very clear. It's CEO's CHRO conference. And I think both are very, very closely related. Like I just mentioned that whatever we do in an organization, whatever is being executed is a vision and the belief systems of the leadership. So it's very important for the people management or somebody who's responsible for people management to be very aligned with the vision of the organization and that of the CEO. With that, I'd like to welcome all the panelists. And I have written down a few questions which I thought were very pertinent to the challenges that we face today. I can tell you that none of us have planned this conversation, though we chose to come here on time to discuss what we are going to speak on. But we said, let's do extempore and bring out the genuineness of our thoughts. And Raj, I'd like to begin with you. We are living in a world where the organizations are going beyond boundaries. We are not just building organizations which are for a specific region or for a country. We are going beyond our geographical boundaries of the nation as well. We deal with employees who come from different cultural backgrounds. We live in a country where each state could be considered as a different country altogether in terms of its culture, diversity, expectations. And we are also serving our customers who come from different backgrounds. With this kind of diversity and clubbed with the cross-functional dependencies within the organization, what is your expectation from a CHRO in building an organization which is conducive and aligned with the responsibilities of what we need to deliver today?
Very long question. Okay, but interesting, and I'm glad you brought that out because we all speak and love to speak about diversity and inclusion. And I'm emphasizing the word, we all love to speak. And but the reality is it doesn't exist. Okay. And when you talk about inclusion and diversity, to a large extent, it's restricted to gender, male, female. A couple of years ago, I think 6-7 years ago, I was on a panel in Google, and that time their target was we will have X number of women to reach the thing. But when you do a D&I charter, you need to look beyond, and what you said is so true. You need to look at gender, you need to look at the socioeconomic background of people, you need to look at race, you need to look at various other people with disabilities. And there's a huge thing and we don't look at that. Organizations in India, maybe there are some who do it, okay? So I'm not generalizing it, but to a large extent, and we did a recent research, and what we found was it doesn't exist to a large extent. Everybody talks about it, but it's not there. And another thing I think, which is very important, and I've led organizations, and one of the things I see most leaders also do. I don't just blame, I actually I think you mentioned when you spoke about Mr. Singhania's leadership, you said it percolates from the top. And I think even HR to a large extent percolates from the lead to a large extent, right? So one of the things I think what we don't look at is also cognitive inclusivity, and that is something the West is moving towards it. We haven't moved. And that means not hiring people who are clones of yourself. You need to identify people with different skill sets who will contribute rather, but most leaders do that. And I've seen that in organizations I've worked as well. You want clones of yourself. And I think that is something that needs to be looked at. I'm keeping it short because I know there's time and there'll be many questions and I want to let others speak as well. Yeah.
Sure. You want to say something about this?
Yeah, I think I'll just add a few things to it. So first of all, a very, very good morning. And so after a long time, actually, I'm attending something on a Saturday. So if you all are also. So I hope that I personally and our panel is able to do justice to the time on the Saturday morning. Just wanted to add, Raj, what you said. I think you're right. And because of that reason, only we took a challenge a couple of years back. I come from an IT company. I was an entrepreneur for almost 12 years, and then my company got acquired by Sopra. So today we are close to 7,000 people in India. So it's mainly IT business. Now, 5 years back, someone approached us from Noida Deaf Society and said that, we are training, these are all graduates, but unfortunately, they don't have any jobs. When I spoke to my team that can we hire them, they said, what are they going to do in IT because they don't know anything in IT. So I said, no, we do also have other functions like finance, information systems, HR, etc. Can we utilize them? So one of the ladies, actually, she came forward from my HR team and said, okay, so I'll take the responsibility of taking these people and see that how we can make them employable. So 5 years back, we took 6 people from NDS and we didn't know what we're going to do, but I think the credit goes to the team that 2 of them learned the sign language. We started training them in admin, HR, IT. I think these are the 3 functions we took. Obviously, it was not very easy one. Unfortunately, we also had the 2 years of COVID period. I personally sat with the managers of these people day for yesterday. I'm really happy to share. Today, all the 6 people are productive. 2 of the ladies have actually one of them has got married, one of them is going to get married very soon. And what really pleased me was that they said their productivity is 60% and it can go up slightly more. And they were very clear that they're going to have them in the team. So Raj, as you rightly said, it has to come from the top. It can't go from bottoms up. And once the leadership decides that this is beyond your CSR activity and anything, it can be done. So yes, diversity has to go beyond female inclusion. I also have one person who actually, she lost her eyesight. She was working in my finance team. The easiest thing for us to do would have been to ask her to leave. But we said, no, let's see how we can make her productive. And today she is actually working in my shared service system in finance. And I would say again, 40–50% productive. So
fantastic. 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 I'm so glad that you brought this up, sir. Mr. Subramaniam, we were talking about hiring, we were talking about people. There's a huge dichotomy that we face in our country. I mean, we have this huge challenge around unemployment. But I'm sure all of us agree that when we are looking at hiring, we are challenged with finding the right people. There's a huge dichotomy around this space. I think CEO is one person who has a long-term vision which is there. And sometimes this vision does not percolate down to other people. What do you think the CEO and CHRO together need to do to be prepared for the future so that you have enough talent available for you? I mean, I know that we are talking of women workforce. In the businesses of science and technology, even though girls take up science, they do not take up science as a profession. So what are we doing around being prepared to hire good people so that we don't face that challenge in the future?
Thank you. First of all, let me thank BW for giving us this opportunity to meet all of you. Thank you so much. I have been in healthcare for last 40 years now, and only into healthcare. So I have seen the maximum diversity in employment. I'm extending, from what the other panelists said. I work with most of the women. In fact, in hospitals, we are the minority. The women are the majority. And, I'm very proud to say that the multi-skilling happens mostly from the women, not from the men. And this is my experience. Let me tell you this very honestly, with my own experience, this is what happens. So when it comes to the diversity and, how do we identify skill? How do we develop that? How do we do that? First of all, how do a CEO and CHRO work? I think that's your question. I would like to see a day where a CEO feels that it's not the people cost, it is people profit. The first thing what a CEO has to understand is that it is not people cost, it is people profit. Then, the CHRO understands, that, this is how the journey has to be going in the system. The second thing is, most often, the balance sheet, we see that people cost is a fixed cost. I think, that is the profit cost. That is not the, this thing, whenever the EBITDA comes down, the first thing CEOs ask the CHROs was, how do we cut down the manpower? It starts with that. So the CHROs, they start with a great AOP. They write a phenomenal AOP for the year. But, first quarter, second quarter, when that is over, the entire perspective changes. So I think, we need to stick to that. When it comes to the question of how do we do the skill identification and how do we nurture that, I will give you one small example of what we have done. And it is possible actually. Bharat has, predominantly, genetically, we are very, very intelligent people. If you really look at this, time immemorial, you have the oldest universities established in Bharat, like, the Patliputra and all. In between, we lost that charm little bit, but, genetically, we are very intelligent people. All that CHROs and CEOs are supposed to be doing it, that, how do we unearth that particular thing? We have taken one village. I'm just giving you an example so that, you can able to relate this wherever, whichever industry it is. There is a small village called Aragonda, where our chairman was born from Aragonda. It's a very, very small village, about 10,000 people stays there. So we have taken a challenge that, we make every person in that place educated, they are empowered, they have, that health in place. So we went to each and every house and, made this particular database and made sure that, in 3 years, the infant mortality has almost all zeroed there. The cancer, we have identified about 20 people and we have treated them, and, now it is a cancer-free village. There is no infant mortality. The hemoglobin levels in women have been improved. So it's something like you need to identify. Even in our workplace, if you really look at, there are a lot of people who have potential and we need to work with them and make sure that they understand the culture where we are living and nurture them for the future. Industries are changing, our dynamics is changing, everything is changing. People are willing to learn, but they need to understand the purpose of learning. If they understand the purpose of learning, why they are learning this, why they require this skill in future, I think it's very easy to do this. And especially places like hospitals, again, I'm quoting a hospital example only, where we do a lot of multi-skilling. Though we talk more digital, but, people require more physical presence in hospital. Digital is all right, but, we require a lot of physical work going on. Lot of women actually do a lot of multi-skilling there. So it's identification, connecting to your core, connecting to what is the vision of that particular industry, and how do we identify, how do we nurture, how do they understand the purpose of this particular journey. Then I think it becomes easy.
Thank you so much, sir. Sunil, let me come back to the word that I use, the vision, the CEO's vision. What happens is this there's a responsibility towards the organization, and then you have your own vision of where to take the organization to, what needs to happen, how will you do it. Sometimes this vision does not reach out to each and every person in the organization. People who work for you also have their own personal ambitions in their life. What has worked for me in the past has always been that success comes in where the personal ambition of the employee is aligned with the corporate ambition and the vision of the CEO. What do you think is the role of HR as a conduit to share this vision to every person working in that organization so that everybody is working towards a common goal?
Thank you, Abinder. I think that's a great question. So first of all, I think since it's a CEO, CHRO conference, maybe I'll just start from there. I think very often it's still spoken about that HR should be the business partner for CEO, or the vice versa. And that's always made me think that, we never talk about this partnership between CEO and marketing or CEO and sales, CEO and finance. Why it is always only CEO and HR? And that's where I think now the things are breaking down, where we are saying that, yes, HR should be part of the boardroom, HR should have the, a chair at the boardroom, etc., etc. And a couple of days back, I was talking to a consultant. We were just talking about this topic. And that's where the consultant ended up telling me that, earlier the CEO used to spend only maybe 10% of his time on HR. Good thing is at least it's moved from that 10% to 20%. And by the way, I end up spending almost 70 to 80% of my time on HR topics, because sales and marketing is something which we don't do from India. So all the time I would have ended up spending there goes on the people side. And on the people side, my idol company has been actually Google, because the amount of time they spend on recruiting the right talent and then nurturing them, enabling them, etc., is so much. And that's where I think it makes Google the company what it is. And that's where I think the CEO plays an extremely important role to ensure that it's done. So vice versa, coming to your question, Harvinder, that's where I would say that HR is not a conduit. HR is an enabler to it. Because as I said earlier, that HR and CEO have to work together, because for most of the businesses, I come from IT business where 70% of my cost is people, the rest 30% is others. And if people do not perform, there's nothing which I can produce. So it's all about people, people, and people. So from that perspective, obviously the HR plays an extremely important role. First is obviously in terms of getting the people, training them, etc. But as you said, on the vision side, it plays a very important role. And as you said, today, I think this thing has even more changed after COVID, where people are becoming even more purpose-driven. They are actually questioning that, what am I doing? Is the organization's value system and goals aligned to what I would like to do? And that is where I think Raj's initial thing on inclusivity of beyond female, it becomes very important, because some of the activities which we end up doing on the social side, I think that's where the young generation today, which is below age of 30, they identify themselves with many of these things very well. But I think, again, when you talk about the vision, it's not a one-time activity. This has to be done continuously. It has to be done in various ways. For example, when we laid out our vision just before COVID, after the merger had happened, we created something called Co-Create along with the employees. So there was a whole set of communication which was around it. There were sessions around it, which we were doing in smaller groups, bigger groups, town hall, etc. And with today, I think, the digital marketing, I think the avenues available are far higher. But end of the day, I can tell you, whatever HR does, people would believe what they see the CEO doing or the top leadership doing. And that's where sometimes the biggest problem happens is, as I say, if there is a difference between what you say and what you do, Katni and Karni, that's where the biggest challenge is. But if that gets aligned, if the communication is there, you're doing it in various ways. In fact, today, a lot of companies are using theater to do it. You go on the floor, do a small play for 4-5 minutes, which communicates what's the vision for the company. I think, that comes down. So I think HR plays an extremely important role. And if it is done rightly, I'm sure it would work.
Yeah, please.
Everybody is telling a story. I'll tell mine as well. But before that, I always told people who worked for me, the job of the CEO is only one thing. Okay. And that is to make sure that everybody who works in the organization wakes up in the morning and has the adrenaline rush to come to work. काम आप लोग करोगे, credit मेरे को मिलेगा, थोड़ा मैं आपके साथ बांटूंगा. I used to say this, and you check with any of the organizations I worked in, every conference, I used to make it a joke. And one of the reasons I quit my job is there came a time when I woke up in the morning and I didn't have that adrenaline rush to go to work. I had a very high profile job. I had almost $1 million salary, but I woke up in the morning not having that adrenaline rush. So initially, my mother had passed that year, so I attributed it, and my brother had passed within the same year. So I attributed it to grief, went and saw some, tried to seek some help and things like that. But then I realized it had nothing to do, because it came out that, and I was not happy, and nobody asked me. I mean, I couldn't put a finger to it. It wasn't the management, it wasn't my boss, it wasn't anything. I just couldn't put a finger to it. And I think one of the things leaders don't do, you don't check how people are feeling in an organization. And after I quit and COVID happened, and there's a guy from London called George Anderson who did a podcast with me, and he said, Raj, what could Viacom have done to retain you? And I said, to be very honest, George, they tried everything. In India, at the moment you put your resignation, they'll offer you more money. They will give you more work to do. Tum international bhi sambhalo, ye karo, wo karo. They'll give you more work to do. Okay. And when I was talking to him, out of the blue, I said, you know what, George? Nobody asked me, what am I going through? What are you feeling? It was all about fixing the issue. Acha, tumko ye kar denge, paisa de denge, designation bada denge, group CEO bana denge, all kinds of things, right? But no, and now in hindsight, when I think about it and I relate to it, when I was in Star TV and I used to travel, I used to come home and my wife used to tell me, this problem, that problem. I used to say, don't worry, I'll fix it. I'll do this. Don't call this one. She said, I don't want you to fix it. I just want you to listen to me. And now it rings a bell, wisdom comes later in life. But the same thing happens in a job. You don't check what people are feeling. And he said, so if they had asked you, how are you feeling, would you have stayed in the job? I said, I don't know. This is all in hindsight. But I know one thing for sure, it would have made me introspect, right? And I think that is one of the things companies are not doing, is measuring the well-being of their employees and the happiness of their employees. We did a recent research on how happy is India's workforce. If you go to our website, you'll be able to download the entire report. You will be very happy to know healthcare sector is the happiest sector. But this was done during COVID, so I don't know. If we do it, we will do our next research next year, so we'll see. Okay. And women are most unhappy. That's very surprising. And that's why you should download the report, you'll get an idea. And now when we work with companies, I don't want to take too much time because I know you have many questions. But one of the things we found when we worked with a company in Bangalore, it was small thing that there wasn't another toilet. Women didn't have their separate toilet. It was as simple as that. And that was creating unhappiness. Thanks to us, a company called Maini Industries in Bangalore today has a women's toilet. Let's see. But what I'm trying to tell you is that is something organizations should focus on. Look at it, because just doing this engagement studies, everybody does engagement. Engagement with engagement has come down. You go and check with people. It used to be at 90%, 30, 70%, 60% now. And it's a formality and it's a one-way system. You're taking feedback. What are you giving in return? There's no return communication. So you need to move from engagement to involvement. And it should be a dialogue. It should not be a survey. It should be a two-way communication. And that's, I think, and this cannot just be left to HR. I know I'll be upsetting a lot of people here or who are watching the live stream. HR people also, there is, it's about human relationship. I wouldn't even call it resource. Resource is dehumanizing the person. I would call it relationship. HR has to empower people, right? But if HR in organizations that I've worked, I had people coming and complaining to me about HR. That cannot happen. And that will only work don't, I hope nobody gets upset, but I'm saying the truth, right? Because I think and that's where the leader will play a role to ensure that the vision has to percolate in a manner, and for that, the leader has to be involved. The leader can't say, I'm leaving it to HR to do it. The leader has to be involved in the process.
You know, Raj and Sunil, I completely resonate with you. I worked at Google and I was the first hire that they had in India for business development. So I built up that particular space with them. And I'll share with you, Raj, you know, when I joined, this was the first time, honestly, I was working with a truly global organization. And when I joined in, there was nobody else in my team. I was starting. So I said, you know what, can you please tell me what my entitlement for travel and stay is? Because that's a typical question that a new employee asks when he's expected to travel a lot. And the answer actually surprised me. They said, Harbinder, we trust you, right? We want you to stay wherever you wish to stay, but don't come and tell us that you were not comfortable or you did not get good sleep. You know, what I'm trying to say is that what Raj was saying, the difference between talking and doing is the genuineness of what you really wish to do. Like we talk about entrepreneurship, we say ki kaam karo, paise ki chinta mat karo, paisa is an outcome. You know, honestly, what we need to do is sometimes work for your teams in a manner that is not ROI related. That hum ye karenge kyunki hamare ko ye milega. That outcome will be something which is an outcome of whatever you're doing, but you sometimes find it very difficult to measure it. You know, and also one thing that you said that it was very difficult to pinpoint that what could be there. Now, my next question to any one of you, whoever wants to answer this is, in today's day and age, and specifically after pandemic, we've seen young force. I'm from the healthcare and well-being space, so we talk about lifestyles. But today, because it is HR conference, I'm going to talk about the work lifestyle. I think the work lifestyle has gone through a sea change. When we look at young Gen Zs, when we hire them, 6 months later, they come back and tell us that, you know what, we want to leave. When you ask them, why do you want to leave? They said, Pata nahi, you know, I'm not getting what I really was looking for. And when you ask them, what is it that you were looking for? They have no answer. They've not introspected. They don't know what they were looking for. They don't know what is missing. How do you handle this generational gap where we as CEOs at a certain age are used to a particular lifestyle, whereas post-pandemic, work from home, priorities, their feeling for the planet is very different. They look for cause, purpose, how, what, which we are not used to. How do you manage these young people and create a conducive work environment? Whoever wants to go.
Okay, again, this is my experience, so I don't know whether it's right, wrong, you know, and there is no right or wrong in any way. So the way I look at it is people work for three things. They first work for respect. Second, they work for recognition. And third, they work for reward. Most companies look at it the other way around, you know, they look at reward first. If you are respected in an organization, okay, you will say, yeah, thoda paisa kam milta hai, but you know, I'm very happy. People take care of me. The organization has been good to me. You know, if I had a problem, family problem, health problem, the organization has come to my rescue. So they want to be respected. They want to be treated as an equal. Okay. Second is recognition. Everybody needs recognition. My dog needs recognition. I need to pet it. My wife needs recognition. I need recognition. What is recognition? Nothing but validation. What is Instagram today? You are seeking validation from people you don't even know and looking at it every second, right? So second is validation, recognition. It's very important. More than the bonus, you know, you give a bonus to somebody 1 year, next year it becomes an entitlement. Are piछले साल 10 मिला था, इस साल 8 मिल गया. Instead of saying I got 8, you know, it becomes an entitlement. Your salary increment you get, it's that when the first check hits your bank account with a 10% or 20% or 30% increment, you feel good. But after that, next year you're looking at, last year I got 20%, this year I got less. But validation plays a big role. If I pat, you know, Sunil on the back and say, hey, you've done a fantastic job, that has much more value than all the bonus and all the recognition and all the value. Second is when you recognize people, do it in public. No point in saying you've done a fantastic job. Do it in front of 20 people saying he's done a fantastic job. That is validation. And last is reward. You know what happens is reward, when these two are not met, you start looking for excuses. Then you already gone and done 2 job interviews, you come back, and then you find an excuse to justify why you're quitting. You say, "Mere ko wahan promotion mil raha hai, mere ko designation mil raha hai, mere ko reward mil." And I have seen this, I've applied this technique in all the organizations I work, and I can say it on record, I would never lose a person unless they went to get married or went for education abroad. We would never lose people.
Fantastic.
And that is so important for one to do it. And coming to your point of youngsters, that's a challenge today. I think you cannot judge them because today the young force, they have so many options staring at them. When we were growing up, humko pata bhi nahi tha humko karna kya hai. First thing you did was, those days, you went to the Times of India or whatever it is, appointment pages, and based on your qualification or thing, you applied for jobs. Or, you know, your mother told you, "Oh, chacha, anybody doing well in the family? Koi public sector ka CEO hai ya koi general manager ka hai? Oh, chacha se jaake pucho, aapko kya karna hai?" You know, and that was the thing. But today's youngsters don't have that. They have access to information. They are far more knowledgeable than you and me. And they've got 1,000 things staring at their faces. So, no, I don't think we should judge them. So what they are doing is they are also discovering themselves. They get into a job, then they realize, you know, I don't think this excites me. And that's why they're quitting. But I think, and this, what you find is more at the entry level. But once a person crosses almost 3 years in an organization, if the organization is good at the person, you can retain the person for life.
I'll just add 2 more things to Mr. Raj, actually. Apart from that, I think what we experience, because, you know, in healthcare, we work with oldest and we work with the youngest. Our nurse workforce is between 17 to 22 years. And our super specialist age group is 65 and above. So these are the 2 section of people we deal with, basically. So what we actually look at after the pandemic also is 2 more things, Mr. Raj, is that empathy is something which is working very, very important thing. The other thing is the emotion. What is that emotion which why they should work, especially youngsters, and walk the talk. You know, I still remember first wave of COVID happened. Most of our nurses were just, you know, they are just fleeing out. The parents from Kerala used to come and, you know, they said, no, we can't keep the girls here because we don't know what happens. And the doctors, the young doctors, because we can't put the older doctors in COVID wards because, you know, the risk of infection is much more for the older generation than the younger generation. So how do we motivate them? So unless, you know, there was something which we decided that, you know, I used to stay in COVID ward, eat along with the nurses and the doctors there, and empathize what they are doing fundamentally. And you know, as a CEO, if you don't take that risk, you can't make your people to work for you, especially places like this. Like, you know, I often quote them, you know, why a soldier in Kargil stand there to take the bullet without any reason. He doesn't know where from that bullet is coming, who's, you know, killing him also. But that's the motivation they get. So I personally feel and of course, this is a great problem, youngsters. We have lots of young doctors, they come and, you know, after 6 months, they said, "Sir, you know, we'll do something else." And I have doctors, you know, who worked and again, they did their MBAs and they have become managers. You know, they go to ISBs and become managers. So it's a very difficult thing unless we make them understand the purpose. And as he very rightly said, they need to get that pride of what they're doing, why they are doing, what is the pride they get, and how respected they are. So this is something which we need to create in the in the organization for them to feel that there is a pride. It's not just the money, it's not just the money always. It's a pride, why you're working there, what purpose you are doing, and how it is affecting the larger part of the society. It's not just you, the rest of the people, how they are getting affected because of you. What is your impact towards it? So if we can create this sort of environment, then, I'm not saying, we can solve this problem 100%, but, at least to an extent where we can walk the talk. The CEO has to do that. They have to do that bit of it. The purpose they have to, basically they need to make sure that they understand, that youngsters understand the purpose, and they need to make them understand that the elders' wisdom is also very important for them to grow.
So, okay.
Empathy, compassion.
Yeah, I think,
that's the only thing for us.
I think, empathy and compassion, what it does is, other than the pride, the moment you start taking pride in the organization that you work with, there's a sense of belongingness that comes in. And I think one of the things that really works very well, apart from creating that sense of belongingness, is the permission to perform, because that's what stops you from doing what you really want to do. Mr. Subramaniam, I want to ask you, because you're from the healthcare sector, and, I always try to ask this question to anybody who's a CEO or working in the HR, is that how do you choose the person you wish to employ? Is it the skill that is most important, or is it the attitude? I know at Google, what we used to do was we said we are okay to get the second best person, but someone who fits into the culture of the organization, But when you look at the healthcare sector, we know that we want the best doctors, but there's something that we know, that the crown makes the head heavy. How do you manage this situation that you get the best people, but yet do not hamper the culture with which you want to run the institution?
I think it's a great question, because, every one of us face this, of course. It's more in healthcare, I think so. More than anything, I think first thing what we see is whether they have that intent to work. That's one very, very clear-cut selection criteria which we look at, that whether the person has a right intent. I'm not saying right attitude, but right intent to work. Whether he has got right intent to take this particular job or not. That's number one. Number two, when we take them, we need to create their aspirational grid. We need to be very clear that, boss, these are your aspirations. This is what the hospital can do or the industry can do. And this is your grid, and this is where you move. Unless, we map that aspirational grid for an employee, especially in today's world, it's not easy to retain them. Your previous question and Mr. Raj is actually very, very, it's a great explanation you gave for that. Unless they understand unless we understand their aspiration and put them into aspirational that grade, and that aspiration always matches our job also, then only we will be able to keep them. Second thing is, there has to be a system where they keep learning, especially in healthcare, especially. I'm sure any other industry also the same thing, but more in healthcare is that what is their opportunity of learning in that system? Unless, because the doctors, nurses, they know unless they learn, they can't grow forward. They can't move forward. So what is that opportunity you are giving constantly for them to learn? Because in healthcare, especially, the senior doctor says, you just write our notes, that's all. Patients also come, no, we want to see the senior doctor, not the junior doctor. So that's where I think, this transition of these junior doctors becoming managers, not becoming senior doctors, is happening. So, that is where I think the CHROs and the CEOs have to work together with the medical directors to make sure that there is a learning curve, there is a career growth, and there is an aspiration, and there is a career growth grid which they understand that, yes, they are growing in their life. Then only we'll be able to retain. Otherwise, it's very, very difficult.
Lovely.
I just want to add, after you,
Yeah,
after
yeah.
you.
So I think my approach has been that, it's when you're hiring at a graduate or a fresher level from campus, their 100% it is based on ability and attitude. Skill, in fact, though we are an IT company, typically I have never measured whether they know a .NET or a Java, no. So if they have the ability, attitude, then just hire them. But when you are hiring at a lateral level, that's where the problem of skill comes up, because in his case, if he has to hire a neurosurgeon who doesn't have the skills, I don't think so he can hire for an attitude and learnability. He needs to have skill. So there, my typical approach has been that yes, 80% or 70% would go for skills and the balance 30% for ability and the rest. But I think if attitude and cultural mismatch is there, even if he has the skills, I won't hire him.
Awesome. Yeah. I just want to end because, years ago, I had gone to the Google headquarters in Mountain View, and part of the thing is we had a discussion with HR as well. And the way they hire is very interesting. Like even if I want to recommend somebody for my own department, I cannot interview that person. Somebody else will interview. There has to be a peer review. People who are going to work with him has to interview him and things like that. And essentially, a very senior person told me, attitude is so important to us, no matter how good the person is, because we don't like jerks in the organization. The actual words used, okay? And then I worked for NDTV and I learned something. We all learn from bosses, right? I learned something from Dr. Pranoy Roy and Radhika Roy at that time. And they said something very interesting. They said when we hire people, the skill sets are given. If you're hiring a doctor, you know that he's a doctor, then only you're going to hire him. They said we only look at three things, Raj. We look at, first is integrity. Second is attitude. And third is aptitude. If a person has these three qualities, everything else can be taught.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more with you, Raj. But before I end, I know the buzzer says that, the time is up, but I want to, since we have you on the panel, I really want to ask you this question, that we are all talking about creating happiness, joyful workplaces. But at the end of the day, we need, unless there is a pressure to be measured on this particular aspect, it's not a sustainable exercise, So how can we create happiness as a metric of measurement that keeps the CEO, the HR community, and every manager ensuring that happiness is not to be compromised?
I'm very happy you asked this question because this is a plug for my company. But thank you for asking this. And, I think, what is the sole purpose of any human being? Think about it. Even if I ask people in this organization, people sitting in the audience, anybody you ask, they'll say, I want a good education, ghar, gaadi, bangla, whatever it is, then you'll say, achhi biwi chahiye, achha pati chahiye, and all kind of thing, right? But then you keep probing the person beyond a point and he'll say, I want to make a lot of money, I want a Ferrari, I want this, I want that. Well, depending on each person may not necessarily be materialistic, but people will have different. But you still keep probing and finally say, I just want happiness. That's the sole purpose of every human being. You don't need Dalai Lama to tell you that, right? Now, in organizations, it's very important because, and I said this earlier, you don't measure. And one of the things that we do is we say, you have to measure happiness and well-being. It's very important. And I'm telling this audience today, probably a few years from now, it'll be a reality. Happiness is going to be the new business matrix for organizations. It will. And there is, we've now developed a scientific tool, having worked with researchers within India and globally, and it's underpinned by neuroscience, and it measures the happiness quotient, which basically measures involvement, well-being, and employee net promoter score. But that's okay. Putting a platform together, anybody can do it. It's no rocket science, right? Everybody can do it. But we've done it. We are probably the first pioneers in this field globally. Okay, we've done it. And we are working to it. But more thing is, when we work with the organization, the CEO says, okay, this is all very great. What next? So we say, we also give you solutions. We just don't talk, we walk the talk. And so I think this will become more and more relevant as we go along. It's just a matter of time. It's only picking up today. Everybody is speaking about happiness. I was in Dubai about 2 weeks ago. They have a Ministry of Happiness. I happened to meet the one of the persons there, and they said the minister was called by the ruler or something and said, "Hey, I want you to join the ministry." And so what am I going to do? You're going to be the Minister of Happiness. Minister of Happiness? But they have it. And that now companies are calling people Chief Happiness Officer. Just calling or renaming people is not going to make a difference. You have to actually live it. If first of all, the Chief Happiness Officer has to be happy.
You know, I think it's the CHRO could be the Chief Happiness and Relationship Officer of the future. But you know what? My takeaway from this conversation today has been that, I was inspired to understand about happiness, but taking away Raj's real story of why he quit his job. And then my assumption is that led you to do this startup, this business of yours. That's how important it was to him. Since we are dealing with human beings, each one of us at our own level will have some purpose that defines what we do and how we do it. I think it is the role of a CEO and CHRO to come together to understand their people's why and their purpose so that we can align it to what we are building an organization. I think, to my mind, that is what we call the corporate value systems, And at that note, I want to thank each one of you, Sunil, Raj, Mr. Subramaniam, for taking out time and coming all the way to Delhi to be with us and share your views on what this relationship could bring to any organization. Thank you so much.
I just want to add only one thing, last one. I'm from a old school of thoughts, actually. That's why I think happiness for each person is very different. What is happiness for me and what is happiness for you is very, very different. So there is no metric in any organization which we can create that, okay, fine, this is the way we do these 4 things, the entire population will be happy. So I think it's a culture which we need to create. The happiness is a culture, it's not a matrix. Please, so, when we started the organization, we said, it's Apollo family. So because we realized that family, person who is in a family is a happy person. The value of a family is a happiness, as Mr. Raj said earlier. So probably, those are the things we need to do because in today's world, out of 24 hours, we spend at least 14 hours in our office space and 7 hours we sleep and 3 hours or 2 hours we are at home. So where is the happiness? So you need to create that happiness, that culture.
That itself is wrong.
At home.
That, first and foremost, that itself is wrong. I think there needs to be an advocacy for work-life balance.
Even then, Mr. Raj, even then, 8 hours, 10 hours, you have to be in the office. Whatever we advocated, you are all there. I'm sure, each one of you must be spending more of your conscious life in the office than at home. So let's create that culture. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Gentlemen, a picture, please. Love the happiness on stage. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you so much, Harbinderji, for moderating that. Thank you. Now, from expectations, we move on to shaping the future. Our next panel discussion is on CEO Insights, shaping the future of HR. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Mr. Prem Singh, President, Group HRJK Organization, Mr. Salil Kapoor, CEO, Hindware Home Innovation Limited, Mr. Alok Kumar, Corporate Officer and Senior VP, Head of Global Smart City Business and President and CEO, NEC Corporation India Private Limited. And this session will be chaired by Mr. Arjun Yadav, Senior Correspondent, BW Business World. Let's please welcome all of them to the stage, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Aditya. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us today here at the Imperial. The topics that we are discussing in this panel, they're more of the things that have become buzzword in recent years. ChatGPT came in November 2022. Generative AI became the buzzword. But it's more than that. We'll be discussing that. Then sustainability in context of HR practices. And of course, taking some of the things that the previous panel was talking about regarding happiness and chief happiness officers, right? So my first question, panelists, let's start with generative AI. We've seen how artificial intelligence has driven talent acquisition in recent years, talent management. How do you see the future of HR practices being driven by Gen AI, data-driven analytics, shaping the acquisition practices, and moreover, management, not only for HR managers, but also for the talent themselves as to what they're expected to do within an organization. Mr. Kapoor, if you would like to start.
So I think generative AI, which is the buzzword, is also a very useful tool. And the three broad areas where it can be used. The first of all, I think it's going to be the opportunity for the HR professionals and the HR leaders or the people leaders to upskill themselves and the entire talent that they have in the organization, how to use generative AI. Because it's not going to be one tool which is just a normal tool. It's a tool which is continuously evolving on intelligence. So how to use that, leverage that for the organization is going to be a challenge. So first of all, I think that's the area where it, all the HR leaders will have to work on. The second, of course, is the, how to leverage this technology and this tool and this entire the stuff that you have, the technology that you have on managing the entire life cycle of the employees, starting from the acquisition, matching the talent that you acquire with the needs of the organization, then onboarding, and then, of course, managing their performance. And if there is an exit, how to manage that. Because till now, what we've seen is organizational policies are more like a generic policies. They are policies for everyone. The AI tool will give a chance to the HR leaders to personalize it, depending on the individual. So how the individual reacts to everything, that will be different because we're all different people. So this is the area where things will move from a generic stuff to a personalized stuff, to more customization for the individuals throughout the employee life cycle. And the third, of course, is the predicting the talent pipeline for the organization. See how the industries will evolve, how your talent has to evolve is going to be very dynamic. If the kind of talent that you required changed every 20 years some time ago, now it will change every maybe 2-3 years. That's the speed at which things are changing. There's a speed at which the environment is changing, the business dynamics is changing, disruption is happening all across. So how to predict what is going to happen in the industry? Where do you stand as an organization within that industry, and what is going to be your talent requirement? So build the talent pipeline depending on the requirement of the organization, and then using AI for that. So I think these are the three broad areas where they will use the generative AI.
Very rightly put, Mr. Kapoor, especially the part on personalization. Mr. Kumar, what are your thoughts on it? How this personalization being overcome through the uniformity that we have in talent management practices with the help of technology?
Yeah, thanks for that. First of all, I agree with everything that Salil said over here. But I would like to just shift the dimension of the question a little bit. As HR professionals in the room, all of us think about how do we transform ourselves and our function, and how do we go up the value chain. There is a very big part of HR that is very operational. No matter what happens, HR is still the gatekeeper of policies. It is still expected to be the operational backbone behind the infrastructure of talent, right? I think AI and new tech like Gen AI, etc., is going to allow HR to really move up the value chain. And here's a couple of examples what I would suggest would happen, especially in talent acquisition. Your usual conventional method is that, especially in broad skill jobs, let's say I'm come from a tech industry, so you're hiring a software engineer, or you're hiring nurses in the previous panel, for example, you have a very, very broad skill set. You can go and hire. How do you know that a person A is better than a person B when you have 1,000 papers to look through? Your Gen AI will be able to naturally shortlist that beyond a human eye can decipher in the first go. So I think that's helpful. Second thing is, how do you create a candidate persona? Today, it's too much for a talent acquisition manager to sift through 3 or 4 sheets of paper, go through the resume and understand what this person is all about. What generative AI tool will begin to do is create a candidate persona much before the candidate actually even applies formally and sits in front for an interview. You will know through the social chatter, you will know what is the opinion, whatever the person is saying on the paper, how much of that opinion is actually differing or is aligned in the real world. What is this individual really saying about his values, his principles, his policies, his approach to life? If you are hiring him for a manager, then how is he going to do as a manager, and what are his beliefs? I think it is going to be a unimaginable insight you will get even before the candidate comes in front for an interview. Now, our world is shrinking. Pandemic has told us, right? We all are interviewing today on Zoom. But when you interview, that I'm coming to the third piece, which is when you are interviewing through a Zoom, you are looking through one box, right? And we've all in the last 3 years done a very good job of it, and sometimes we've actually got it quite wrong. The candidate hasn't actually turned out to be what he appeared to be, right? We've all had that experience. I think a tool like Metaverse or generative AI is going to create that interviewing process a lot more realistic, a lot more immersive. Think about a hologram technology, and if that was to come into play, you would be able to see and have a real life interview without actually the person being in front of you. The fourth piece is around the engagement and how you onboard the employee and engagement. Now, 2 big pieces of the engagement. There are many things that actually impacts engagement of an employee with the organization, but 2 big things that really matters to an employee, as we have heard in the previous panel also, is talent development. Everybody likes to learn and move ahead in life so that they can take the manager's job and then their manager's job, etc. Unless and until you are upskilling yourself, you will not be able to do that. A tool like generative AI or Metaverse can create, while you are sitting at your home, a very immersive learning experience. What you are learning through a PowerPoint presentation today, through a Zoom group discussion today, can become extremely immersive. So the power of generative AI in our world is really going to change. The other thing that I'd say is mentorship. I come from a tech industry where we are still working in a hybrid environment. And one thing that has suffered the most is mentorship. What is mentorship? Mentorship is about a human touch. You sit in front of somebody you trust and you open yourself, and that person understands your problem and is able to guide you. That's what mentoring is all about. But when the mentoring is not happening in a room, is happening over Zoom, how do you make that real? Right? Again, a metaverse and a generative AI technology combined together can make this come alive a lot. So I think in a nutshell, what I'm saying is that when these technologies mature and when industries find for their domain and their talent pool, what are the applications, it is going to open an unimaginable opportunity for HR to move up this value chain, where low value added work, operational work can be put to generative AI kind of a tool, and HR can focus more on individuals, on talent, on engagement, on happiness, as we talked about. So I would say those are the 2 cents I would add to Salil.
Really a comprehensive list of potential use cases that we are seeing. Mr. Singh, what are your thoughts on that?
Okay, good morning. Good morning. I was just trying to see if everyone is awake. Good morning. Yes, it seems so. So, in fact, before this panel discussion started, I was just chatting with some people, and they were just some people were saying, "Yeah, Prem Singh ka to panel discussion baad mein tha. वो CEO वाले panel discussion में कैसे आ गया?" So CEO is the people who really handle the business. So business managers, business leaders के discussion में what will Prem Singh talk about? Why the hell he is there? उसके हिस्से में क्या आएगा? सारी चीजें तो business leaders बोल जाएंगे. So I just want to say this, किसी के हिस्से में मकान आया, किसी के हिस्से में दुकान आई, मैं घर में सबसे छोटा था, मेरे हिस्से में माँ आई. So that's a तालियां बजा सकते हो. I think that will keep all of you also slightly more connected with us. So coming back to the question, I think it's largely proven that tech involvement, tech application, particularly the AI application now, which is maturing at a very fast pace, certainly can create a lot of value around the consistency, around the predictability of the right candidate in talent acquisition. Number two, it can also predict the likelihood of a talent, of a candidate being successful or otherwise in a particular environment. That's number two. Number three, a very well-established case, which I have seen personally for quite a long time, is ability to predict the risk of flight. If somebody is likely to leave in next 3 months, 6 months, and you are able to see those behaviors, and if you are able to correlate the behaviors, of course, there is a AI tool, there is a whole lot of algorithm that works behind. So that also gives you a lot of early signals about risk of flight. Learning and development, particularly using the gamification, engagement of people, that's another proven test case, which has also proven the prowess of technology in HR. Around experience, I think that is the latest area. To me, the whole lot of experience, right from the point that you touch a employee till the time you are keeping the employee in the system, till the point that the person really retires or leaves, the entire experience, all that can be captured through a automated tool, all that can be enhanced through AI, all that can be really sharpened to make sure that it creates a value for employee, and also it creates a consistency of desired outcome for the organization. But I would say this, all these are tools. The accuracy of all these tools is dependent upon what you have fed in the system. I'll just give an example. It relates to slightly on the business side, but it also brings live the spirit of experience of a customer. One of our large businesses is tire. We manufacture and sell tires. Tires may warranty claims. Normally, about 2 years ago, it used to take anywhere between 1 day to 10, 12 days, depending upon the complexity of the case, the damage. Now, here is what we have done. Using the AI, using the data science, we have been able to create algorithm, and we have fed the entire possibilities, millions and millions of data points into the system. And where the real case of damage comes, where the warranty claim comes, the tool compares against the database, which is really running into millions of data points. And all these are pictures. Now, once you get a warranty claim, take a picture of this, feed into the computer, into the system, and the system compares it. In 85% of the cases, the system is able to give you a yes or no, whether the warranty claim is admissible or no, within 5 minutes, in 85% of the cases. In another 10% of the cases, it is able to give you in about 15, 16 minutes, yes or no. Balance about 4, 5%, we are still evolving because the system is learning. System is also evolving based upon the test cases that come. And in next couple of years, we believe that we'll be able to transition to close to 100. I'm not claiming that we'll be able to come to 100 all the way, but because the system is also evolving as the new cases come up. But this whole piece of generative AI, generative tools, this is also learning itself. Fundamentally, the question that we should be asking is, how does it create value for people and for the organization? I think that is where the real crux lies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. I'll shift my focus to sustainability that I mentioned in the beginning. I was at a Fortune 100 companies International Media Day in Chicago, and they were talking about Generation Z at workplace and what their expectations are from a workplace. And one of the things that they listed was that sustainability, what are these practices that an organization is taking towards their path to sustainability. I want to understand how much is that a determining factor when we are talking about Generation Z at a workplace? Are they really looking at, and if they are, how are HR practices being shaped to incorporate this? Mr. Kapoor?
I'll step a little back, back before I answer that question. I learned this very early in my life, in my work life. One of my favorite bosses, and we all, as was said earlier, we learn from our bosses who are our teachers and mentors. So I used to work for a company called LG Electronics, and we had a very great boss called Mr. Kim. So once he told me that a motivated soldier is much more able and effective out there in the field, in the trenches, as compared to one who is not so motivated, but might be much more able and talented. So motivation is always more important and critical than talent. Why I'm saying this is that motivation comes from various factors. And motivation is a driver which drives your energy and your intelligence, because the combination of the two out there puts you into that flow which brings the performance. Now, motivation for different generations comes from different areas. People earlier were, motivated more from, and that is very much related to the evolution of the society. We, in that Maslow's hierarchy, our society, which was suppressed for a long time. So, as Raj mentioned in the earlier one, so the money, kitna paisa milega, kitni increment milegi, was the core question of motivation for people. I think now when we are moving to the next level, when the basics are being taken care of for a certain, critical mass, the next generation is looking for the next answer, or what is the purpose? So it's not only that money. What makes them happy is the purpose, and everybody has a different purpose. So it could be sustainability for few who connect with that topic, equality for others, a general connect with the organization's purpose, matching with your own life purpose. So all this will become very, very critical to not only sustainability. People will look for different areas and the value system of the organization, because then that sense of belongingness will come, because then I am with you because you are thinking, or you have the value system which matches with my value system. So I belong to you. And if I belong to you, I give you the entire me, not only a couple of hours. Because see, work is not those 8-9 hours. That's a very wrong notion. Work is 24 hours. We are what we do, right? And I don't know, I still have to meet people who step out of the office and they switch off the office. It doesn't happen. So your work extends to your personal life. It goes to your house. It involves your family at a certain level. It involves your entire time and your future. It affects your health. It affects your physical and mental well-being. So work is very critical. Work, that matching of purpose at work and that matching of value system is very, very critical now. And earlier it was something else. And as the societies evolve,
it changes. So we have to recognize that the next generation will be more at home, will belong better, will perform better once those things are taken care of.
Very rightly put on, Mr. Kapoor. Mr. Kumar, if you would like to add beyond, let's say, just as Mr. Kapoor said, beyond sustainability for this generation, what is that they're looking for? What is the purpose beyond the monetary things or, opposition in a company?
See, I think we will all be collectively lying in this room if we said that money was not a motivation. So I think people still have to pay for their pay for the bills and take care of the family. So it'll always remain an important motivator. But coming back to the question you're asking, I think the younger generation, there is a conundrum in the younger generation, what we call as Gen Z, or what you can also call as an Insta generation, right? The generation that looks for instant gratification in everything. I want my promotion today. I want my hike today. I want to get to the next point in my life today. So what if somebody else took 4 years? I want to get there 1 year. We are a very ambitious society, extremely ambitious society. So that's one phenomena, and I'm sure all of you CHROs who are sitting over here have experienced it, and it's really challenging. The second phenomena that is actually happening at the same time, coming to your question, is actually people are getting a lot more conscious about what does my company do? What does my company do, and what is the purpose of the job that I do? And the challenge is not that people are asking that question. I don't think, as a CEO sitting where I am sitting and CHROs that you're sitting, I don't think the question is that people are thinking about sustainability. I think the real challenge is when you have these two conundrums, how do you articulate a balance? How do you tell somebody that your growth, your material growth is equally important than what organization is doing from a purpose point of view, from a sustainability point of view, from a climate change point of view, XYZ, CSR point of view, how these two things match? And I think that's the real challenge. I don't have an answer, but I'm provoking a thought in the room that when we go back to our work, that's what is a huge challenge in front of us as leaders, as to how do we create a balance in this young generation who's looking for instant gratification, but at the same time is making the leadership and the company answerable for the sustainability goals, for the CSR goals. And a big part of that motivation of the second part comes from the fact that individuals and societies are becoming more conscious as they are reading more, as they're learning more about what's happening in the Western world. We are skipping social maturity cycles and we are jumping to what the Western countries are trying to do. Nothing wrong in that. We have to leapfrog, right? We don't need to follow the changes that the Western organizations have gone through. We need to leapfrog. But I think it's also a way for our younger generations to articulate what their company is really doing. So when somebody asks them in social circle, where the family asks them in social circle as to what the company is doing, it is the leadership's responsibility to give that articulation to the employee as to what the company does. I'll give you an example. About 2 decades back, I was working in a financial services company, a very large, one of the largest financial companies on the planet, which used to have about $350 billion in assets. I had very young children at that time, and I used to go back home, and my daughter used to ask me, my son actually used to ask me, he was only about 5 years, 6 years old, and he used to say, "What do you do for a living? So you go to this company and you work that late hour and you ask me on dinner, what do you do?" And I was young in my career at that time. I didn't have an answer, because how do you answer a question that I give money to people and I charge interest rate on that? How do you create purpose in that? It was a lightning bolt, because I realized that if I'm not able to communicate my job to my own family members, how the hell can I communicate that to my employees? Over a period of time, wisdom transcended, and I was able to articulate that. And actually, what you're doing is you are expanding an ability for the so-called people who do not have the money to have a better livelihood and better. You are giving them a chance, to get ahead in life, and that articulation found a purpose in my family. And only reason why I'm giving you this example is that I relate the younger generation that is coming into workforce to be carrying that same question. What is my organization doing that makes me feel good? and reflect on that question in the conundrum that I presented, which is, they want to get materially ahead. They want everything now, today, but at the same time, as a leadership, we have to give that. So the answer is absolutely yes. There is very, very high heightened consciousness around sustainability, around purpose. But how do we articulate that is also going to be important, because we have to walk the talk.
Mr. Singh, if you would like to add on the balance that Mr. Kumar is, that we have to create, if you would like to add on that, striking that fine balance.
Sure. So two parts of your question, Arjun. One is you spoke about sustainability. Second is you spoke about the young generation, millennials, zillennials, the next to that. Now, aspirations, I think it would be wrong to say that the young generation is looking for only A and not for B. Meaning, not only money, but also many more things are important. And this overall package, the importance of this overall package is only growing. Let me expand. Money is important, career growth is important, learning is important. I'm talking about the young generation. What is even more important is a meaning in the job, the purpose in the job. And I'll talk about a study that we did on the children of the schools who are in the 9th, 10th, 11th, and the 12th standard, about 200, 300 children. Very interesting. And we asked them the questions like, what is your dream company? What kind of organization would you like to work for? What kind of work environment do you visualize you would love? Very interesting answers. Many of them, and they did not use the buzzwords like sustainability. They did not use the buzzwords like ESG or SDG. Many of them said, I would like to work for a company which gives me time, my own time. Somebody said, I would like to work for a company which allows me to work on my unique talent. One girl who was differently abled, she said, I'm not great at 10 things, but I'm great in this particular thing. I would like to work for a company, she's a guitarist, who encourages me to leverage this talent. I can do a lot of things using these skills in trying to create a positive work culture. One student said, I would like to work for a company which encourages its people to do a lot of social work. They did not use the buzzwords like social impact, volunteering. Somebody said, I would like to work for a company which is into the lot of environment related, education related, working for the downtrodden, less privileged, etc. Now look at this drift. Lot of these kids, they have not yet heard all the buzzwords that we talk in the corporate, but they are already thinking all those things that are important. It means for these kids, and they are important because in next 5 years, they will be our employees. So the expectations from the next generation is do whatever you are doing now, all that is taken as given. That's basic, but also graduate to the next level. Sustainability, ESG, SDG, all that is important. We call it through a different names. These kids are using their own language, but for them, these things are far more important. Number one. Number two, you also spoke about how do we create meaning? How do we create purpose? I think it would be wrong to say that everybody can be driven by the same purpose, same meaning, same yardstick. I think organizations will have to find ways and means of how do you create those small milestones where different sections of organizations are able to find some connection. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be a challenge. But that's where organizations will have to spend time, and they will really have to think through as to how they really want to engage. Eventually, it's also a question of maintaining a balance because you can't be doing everything at the expense of being so spendthrift. You also need to be cost conscious and you also need to be cost effective. Balance is very important. And at this point, I like to talk about this concept of pendulum. You know, pendulum, as we learned in the class 8, when it goes to any extreme, its velocity becomes 0. It goes to this extreme, becomes 0, comes back, goes to this extreme, speed becomes 0 again. When it is running at the center, it is running the fastest. So the point is, the point where all your systems are trying to seek a balance, that is where you are most optimum in your endeavors. I think that is something as organizations, we need to find that sense of balance. Organizations' requirements and also the employees' aspirations.
Very rightly put, Mr. Singh. We have some last 10 minutes, last question, and that is being carried forward from the panel discussion that we were having before us, was about regarding notions of happiness and the nomenclature change that we are seeing in terms of chief happiness officer, people officer. I want to understand from you, Mr. Kapoor, starting from you, that has that nomenclature change bring some unique perspective? Does it bring that, or is it just a name change for talent managers you're seeing? And let's say what the wish list that Mr. Singh presented through his studies that this generation has, are these talent officers, these happiness officers, they're able to bring that, incorporate that in the day-to-day operations?
So there's a famous line from Romeo and Juliet where Shakespeare says, "What's in a name? Rose will remain a rose. It will smell the same sweet way, but you call it by any other name." So that was then, right? So HR head, if you look at from his lens, HR head will remain HR head, whatever your designation you call it. But the reality is slightly different because the society has evolved over a period of time. The name and the designation creates a perception, not only and the perception creates certain expectations, and not only for people, but also for yourself and the individual. I just came across 2-3 very interesting the designations for a CEO writes, and there's a company called Plume Design. I was talking to them yesterday. The CEO writes chief servant of the people of Plume. It's a global connectivity related, and they work in the telecom space, and they're about 4 to 5 billion as of now. The CEO there writes chief servant of people of Plume. Now that probably brings a very different kind of expectation for the entire people, part of that team, part of that organization. Similarly, when you look at what we have for the HR head designations, which have changed over a period of time. So CHRO, which is Human Resources Officer, and it's not happiness. I wish they could call it Chief Happiness Officer, but they usually call it Chief Human Resources Officer. It's a very limiting term. It's human resources and how to manage that. It's very limiting kind of a thing. Even there's another one that they have started calling it, which is also very limiting, where the Chief Talent Officer, for example, is just managing the talent. But when you go a little wide and you understand that it's people end of the day, it's people end of the day, it's not processes, it's not technology, it's not resources. The delivery comes from people who manage those resources. So if you widen the term and say Chief People Officer, it does bring a different perspective. And I think it's a good practice because it will set different expectations for everyone in the organization, and the individual who will carry the designation will have to live up to those expectations. So I think the name change or the designation change is probably going to help, not maybe immediately, but over a period of time. And definitely it'll address a wider set of issues from the individuals, because the things are changing, the expectations are changing, the challenges are changing, and so should the delivery change.
Thank you, Mr. Kapoor. Mr. Kumar, your thoughts on the unique perspectives?
I think broadly, I 100% agree with whatever Salil said over here, but I think we have to understand that, just because you change the designation doesn't change anything unless and until you have a reason for that designation to be there in the first place. Some things are very, embedded in your consciousness. When you say Chief Human Resources Officer, how many times can we get up and challenge that designation? No, you won't, because it's embedded in your memory. That's how we have learned the ways of the world. But when you suddenly say that, my CHRO is called as a Chief Experience Officer, and that person doesn't do anything around experience, then that doesn't do. It's just lip service. So a lot of the designation change, I think, needs to be well thought through. And at the end of the day, again, I'm trying to give this answer more as a thought provoker, not as somebody who knows all the answers in the world. But in this community, in this room, which is a CHRO, I think you all have to be very thoughtful that if you are bringing in a Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer, and if that person is just sitting around and not doing any initiative around diversity, equity, and inclusion, then it's a lie. Don't do it. It's a lie to the organization. It's a lie to people. And in the earlier panel discussion, also, we were talking about this topic that, at the end of the day, our employees, forget about employees. How many of us have children? Like, at a 3-year-old, 4-year-old, our children begin to observe our say-do ratio. When you promise something to your child and you say that I will get it, and you don't do it, the child will remind you. So somewhere in their subconscious memory, every individual is programmed to understand your say-do ratio. And if you are creating a designation that sounds fancy, but does not flow through in the organization in terms of the impact that it brings to the employees, then your say-do is broken. And you rather not do anything, rather than lying to the organization that you're trying to do something. So I don't want to answer that this is a buzzword or it is not. I don't want to pass a judgment whether it is needed or not. That's obviously at an individual level. I mean, there could be a company that has a very low engagement score, and we may want to bring in Chief Engagement Officer as a message to the organization that I am taking this seriously. And guys, I want to make a change. That's very good. And if you do make the change around engagement, then you will say, okay, there's a step change. Employees will say, I understand the leadership heard me and there's a step change and has brought a Chief Engagement Officer. And XYZ is happening now in the organization that was previously not happening. Very well charted, thought, great. But if you bring a Chief Engagement Officer and nothing else happens, then it's a lie. So I would say that, the follow through is extremely important. The say-do is extremely important, whatever designation you want to call it. But I don't think just replacing a CHRO with something else is going to be the solution to the problem that you may be facing.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. Mr. Singh, quickly, your concluding thoughts on it.
Sure. So 2 things here. One is, and I think in the previous discussion also it came up, happiness. And somebody said, is it really a touchy-feely concept or it's really the substantive stuff? And I think Raj made that point very powerfully. You see, at the end of the day, people are looking for 2 things. Number 1, they want to be successful. And number 2, they want to be happy. Happiness, people may not be able to articulate it every day. They might use words like career growth, learning, etc. But finally, happiness does matter. It is not a touchy-feely concept. It's a real concept. That's number 1. Number 2, I know a lot of organizations where they have designated some people as Chief Happiness Officer, Chief Experience Officer. Is it completely unproductive? Answer is no. It is productive to some extent. And let me just elaborate. You see, when you declare somebody as Chief Happiness Officer or Chief Experience Officer, narrative you are setting in the organization is happiness and experience is important. So it helps to set that narrative, to create that communication channel that these 2 things, this 1 or 2 things are important for us and we must be chasing these. We must be going after them. But what is even more important is what you do after that. That is where I agree with my fellow panelists. So creating those titles does help you to drive that narrative. but what you do after is far more important. At the end of the day, happiness, once again, an experience are substantive stuff. They are real stuff. It may be difficult to metricize them, but it's not impossible. In fact, it is very feasible to metricize them. A lot of companies are doing, and therefore we should not be mistakenly putting them under the carpet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singh, and thank you all the panelists for joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have a big round of applause? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you to all the panelists. Thank you, Arjun, for also keeping a note of the time. Thank you so much. With that, we quickly move on to our next panel discussion on strategic HR, driving organizational excellence through organizational development and upskilling initiatives. And please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same, Mr. Unmesh Pawar, Chief People Officer, Dentsu South Asia, Ms. Simi Askari, Senior Vice President, Corporate Human Resource and Business Excellence, TS Group, Dr. Rajesh Mohan Rai, Director, and CHRO Servotech Power Systems Limited. And this session will be chaired by Mr. Abhijit Deshmukh, Director, Learning Partnerships, SP Jain. Let's please welcome the ladies and gentlemen. Oh, what happened to your energy and Josh, everybody? Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. Super inspired to be here, sitting along with these participants. And I think what really helped is that we had a quick huddle outside. And I was told that we have to start with a fun question. But then I thought, I would not be doing my job as a moderator if I really followed the instructions, right? So I'm going to ask a question to all the panelists, right? What is that one super skill that you wish you had in your long and successful career? And does that answer remain same over a period of time?
Yeah, hi. So good afternoon, everyone. This is the fun part of it, right?
You can interpret it whichever way.
All right. So you said a super skill that I wish I had, right? I think one skill that I probably always would want to have is to be a sort of a fly on the wall, be able to listen to everyone, know what is happening without really anyone noticing. I think I wish I had that superpower if I had to have one. Yeah.
So great question. Thank you for that, Abhijit. How many of you know what chromatophobia is? Does anybody know what chromatophobia is? And I wish, considering that I'm in HR, I would know and identify people who have chromatophobia. Chromatophobia is the phobia of money, right? So I thought if I could have that skill set, then I would solve for engagement and attrition, because if you look at any engagement survey today, the one that gets the maximum attention is rewards and benefits, right? So I think that's what I would think. I wish I would have had the super skill. Right?
I would like to become a Spider-Man, considering the daily traffic. So I just wanted to remove whatever uncertainties around my traffic time, travel time. I would like to weave the web and reach my destination in the shortest possible time.
Bangalore just beat you.
Correct. But I'm just picking on this removing uncertainty. I think this should be an unanimous answer for all of us. if all of us could manage to remove uncertainties around us in our environment, I think we all would be winners. But thank you so much for that. I think coming back to the topic, and organizations are forced to change at a faster pace. So in such an environment, and I also want to contextualize it with post-COVID era where role of technology has become really important, and in particular L&D initiatives, in particular upskilling. How do you see the role of upskilling in change initiatives? Because those are probably the initiatives which is going to drive the organization to its ultimate goal today. Anybody can pick it up. Yeah.
Okay, since I'm sitting right next to you. All right, so I think the role of upskilling and bringing about change management is extremely important. Organizations, and since you mentioned COVID, I think post-COVID, there's been a lot of change within organizations, traditional organizations that were no longer or not really using technology have also stepped up and really started to become, they understand the importance of becoming agile, of being able to adapt and change very quickly, otherwise they do not remain relevant. And how do they do that, unless their people are able to, make those changes quickly? That happens only if you're able to provide certain, support to the employees to be able to, quickly modify, quickly change their behaviors. And upskilling is definitely one of the, ways of doing that. There are so many competencies that have become relevant today. For example, having a digital mindset. Something that may have been a good to have or a must have, competency now. And for that particular reason, upskilling is becoming really important for HR professionals really in, bring about within the organizations.
I think interesting perspectives, right? I think one that I see is HR's role in managing change, and especially so what the pandemic taught us that is possibly the new world order, right? And I think nothing much has really changed since the pandemic. I think those of us who are in the C-suite are experiencing change and disruption practically every 3 to 6 months. And by the time we think that we have kind of solved for something, the next wave hits us, right? So whether you talk about it, the great resignation, you talk about quiet quitting, or then organizations wanting people to come back, or you see the rates of attrition happening, or then right now where we are all trying to see where the economy is going and trying to keep our nose above the water, it's constant change that we are living in. And I think the big play for HR is really how do you convert resistance to resilience? And that connecting to your point around learning and reskilling as an agenda, I think we experienced that, right? Most organizations through the pandemic that survived were organizations that had learning agility in the organization, which could quickly morph and remorph its business structures, its operating structures, and had a learning culture. And I think we all learned that. And I think today, I think HR very clearly has a very integral role to build that resilience in the organization. And we're doing that, right? I think the good thing is whether we're looking at gamifying learning today, and we've done a good job of that, whether we're looking at bite-sized learning, we realize that attention spans are fast depleting. Nobody has the appetite to sit like this over an extended period of time. Everybody's in their phone half the time. And therefore, how do you use 30-second reels, 60-second reels to really push through learning? And that's something that we had started to do. And we realized that not only are people learning from trainers or faculty or their leaders are also learning from each other. Then how do you push this whole agenda of peer-to-peer learning and gamifying the entire experience? So that's my one perspective to say, I feel HR has a role to look at how do you build resilience in the organization and do a good job of change management. That's fine.
That's the most common subject HR people would always confront with, how to manage change. As we all know, change is the only constant. This is what we have been hearing since whenever we would have started working. That's the most heard statement anybody would have made to us. But believe you me, the change management is also as constant as the change is, right? We are talking of, Darwin spoke of the survival of the fittest, right? It's not about the survival of the fittest, it is survival of the fastest. Who adapts the change the fastest? right? And when we talk of the upskilling, why should somebody do it? I mean, the most important role as a HR professional I see for most of us is ensuring that what and how is communicated along with a very powerful why. And that why should not expose the insecurities of the individual. We all have our own insecurities, right? The why should not be a statement which says, oh, if I don't do this, then my job is at stake. My neck is on the block. No, I'm like the very powerful statement, including what, how, and why, has to be weaved into the fabric of the organization for any change, big or small. If we are able to communicate the what is in for me in that change, whether it is upskilling, the attitude, the will part, or adapting the change, even as a follower, right? We have, as I'm like, that has to be done at the earliest with a very strong message. And as leaders, we need to walk the talk. Alok was saying the say-do ratio. So if our say-do ratio is misplaced, I'm like, it'll only be a lip service for anything which we want to bring about, any change, small or big, for the organization. That would be my take.
Thank you, Mr. Rai. I think I'm just going to take a cue from Unmesh, mentioned about learning agility. And especially working in a premier management school, I find some of these words, slightly very heavy. So could you guys give me a bit of a decoded answer of what can a learning agility mean? And have you seen it in your organization? Have you seen it in other organizations as an example?
So I think let's be very simple, right? What does learning agility mean? Learning agility basically is building the muscle in the organization to be able to embrace change on a continuous rate. And how do you do that? You do that by first democratizing the organization. The thing that we most grapple with in organizations is organizational silos. And we've all experienced that, right? We've seen our leaders are fabulous, but they are fabulous, and the teams under them are fabulous as far as they have to do and deal with something that's within their business or service line. But when it comes to enterprise leadership, it's about solving for the larger organization and not just solving for your business or your service line or unit that you are. And therefore, from a learning agility standpoint, what interventions from a learning agenda standpoint or a HR agenda standpoint are you putting in place to facilitate that? And one example that comes to my mind is, so I've come into Dentsu, which is a marketing and advertising company. And what we are seeing is, whilst we have our Japanese heritage and culture, what we are seeing is this industry is going through transformation. And then you'll say, a big deal, all our industries are going through transformation. But we realize that one of the things that I just talked a few seconds back is what I'm grappled with. So we say, how do you build learning agility in the organization? And how do you democratize the organization? So we've started a program, and some of you would have, if you go to our social pages, just about a week, 14 days ago, we launched our Next Generation Council. What is the Next Generation Council? Next Generation Council are folks who are less than 26, 27 years of age, who have been part of the organization for the last couple of years, but are identified as high performers and high potentials and potential future leaders for the organization. So we've done a gender balance, location balance, 33, 35 odd leaders that we have identified and handpicked, and they are going to be part of this learning journey. Now that is great, right? But what does it really do? We've put them on capstone projects that are integral to the organization. So 4 or 5 people across different businesses form a cohort. And now, as they solve for business problems, suddenly what you're seeing at the bottom of the pyramid in the organization, you've started to build enterprise leadership. That is a way of building. Now think about these same leaders, right? It's very early in their leader journey, but couple of years now, they suddenly have a network which is enterprise wide. They start to think about the organization first, then think about just their business. That is an example of building learning agility. And this is, I think, what we need to build: greater interdependence within organizations and the ability to think not just for the now, because the projects that they're working on, whilst they be working on it now, the realm of that is clearly 3 to 5 years out. So you're focusing and forcing them to think about scenarios and how do you embrace change continuously. So long answer to a short question, but hopefully I've talked about how do you unpack this and work on something like this. Back to you, Abhijit.
Thank you. And I'm quite reassured to hear the word capstone projects, because even when as SPJMR in executive education vertical, when we work with our corporate partners, right, in various L&D initiatives, we do highlight the importance of a live capstone project and, you know, measuring its impact throughout, right? So very, very reinforcing there. Taking a step back, role of technology. I think when we were hitting COVID, there was a lot of talk about self-paced content leading the subsequent L&D initiatives. And I think that was the need of an hour, and I think it did a fair bit of job at that point of time. However, subsequently, we started seeing some of the drawbacks of that also. Today, now that we are stabilizing after the COVID, we are getting back to normal beyond that already. How do you guys, as people leaders in your organizations and industry, how do you see the role of self-paced learning?
Okay. So you're absolutely right. I think what COVID did was kind of push learning, because that was a period when I think every organization managed to upskill and push learning, because there was really nothing else that we could do, right? Right. But how do we sustain it, and what is the way forward? Is self-paced learning the only way ahead? I don't think that's right now. It has its own merits. Of course, you're allowing people to learn at their own time, the way they want, taking in content in the manner that they would want to. But there is an element of that group cohesion that is missing when you're sitting in the group learning together, having a fun time learning something that is missing if you're not having some sort of classroom sessions.
Peer learning.
So there is, of course, peer learning, as well as, making sure that each one of us is supported by the others while we are doing that learning, right? So somewhere I think it's a mix that is required. You cannot just have one bit of learning through e-learning platforms and that's it. You need to figure out also in terms of, I would consider, sending your employees to events like this, where they're learning from other organizations and people, speaking about their organizations, how they're doing it. That's also a form of learning that also opens up their horizons and their mindsets, and they understand, okay, this is also what we could do in the, in our organization. So all kinds of sort of mixes required now. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Skari.
I have a different experience, which may be contrary to our experiences. Self-paced learning only works in one situation, when you are marked. If you do not do the compliance certificate, that risk certification, then that's where, because you would be marked and evaluated, and it impacts your financial health at the end of the year. That's where you get engaged in the self-paced learning. Else, it's again only lip service. I have been associated, I've been on different sides, both sides of the table. Just to give an example, I was delivering a program on strategic thinking virtually for a leading financial institution, a French multinational, right? There were 27 participants, right? And I'm delivering this program virtually, 4-hour sessions every third day. And all of them had cameras off. All 27 participants had their cameras off. I got that feeling that I'm talking to a wall. And to create the engagement, I had to actually take everybody's name. Gaurav, can you please come in? Ramesh, can you please come in? I'm just creating those names. Vipul, can you do this? Because I wasn't sure whether they're there, they're not there. Because this training on strategic thinking was linked to, they are hitting a tick mark in their TRA sheet or the KPI sheet. And that's why they were there. So whether it is self-paced learning or it is virtual learning where you have the liberty to switch off your cameras, you would get a very low return on investment, which I, in my local language as a facilitator, call nil bata sannata. Right? So you don't get any return on that investment which you
I have a I'm sorry, I'm not going to agree there completely. Yeah. Yes, sure. But Mr. Rai, if it is so, then really people will not leave the organizations. I mean, in my experience, when you ask somebody who's resigned and wants to go, the first question or for the first response also, besides the money aspect, is I wasn't growing, I wasn't learning enough, I wasn't really given that opportunity to learn something new. For me, I think learnability and the excitement of learning and why people would want to really learn is if they understand what is it for themselves. If they feel that this is where I am going to benefit from that learning, they will. Otherwise, they will definitely switch off cameras and will not be there. No matter how many assessments you do after that, it really doesn't matter. Because they haven't really. It was like somebody's pushed them, acha jao jaake ye conference attend kar lo, ya you are going to be part of this training program because somebody's pushed you. But if you're going there willingly, knowing that okay, I am going here because this is what I feel I'm going to learn from it, then you will definitely pay attention, be on camera and sort of learn.
That's what I said. It has to be a tick mark in their KPI, KRA, and that's why they come and attend. And
That
I'll
also
add
I
to,
feel is
I'll add to one more thing which you said, that I mean, like I have quit because I wasn't growing. I mean, like beside the money part of it. I'm like, ये ज्ञान प्राप्ति अचानक से एक दिन कैसे हो गई? That's my question. I mean, like if you have been in the system for 6 years and you have not been growing, have you ever spoken to your manager, manager's manager, the head HR? I'm like, अचानक से ज्ञान प्राप्ति is a question mark.
So I think just to go back to the point, Abhijit, right? I think the question that we've asked is saying self-paced learning and the journey within the organization, right? I think what's important to anchor back is that until and unless from a talent agenda standpoint, you don't define learning journeys well, and you don't define the why of those learning journeys, there you will experience some of the things that my fellow panelists have been articulating, right? Because I've been pushed to attend the training without necessarily attending the why of the training. That's first. Second, we need to understand that face-to-face training allows you certain luxuries that virtual and self-paced doesn't allow you, right? And therefore, instructional design and solving for how off the delivery becomes equally important. I talked about in the opening to say where our attention spans today are. From a design standpoint, we need to be able to respond to that. And then, of course, is to say, whilst we need to be able to use in self-paced as much as possibility of cohort-based learning, which is the whole peer learning opportunity. It's about evaluating each other to some degree, so some element of gamification that needs to happen. I see the answer is in the and not in the or. I do not believe that we are at the luxury of coming back to a luxury that we are having here, of having everybody right now face to face. It's a luxury, right? I think money is tight in general. Training money is tight in general, and paucity of time to be able to pull out from learning is also going to be challenging. And therefore, organizations will leverage the hybrid model of being able to use online and physical as much as possible going forward. But I think it's here to stay. It is therefore challenging for institutions that support leadership development and management development, as well as organization, internal learning teams, to be able to see how what you're working on from a learning agenda standpoint is really building back capabilities for the organization, not just for the today, but also from a future-proofing standpoint for the way ahead.
Thank you, Umesh. I think I'm loving the different perspectives that are coming here. I want to come back to impact, measuring impact. And I think even in my role, when we talk to our corporate partners to form specific learning journeys, my first question to the human resources team and the business team is, why are we doing it? And how do we know whether we've done it right? How do we measure impact? Are we looking at a matrix change, a skill change, a behavior change, an attitude change? And oftentimes I do get the answer. Oftentimes I don't get the answer. So my question is this very utopian? I mean, is this a void question to even ask, or do we have some hope and we can think in that journey, in that direction? Mr. Rai.
If you want a one-word answer is, can the impact be measured? The answer is yes.
Okay.
The answer is one-word answer, yes. Now, the second thing comes on the keenness. Keenness of the sponsor of the learning journey. Right? Whether it could be the director, head HR, CHRO, CPO, CEO, whosoever is this.
And business. And business also.
That's what I'm saying. Whosoever the sponsor is,
Yes.
could be the CEO, which means the business side of it, the CHRO, or which means the people side of it. How one is the willingness and the investment, and the third is the patience. Right? Because if you have invested some money in a 6 months long, 9 months long, 1 year long journey, the impact will not be seen on the 366th day.
Yeah, true that.
Right? So as leaders, do we have that patience? Right? Do we understand why are we looking for, like Unmesh said, the why? Why is most of the time the why element gets missed? Why the learning journey? Why the investment? Why this particular participant which has been chosen? So if why gets missed, so the patience, and also, are we willing to give time to see that change, the return on investment? I'm like the advertising guy. I'm like, he goes and charges crores of rupees for an advertising campaign, right? The client pays the friend of mine, and then do you expect the return immediately next day when it's run on TV, or the hoardings are put, or a digital campaign is done? Right? So I mean, like, the people have to be, the leaders particularly, have to be very sure that they are looking for evaluation of the return on investment. Right? And then we can have different models, Kirkpatrick, John Phillips, Kaufman, Roger Kaufman. I'm like, and we can do the research on these models to ensure that we evaluate the return on investment, subject to certain preconditions, criteria at the organization being met.
So I think I just believe that training is an enabler, and training cannot be the be all and solve for building organizational capabilities. So if you've thought that you tie up with one of the management institute or send your people for a strategic management program and is going to solve for something, the answer is a clear no. I think we need to understand that learning intervention is one of the things that you create. Change happens because of provocation or evocation, right? And learning is one of the levers that you use for one of these. Either there is evoked change, and therefore there is behavioral shift that you experience, or you provoke enough through the training to say, "Hey, everybody is doing, therefore peer pressure, therefore I need to do it," right? Which is the attitudinal shift that you desire out of learning. I believe it's okay. What I believe that I think organizations, if they do not put behaviors into place beyond just training, your processes need to shift, your governance needs to shift if you desire certain capabilities. And if you don't put that support mechanisms or support aids in place in the pursuit of building certain capabilities, then we all know that most learning that you go through, you're going to forget it within whatever X time. And therefore, the big proponent that I am of learning journeys that extend over a period of time, people spend smaller durations, go in, learn something, implement it, discuss with the cohort, try and see what the learnings are, then come back again for something, and then experience that through the organization is potentially the way to go. Back to you, Abhijit.
So yeah, just summing up what the two said, of course, the impact of training can be measured, provided you have defined the objective of the training in the first place. The why of it, definitely. And the second aspect, it can only be measured if you have changed the environment which was not conducive for that impact to happen in the first place. So if you've not changed your processes, if you've not changed the way you're working, and you still feel that training is the way things are going to change, that will not happen.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to pick what Mr. Rai said about patience and the why. of the training, and I'm going to talk about one of the most, perceivedly most difficult part of L&D initiatives, which is coaching and mentoring. Something that we perceive has a long gestation period in even creating an impact. And I'm mindful of using these words together. However, they do mean very different things. But especially when change is becoming constant and change is happening at a faster pace, how do you see role of coaching and mentoring, which inherently has long gestation impact, but probably has a higher amplifying impact because you coach and then the coachee becomes a coach and then all of that. How do you see role of coaching and mentoring, and what sort of success examples would you have seen? Yeah.
I'm a believer that coaching and mentoring are the cornerstones of individual and collective growth. I think it's a reality that you can't run away from. And here's the reason why. I think we've realized that we have come to a day and age where people that are potentially working for us are more smarter from a knowledge and functional capability standpoint than we are. And the only value, if any, that we can add to them is the life experience that we bring on and offering them perspectives that will potentially help them to step up and do a phenomenally better job and get to their potential, right? That's the second thing. And therefore, talking and doing postmortems and talking about just feedback is great. But I think what's important is feed forward and looking at what needs to happen going forward. And I think organizations that have got into the habit of continuous check-ins, where managers talk about the last fortnight or the last month that was, things that have gone well, and then identifying the aspirations and considering the potential of the individual to say where they potentially can get to and have conversations about that. Now, if this becomes a way of life, then you will not have experience of क्या एक ही दिन आपको आविष्कार हुआ कि you are not learning, you are not growing. What your people are really asking for is somebody invested in me adequately, and is somebody thinking about me? Because what happens in today's fast-paced life is like what's written out here, we become chief human resources officers, and resources, the moment you put in resources, we forget that they are humans, and humans cannot be optimized beyond a point in time. Or they don't want to be seen as resources that are dispensable. And I think that's my answer to it. I think it's a cornerstone of growth for individuals and collective. It's a way of life. It's a way of building learning agility. And going back to the point of what some of the earlier panels have talked about, right? Elements around purpose, elements around trust. I'd like to believe a coaching culture, a mentoring culture in the organization allows you to build anchorage and trust, and therefore helps with the engagement agenda in the organization.
Abhijit, I think I'd like to add to what Unmesh just said. While coaching and mentoring, they cannot be really used interchangeably, right? But they ultimately have an impact on the individual, on the organization, on employee productivity, all of that. I don't think it's right for us to really look at it from one lens, that is a junior getting coached or mentored from a senior. There is so much of reverse mentoring that is happening in organizations. The youngsters bring with them certain competencies and talent that older generations don't have. And organizations which have this culture of mentoring and coaching, as well as reverse mentoring, and I would say reverse coaching also in certain cases, really thrive because it's a two-way kind of knowledge transfer. And that is what actually brings about that, organizational impact at the end of the day. You are spending considerable amount of your time making sure that your mentee or the person you're coaching is able to understand the nuances of the business, while you yourself are learning something new, whether it is in form of a new technology, a new way of approach, a different approach to a certain problem, that ultimately the organization kind of, benefits from that.
Thank you so much.
I'll just add one. Please. The people who have been hired as coaches, whether internal or external, if they believe, I'm emphasizing that word believe, that they are into a helping profession, that's where they would create an impact, and not mastering the coaching or the coachee or the mentee. right? They would, the coach or the mentee shouldn't be treated as a slave, right? And that's where because both of them are helping professions. And you may be the best of the leaders and you may become the worst of the coaches. Right? So, I mean,
Thank you
that
so
has to be
much.
considered.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think I'm just mindful of the time and I had to save the most challenging question to the end, but I am not sure whether I can do justice to it. But what I'm still going to throw the question open and ask all of you, each of you, to summarize also or give like that one line for as a concluding remark. We talk about upskilling and the previous panel spoke about attitude being more and more important versus skills as people grow in the pipeline, the leadership pipeline. So is attitude something that can be changed, cultivated through structured means, or is it about life experience? And along with that, just if you can summarize this discussion, or what is your most important takeaway just in one line, Mr. Rai?
It can be changed, right?
Okay.
Again, why and patience.
I think I'm going to take these two words back.
Yeah. So why do you have to change? I mean, like you need to have that very strong purpose, objective of communicating the why element to it and the patience.
Thank you.
Rome was not built in a day, it was built every day. So small little changes.
So I think the answer is the obvious yes. And I think one way of doing this is culture alignment, right? So you hire for culture fit. You could hire the most iconic individuals and they could be abrasive to your environment. And therefore, are you clear about what your organizational intent is, what kind of culture it is, and what behaviors you want? And are you hiring for it? Are you developing for it? Are you promoting that? And are you penalizing for it? And if you do all of this, and like Sarai said, patience and time, over a period of time that you start to see that the organizational shifts and you find that you have the right attitude that's required to support the org capabilities going forward.
Thank you.
So skills and attitude both are important and both are relevant and both can be up, sort of, you can up the ante there. In terms of skills, of course, trainings and all. In terms of attitude, I think what is really important is if there is a sense of purpose as to why this is, why you're doing it, why, what is it in for you, or what is it in for the people that you work, and again, that get that sense of purpose, that's when you are able to change that attitude as well. Yeah.
Thank you so much, and absolutely bang on time. And thank you so much to all the participants here, panelists here. A big round of applause. Yeah, thank you so much.
And Abhijit, thank you for such an engaging conversation. You did a fab job.
You made it really easy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. And thank you, Abhijit, for moderating that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now we have a keynote address before we proceed for lunch, which is on advancing wise innovation. And before we move ahead with the same, can't टूटना शुभ मानते हैं, so I think it's okay. Works well. Okay, so for our next keynote address on advancing wise innovation, we have with us Dr. Varun Nagaraj, Dean, SP Jain Institute of Management and Research. Before we invite sir on stage, can you please have the AV first? Please join me in welcoming on stage the Dean of SP Jain Institute of Management and Research, Dr. Varun Nagaraj, everybody.
What a horrible time slot to be in, right? Just before lunch. I'd rather be having lunch myself. So give me 10 minutes. I'll try and keep you entertained. I'll try and basically make this worth your while. All right? Deal? 10 minutes. Okay, good. So let me try and bridge to the keynote, the first keynote, and let me try and bridge also to the third panel that we had. And then let me try and tell you why in 10, 15 minutes, the idea of innovation and wise innovation is something you ought to be seriously thinking about within your organizations. Keynote 1 laid out the fact that we have big development goals ahead of us. There is no development without innovation. But innovation can be pretty dangerous. Innovation can be pretty hard to do. So I want to suggest to you a framework for managing innovation the right way. Panel number 3 made a very good point that training and learning and all that is all well and good. But frankly, without a process change and without governance change, it might just be a waste of time for your employees. You know, a nice check mark, you send them off to SPJMR to attend something or the other. What happened after that? And so what I'd like to do today is actually present a framework to you around innovation that I think can form the basis of a good training approach, but can also form the basis of a good process and governance implementation approach post-training. So that's essentially what I'll try and do. So think in your mind about a group of key innovators. Perhaps there are 20, 30, 40 innovation champions you have within your organization that you're counting on to make the changes that are required within your organization. Think about bringing them in for a training session and then sending them back out over a period of 6 months, 9 months in order to implement some of the kinds of concepts that we'll talk about today. So innovation is a cheap word. It's become like a cheap suit. Everybody uses it, but it means a very specific thing. Innovation is about figuring out that we have a situation here. We want to move to a situation there. And we basically want to transition to that particular situation, right? There has to be a desire for change that propels innovation. Another aspect of innovation, because it gets tossed around very, very cheaply, as I might say, is that it has to be something fundamentally new. And this could be something fundamentally new by way of your product, your service, your process, your policies, the way you go about your business model, any of that. There has to be a certain amount of newness or novelty. That's the nov in innovation, right? That's where that comes from. The second part of innovation is that it has to do something useful. And ideally, an innovative solution is something that is newer and more useful than the things that have come before it. But there is a danger with innovation and novelty in particular. And that's the reason you basically move to, you move to something called wise innovation, right? So what is wise innovation? So I'm going to talk a little bit about wise innovation, but let's first take a look at what typically is an innovation model. So if you had an innovation model that you were implementing within your organization, something that you trained your people on, something that they were able to take back as a process implementation and a governance implementation. By the way, the reason I talk about these in this fashion is prior to becoming Dean at SPJMR, my last 30 years were that as a management consulting partner and as a CEO of multiple companies. So to me, learning is of no value unless it gets implemented. So let's just talk about how you might actually have a learning framework that actually can get implemented. There are really three parts to innovation if it comes down to it. Innovation consists of some outcomes that you're seeking. Innovation consists of processes or practices that you're implementing in order to achieve those outcomes. And all of innovation is guided by a set of mindsets or orientation that you bring to the game. Because the wrong mindset with the right process is probably not going to result in the right outcome. So very simple. There really are just three big buckets that you can take all of innovation and slap it into. Now, what is wise innovation, right? I'm not just going to propose innovation for the sake of innovation. I'm going to say there is a good kind of innovation you should shoot for. And wise innovation is basically intentional innovation that meets two criteria. One, it's done for the right reason. I think we're in a world now with ESG, with the triple bottom line, with the idea of sustainable development and a sustainable society where we need to be looking to do innovation for the right reason and the right outcomes. And there is a right way to do innovation and there's a wrong way to do innovation in my black and white view of the world. So wise innovation is really about doing innovation right. And so again, what you're really looking at, outcomes for the right reason and processes and mindsets done the right way. Okay, that's essentially what we'll look for. I have 3 more slides. I'll just walk you through sort of the elements of each, and perhaps you can reflect on how this can form the basis of a training session for you folks that can then go back and be implemented. So the 3 boxes, right? On the innovation side, what would a training session and a process and a governance issue look like? Basically, within your organization, you're creating solutions to achieve a certain amount of impact, right? That's the outcome that you're seeking. Solutions have a different amount of utility from low to high. Solutions have the ability to be new from low to high. Looking at your portfolio of innovation. So if you had a training group come in of 30, 40 innovation champions, probably the first thing we'll put them through is mapping out what your innovation portfolio looks like. Where on that map are you currently in terms of the utility and the novelty of the solutions you have? And why is that important? Because the more novel your solutions, the likelihood is that your impact can very well be unintended. Sometimes the more novel solution can have wonderfully intended impacts, but more often than not, if you look at novelty of innovation, whether it's Oppenheimer and the atom bomb, or whether it's ChatGPT, and I'm not talking about using it in HR, I'm talking about ChatGPT and how it could potentially, destroy the modern world as we know it, unless it is corralled in the right fashion. Novelty has risks. So understanding the intended and unintended consequences of new things you're doing, new policies carry risk with them. So the more novel you are, the more time you need to spend on thinking through what the unintended consequences of something might be. This whole notion of can you basically pursue profit and prosperity, people and planet at the same time? Can the triple bottom line actually be attained? And innovation by innovation, you will find tensions in there. Somebody needs to grapple with it. They just don't go away. So the workshop and then the process and governance deals with the fact that these are the kinds of tensions that you actually find when you look at the impact that new kinds of solutions create. So the way one would actually do it in practice is to bring a session in or to bring a group in, walk through a capstone-ish kind of an approach, a workshop approach, lay out your innovation portfolio, figure out what the possible consequences are, figure out what the tensions in trying to achieve the short term and long term and the triple P balance equation, what that leads to. Now, this would be the crux of the processes or practices. What do people need to know? And it is not new technologies. In my opinion, you can skill yourself on AI and ML and leadership and so forth at many, many places. The key is there a systemic approach towards putting things together that propels the innovation process? And some of these are terms you've seen for sure, right? Design thinking is one that you're probably looking at. But these things done in isolation, in my opinion, are actually quite dangerous because each of these, while well-intentioned and good, has a great number of positives, but also has flaws that can only be addressed by bringing in other complementary pieces. So doing design thinking in isolation, because it's a trendy thing, absolutely, it gets you solutions with a human purpose, but most design thinking projects fail. 80% of design thinking projects fail because they do not take into account the systemic implications of implementation. They do not take into account that just because you can satisfy one human being's or one target's needs really, really well, that is going to work. Because for something to work requires 7, 8, 9 other affected parties and constituents to actually see benefits as well. What delivers that? Systems thinking does that. And very few companies actually implement systems thinking, where you sit back, look at the causal loop diagrams, you look to see what the impact of these wonderfully intentioned solutions might be. And so there are multiple aspects to putting an innovation process together that your innovation champions should be aware of, that need to go back into process and governance. Responsible innovation, in fact, is all about governance. Not even worth doing it unless your senior management is committed to changing the way they do their quarterly business review process, as an example. Where within the monthly cadence of management and the quarterly cadence of management, all the way to the board, are there opportunities to discuss whether your innovation portfolio is good, whether your innovation practices are wise, and so forth. So this would be the kind of an integrated pluralist approach that I believe an innovation system should contain, that I think is worth your while as CHROs to figure out how do you basically get your innovation champions trained in this, and how do you potentially get buy-in from your leaders, because none of this will actually work in practice unless there is the right kind of support. Now, all that is good, but mindsets are what drives it. The entrepreneurial mindset is one you have to cultivate in your organization. Doesn't matter that you're not currently entrepreneurs yourself, or the company is maybe mature, but that entrepreneurial mindset is like testosterone that basically drives innovation. There is no speed, there is no innovation without this kind of testosterone. But we also know that too much testosterone can cause cancer, right? So the testosterone needs to be somewhat balanced here. And that's where the wisdom mindset that we at SPJMR have been actually promoting a lot and thinking about for about 40 years balances that entrepreneurial mindset. This might take a let's run like hell for, to get to the goal. This one talks about taking pause and being mindful about the reasons why we're doing it. An entrepreneurial mindset might be very selfishly driven, and that's perfectly fine. We need that. But a wisdom mindset looks at a broader benefit to society and a broader compassionate view of the world. And these are in tension with each other, and you'll see that word a lot, tension. These are in tension with each other. This is a paradox, and that's the reason most recent research shows that the most successful, most important mindset in corporations really ought to be what's called the paradoxical mindset. A paradoxical mindset basically denotes a person who looks at living in a world where these two realities are absolutely the opposite of each other. But instead of freaking out, instead of getting all psyched out about it, embraces it and says, I'm excited and energized by the fact that I have to somehow make these two things match, and they're the exact opposite of each other. And we see that in life all the time. Do more, but with less resources, right? That would be a paradox. So the whole idea is that our entire lives are ruled by paradoxes. We can run away from it, or we can learn how to embrace it. So learning the paradoxical mindset, in addition to trying to develop these two mindsets, is, I think, an exercise well worth it for CHROs to basically undertake. Now with that, 10 minutes, didn't promise you I'd get you to lunch. So that's what I'd ask you to reflect on. I'd ask you to reflect on the fact that besides the usual talk about upskilling and getting people on the right path and the Gen Zs and what they want and giving people purpose and so forth, all that is true. But I think there is no progress without innovation. And innovation, frankly, can be a dangerous, hard to corral tiger. It's like riding a tiger without a certain level of wisdom that comes on it. And that wisdom, innovation, or wise innovation is that three-part framework that I'd suggest to you is a good way of sort of structuring your training, but also that lends itself well to implementation, which is really, I think, what we all see. All right. Thank you very much, guys. Let's enjoy lunch.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. It's 1:35, 2:05 we meet back. Lunch is served at the back in this very hall. Please enjoy, and we shall see you in the next session. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We request you to please take your seats. We'll start in the next few minutes. For all our friends enjoying the deserts, please do so. A few more minutes and then we shall start. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. For all our friends at the back, may we please ask you to settle down. Shweta, can you just ask the Okay, first questions first. Everybody had lunch? Everybody had lunch? Lovely, I love the thumbs up. Okay, for our next panel discussion on HR evolution in India, contributing to national growth. Please join me in welcoming our panelists for the same. Mr. Yuvraj Srivastava, Group Chief Human Resource Officer, Make My Trip. Mr. Ashish Chaturaj, Chief of People Functions, PayU India Entities. Mr. S. Ramkumar, Executive VP and Head, Railways Strategic Business Group, L&T Limited. Ms. Indrani Chatterjee, Group Chief People Officer, All Cargo Group. Mr. Gautam Saraf, CHRO Ferns and Petals Private Limited. And this session will be chaired by Dr. D. Prasant Nair, CHRO Crompton Greaves Consumer Electricals Limited. Let's please welcome them, ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause. You've just had lunch, you have to get louder, not lesser than what you were or where we were. Thank you.
Slightly more. Good afternoon. That's better. Please stand up. No, you have to put the- Please stand up. Colleague, your place will be good. So if you did me a big favor, please stand up. However, colleague has told me that my session was actually. Okay, so let's move one step right. One step left. Move one step forward. One step back. Okay, now you can sit down. So file and up and place. Please sit down. Good. Welcome to the panel. One, when you're number two, when you're not called. One, second, I think. Next one. But let's talk about India first. Why the Indian economy? By multiple global factors. What are the key factors, if you ask me? One is world. You know, the power equation. World needs India to be much. Number two, rate of technology. And then it's factors, what it does is create the function and the opportunity. Not exist or did not exist. At a micro level, at an organization level, and at a macro level, at a system level. I find it something So, bit of a challenging environment, but great opportunity. And it is in this context that I would like to ask my panel members to reflect upon how can HR contribute
Mr. Prashant, from that side, let's start from.
I think
think, thank you, Business World people. Thanks to organizing committee for inviting to this interesting conversation. Shan, great to have you here. Return to at 11 o'clock. To answer your questions. Great to see you. If I look at HR and whenever I think of how HR is contributing to the business and economy and the country overall, I think it's important to get some historical perspective how things have been in the country when it comes to HR. And before I talk about that, it's important to leave this value. Unless HR moves along with the time, it will not be able to contribute to the forget about country, even to the economy or to the organization which it's trying to support. If you look at the overall way things have been, go to pre-independence when we talk about this. Our earliest statute and legislations came in 1890 or 1890 or something like that. 1900, early 1900 something else came in. Post-independence, you had the Thora of labor law which got enacted by the independent India. And how the concepts? What were they aiming for? They were aiming for the context of that time. Look at all the legislations and the way HR was evolving. It was more to look at master-servant relationship, which was at that point of time very, very prevalent. And it was all aimed to ensure that operation of the people who are working, operation or other contribution of people working for the organizations, if they are not heard, how can they really be protected? And that is how the whole legislations and statutes started coming in. This all continued for long, long time, 1970, 1980, when we also saw education on the other side really getting improved, wherein the IMs came in and the management education in the country started doing well. We also saw the 80s saw a whole lot of focus on manufacturing in the country, and that resulted into trade unionism and trade activities across the country, because I think that is how the HR at that point of time was thought. And everybody, like many senior folks, will still talk about labor laws, and they say that people who have not done the shop floor HR will not be a successful HR professional in the future, because the mindset which comes from is the context of 80s, early 80s. 90s, you come with a liberalization driven by Narasimha Rao and Manmohan Singh, and that's the time when you start seeing the best practices coming from the multinationals in the country. And that's the time the discussions around diversity and inclusion, discussions around environment protection, discussion about social impact, doing things beyond your area of work started happening. And now when we look at, I think when you have three areas seriously impacted. One, regulations in the government's policy around industrialization and the economy. Second, focus on education, wherein earlier there used to be 10 or 15 management campuses. Now you have management campuses which are across the country. There will be around 3,000. In Delhi NCR itself, there will be 100 management institutions imparting education. And third, also the generation. If you look at that troika of government, education, generation, I think all these three are important elements of how HR is supposed to be looked at by the professional like us. Going back again, just as a brief, from the time of family-run businesses, wherein the loyalty and long-term working of the individuals was supposed to be the hallmark, to the current situation when you are looking at people attracting within 1 year, 1.5 years, and organizations talking about meritocracy as a part of their overall philosophy of managing talent. We have traveled a lot. And when we have traveled a lot, only one thing remains common as a thread, is that HR in the country has tried to keep pace with the development across all the sectors. What needs to be done in future going forward is something what we can further discuss. But I think that this is how the evolution has happened. And moot point is that unless we are in tune with the reality and the context of the country and the organization, we won't be able to really create an impact. That's what I'll say in the initial phase.
Thank you, Raj. I think it's very relevant and HR has tried to keep pace with what's happening. So that leads to the next question. So, you know, seeing it. Please also enlighten us from for you and me, when we started college some years back, we want offer the increase of this generation. Positive, negative, that's
I think very interesting. I think first of all, thank you. I Prashant, to me, very I go back to my textbook and this talks about the fund. That's and what just you got, how India evolved over the years. Having a what a great made now. Everyone has accomplish things which they require. When we all started, we started with very big. So today, most of the families are able to meet them very, because they are doing their work, right? I know for the fact that if I have passed out from the college and whoever I know, everyone is doing well. And that's the common scenario. And if you look at the society, all those things are really well. And that's what the kid goes to do. Okay, they don't have like what makes me that's where they're we realize that parents are okay. That's something as an parent or as a society, we have accepted that as a fact. So it's no more where any today Gen Z or Gen Alpha, Beta, whoever people are gonna be coming, okay, they're gonna be worrying about what role and what job they're going to do. Their entire focus is that will that make them happy, excited in terms of what they are doing. And again, that's what for me, that's what it really is. I think if we continue to look at the future of work, where work is already started. It work, consulting work, the way we have started called and accepted as an HR, how we have accepted that there is a break in the career. We have reformed our policies, processes, and then we are allowing individuals to take the back. Or anything or entrepreneurs trend, whatever it is, right? I think that's how things are getting evolved, and rightly said by Yuvraj that we have evolved, and yes, the success would be that how we continue to predict and adapt new future and looking to a future. I think that will define the success. Okay, and as an HR, we are not anymore a transactional role. I think as an HR, how can we continue to add value to the business? I think that will gonna decide the success of the economy and the organization across. Yeah, so that's from my side.
Interesting. Thank you. And, you know, I just wanted to, today morning when I was coming, I read this newspaper report that TCS, which said that 75% of the people will be working from home. During COVID, that was a statement. Today actually has called back the people and say that you need to start working from office 5 days. So sometimes I think that, you know, organizations have this tendency to go back into this mode of stability. Okay. We are constantly seeking stable organizations. We are constantly seeking practices which are tested and proved. Okay. So, but tomorrow's organization need to be anti-fragile. And for creating organizations which are anti-fragile, you need flexible policies. You need changes in the way organization is designed. What's your response to that? Sorry, I'm.
No, I think absolutely right. I think more of us. So first of all, we all have to accept that's the reality. Okay, and I think as an HR leaders, I think a lot of times we find it difficult with the set mindset. Okay, not just one person or 2%. It's the overall how we would like to operate in a closed environment or probably closed mindset. I would say it's the way we have traditionally operated. Okay, I think it's an evolution which is happening. I think technology is really helping us. I think for me, I think the way technology has made possible in terms of managing resources, building connect, and at the same time driving productivity, organization also seeing a lot of benefits around it. Okay, let's take an example of COVID, right? We all have been forced to move into a remote work culture, right? None of the organization were actually doing completely doing remote sessions or video calls around that. That all started again, okay, and that still continued, okay, and that's still continuing. A lot of works and a lot of partners, vendors are doing those meetings again through continuing those meetings through virtually, right? I think there has been a change.
So needle has moved. That's
yeah.
nice.
So
Thanks. So sorry for pushing you a bit on that. Great. So let me come to the third question, and and this is for Ram Kumar. There is an India which is beyond organizations, right? Okay. And the question is, and as a company, I know that your company has an enormous work on the social aspects. And how do you balance the business outcome with the social objectives, really? How does it make it? It's not just a good to do thing. How do you make it intrinsic part of the organization? You could share some experience as well.
See, I'm totally from an engineering industry. So been for the past, say, 4 decades, I'm there in the same company. So I've been born and brought up in the industry. Very interesting question what you have asked, Prashant, really. So it's really, for us, we have different divisions and different groups in Larsen & Toubro. So it's very, very important for us to change with the times. It's an extremely important aspect for us to change with the times. From the times we have seen HR has been only doing policies and procedures for our company, large company, so much of groups, a lot of people, so many divisions, so many comparisons will keep coming. So we have all seen many issues of the organizations talking about entrepreneurial mindset. So it was very interesting when I was also telling the Dean of SP Jain today that we have all heard about entrepreneurial mindset, but you are talking about a wise mindset today. So we have been talking about all those issues because Larsen & Toubro is one company which has been, it's like a barometer of India's infrastructure. So as and when the India's globalization took place, as Yuvraj told, in fact, the maximum demand pace was with a company like ours because we outpace with ourselves. That's how we have so much of demand. So it has been really an interesting phase for us from 90s to 2000 when the IT wave took over. So when most of the people, engineering colleges were joining IT, we were finding it difficult to attract the talent to engineering industry like ours. So what happened? That is the time actually the real transformation took place for all of us, also realizing that engineers are not up for grabs for a company like L&T. So we had to dig deep. Then we had to venture into many of the deep inside places. That is when we started learning a lot of social values associated with it, actually, really speaking. So the 2000s actually really saw a transformation for all of our leaders like us, wherein we were assumed to have that we are going to have people. We are not going to have an issue on that. Then the IT wave came. Then again, it came back when there was a recession in the IT. Then we started again having another feeling that, okay, now we are okay. Now we are getting back a lot of people at our own pace, at our own demand, we can get through. Then again came a huge change in the infrastructure, a leap in India. A lot of technologies have started coming in. So when a lot of technologies started coming in, our collaborations with the international people have started rising. So today, if you see in the last 10 years, the amount of technical collaborations and technology collaborations where we have engaged with is completely, totally enormous. You can say around 50% of our revenues now today come from international arena when compared to domestic. And you can see so much of changes. The way how the railway industry has changed also in the last 10 years, you can say, how much of metros have moved again. So wherever we go in, whichever place we set our foot, a lot of social theme has come in. So we are all talking about only CSR, if you see in the last decade, but the present decade talks about ESG. So the total, our complete, our sustainability report also talks about ESG. Our annual report now today talks with reference to ESG only. So a lot of emphasis is being happening on mostly on these models rather than on the business models. Today, that's why the whole game has changed for us. If you see the intake of people, what we take has also changed. Because of this particular reason, 1/3 of our engineering trainees, what we have taken is all women. So we attach so much of importance to all these issues today in the modern moving world, moving from an economic model to moving to an ESG model. So I think that's my answer. What I would like to say to your question.
In fact, I'll just add to that, the funds, when they invest, there's a 20% index on companies which are practicing ESG practice. So there's a 20% more they will invest if they find that the company is actually adopting ESG norms. Fantastic. Okay, so that brings me to the next question, and which is to Indrani. Thank you, Indrani, for being part of the panel. And my question is that you're part of a large company like All Cargo. How do you decide the practices in HR? Do you adopt the best practices? How do you identify the best practices? Or do you create practices which are relevant in Indian context?
Thank you, Prashant, for this question. And it is just like a very easy thing for me to answer. But before that, I think I would like to thank Business World for having us here. But I would also like to thank the lovely audience. It's a weekend, Saturday, full day you are here, and that too a long weekend. Really, it required a lot of effort for all of you to come here and listen to us. So thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. Coming to your question, I think you set the tone very correctly when you said that India very soon is going to become the 3rd largest economy, etc., etc. And I was going through some numbers. I was amazed to see that almost every fifth Indian, every fifth person in the world is an Indian from a population point of view. So I think we have everything that would make us great again. And I don't see any reason why we should not be topping the charts very soon. 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. I'm not putting any marks or any years there, but I think it is very much possible. Because you have asked me about the question about how do I set my practices, whether I adopt global practices. The answer is yes and no, because my organization is spread across 150 countries, around 300 offices. I have all the regional offices across the globe. So it is very important for me to have processes and practices which is actually adopted and accepted by the whole world. And hence it is important that I set the practices or I set the policies in such a manner that it is not only accepted by each region, but also generations, because we are also a multi-generational workforce. And where we have the Gen Zs and we have the baby boomers, we have people who have retired and stayed with us as a retainers. And hence it is important for me to attract, retain, and engage them. But before I go there, I think one thing that is very important for us is to have the credibility of the human resource department, because that's what we are also discussing, that as a human resource department, how do we contribute to the national economy and the national growth? But my thoughts on that is little bit different. I feel that it is too much on the human resource department to have this responsibility thrusted on the human resource department to contribute to the national economy only, because I feel human resource responsibility is for everybody. You cannot have just one department responsible for the entire organization's growth. It is just like if your child is having a problem, you don't go to your neighbor and say, hey, my daughter is not studying, can you help? If my child is not working, I will be sitting with my child and try to understand what is it that needs to be done to engage her and develop. And hence, I might be making a very, very controversial statement, but Professor said about the paradoxical mindset, and my paradoxical mindset is actually pushing me to ask this question to this group, that is HR very different from the rest of the organization? And is it really necessary to make HR only responsible for the growth, the retention and the attraction, development, etc., that too for the national economy? Is it not too big an ask for an HR? Don't you think the CEOs and the IT professionals and the finance professionals, the marketing professionals, everybody should come together for the growth? Because at the end of the day, it's your team. The processes and the practices that are designed by HR, if the HR is not having a sit at the board, or if the HR is not working closely with the CEO and the business, then they will be designing some processes and practices which would be completely from the ivory tower and might not have any correlation with whatsoever is happening on the real ground. So my answer is to your thing is that I'm not telling that HR should be dissolved, but I am definitely telling that HR should be totally in sync with business and design the processes and practices, whether it is for the national practice or at a global practice. It has to have the sync and the buy-in of all the stakeholders, the CXOs, and even all the generations. I might be designing something for the top level CXOs and might be ignoring the Gen Zs. What will happen? It will not work.
So my quick response to that is that it's a great opportunity for HR people, and HR should get dissolved if it is called human resources. The moment we term it as human possibilities, I think HR has got a huge possibility.
How about human capital? That totally changes the perspective from a resource to a capital.
We will debate. We'll have the debate later. That's also very interesting. But okay, in interest of time, I'll go to the next question.
Sure.
Because, yeah, but interesting. Good. Thank you, Indrani. I come to Ashish, and my question is actually taking forward from what she said. How do you, one of the elements of building credibility of HR function is to ensure or enhance or enable collaboration across the organization. And also think about when you're talking about Indian multinationals, how do you define the culture for both? What should be the culture? Should it be an Indian culture? Should it be an organizational culture? What should prevail and what should be less dominant?
Thank you. Good question. So before that, I'll start by first of all thanking Business World. When I saw this topic, it really caught my fancy because it really changes the paradigm of HR. It brings HR to like building nation, building something more than just what HR is perhaps generally was known for. So thanks Business World for that. Ideally, if you would have looked 5 years before, a nation building discussion would generally be done by bureaucrats or CEOs. But this is a good change to see HR actually getting into that conversation. Where I'll take the leeway to the second question, Prashant. And so coming to your question, I was actually with my son yesterday, and he said, "Hey, Papa, आप करते क्या हो? मतलब आप ऑफिस जाते हो, आते हो, 14-15 घंटा you are busy, but what do you actually do?" And it was actually a thought-provoking thing to actually explain that what do you do which actually makes a difference to the business or to the output that you bring. I'll just take a step back, which had always had a profound experience, at least a profound impact on me, was when I, from my college, joined Shaw Wallace. So there's a liquor company. or the first day I still remember. So I thought I'm an HR management trainee, so I'll be posted in one of the HR offices, policies, likhunga, banaunga. So I went there and my CHRO said, yaar, aap logo ko for next 2 months, you have to go to the field and start selling. And few of us were zapped, boss, what is this? We never thought we have to do this. But that 2 months of experience when you were actually selling those liquor bottles going around the city, change your perspective about how and why understanding business is most critical for HR. Because till you don't understand what the first guy on the floor does, you will never be able to create value. Second, you will never be able to drive value when you sit with your CEOs. So coming to this, the other part, right, Prashant, I mean, literally, if you look at everyday India is really changing, every facet of it. The way we behave, the way we consume, the way we spend, the way our societal norms, everything has changed rapidly and will perhaps change even more rapidly with maybe a 1 billion middle class population by 2040. That will predominantly change everything the way we do today. And HR or any other function will not be secluded from that. So what really makes sense is when you start creating your culture today, you create a culture for future, you create a culture for tomorrow, which is actually looking and understanding what will change tomorrow. So what will change tomorrow is maybe your 100% of workforce will not be FTs. You will have a workforce which could be 50% FTs, 25% contractors, gig workers. If you have that, what kind of employment contracts make sense? Will people really buy in for long years of work? I don't know. People may not buy in for long years of work. They might work for a purpose of the work that they sign in. So how do you really define the purpose of your organization becomes super, super important.
Very good.
The third important part is what will the next generation look at? I mean, Gautam was talking about it. They will no longer look at things from the mentality of scarcity, right? Like we were when perhaps going in, India was scarce. I mean, getting a job was difficult. I thought I'm lucky कि मुझे नौकरी मिल गई, right? So I mean, many of us were like that landing a job was like the biggest event, but that no longer is. And they look at experience and certain things are super important to them. That what are you doing for environment? Is your organization really creates a culture of respect, inclusivity? Does it create that culture where people are able to speak without being hierarchical? Those things will become very, very important because no longer will money be the only driver. Other important thing that will come in is that how do you help the employee enjoy every facet of life? The well-being no longer just being a textbook well-being of not 5 or 2 days a work week kind of a thing, but how do you build in well-being in everyday work, right? That how do people ensure that they enjoy their work? How they ensure the creative juices are highest when they're working? That's, I think, to me, will create the new India, the proud India, and a great India.
Fantastic point. Where is Riti? If you can give me 3 minutes more, then I could take a question. 3 minutes more? Any question from the audience? No question? Yeah, please. Just introduce yourself and you can ask.
My question is to the government and the said that it should be renamed as a human capital because that is most relevant when we work together with the clients. Almost everything is depending upon the numbers, ROI and metrics. Can you elaborate more on the human capital?
Thank you. So you definitely touched the softest chord. I strongly feel that using the word capital gives a lot of weightage to the whole gamut of the population that we deal with. It is just not the resource that we utilize, but a capital that we invest. The moment we start shifting the mindset from an utilization to an investment, I think everything would change. And that's why I recommended the term human capital, because then the investment in people would not be taken as a cost. Investment in people would be taken as investment. And then we are investing for the future growth. whether it is through training, whether it is through secondments, whether it is through any other form of upskilling. It is an investment. Like a businessman invests in its business, we are investing in our human capital for future gains.
Thank you. Yeah, one more question, additional 2 minutes. Yeah.
It is said,
Just introduce yourself.
okay, my name is Siddharth. I'm a part of an organization called as R1 RCM. It is said, or I should say that it is universally accepted that HR does not contribute anything to the bottom line. It is accepted, so there's no point in that. But that is not right. This is despite HR providing strategic partnership in terms of attracting and retaining the talent. How is it that we can change this perception?
Anyone wants to take it?
I can take it because I
you-
trusted,
you
but I
finish
will
one
not do it. But you will do it.
Yuvraj.
So your question is that how HR can change this perception?
Oh, it's fine.
So I think that first point is that HR should not really be very timid about its own contribution. I think we all sitting in this room and even beyond this room are responsible for that. I think that we are always on the back foot when we are talking about HR investments and the way HR should operate. So that's the first thing to do. Second is, I think HR should think of really breaking away from the past. And when I'm saying that, what I mean is that do you have a capability of unbuilding HR of the past and bring in newer things? I'll give you some examples. While we continue to look at as a progressive HR, but have we been able to really get out of the processes which are completely ancient? I personally believe in my organization, I don't have a wherein you can take leave whenever you want, let your manager approve that. I'm not holding you for 24 days, 30 days, or 18 days and all. Are you looking at the processes like, say, notice period? Are you looking at the processes which are telling people to come at 9 and leave at 6? You are holding yourself still to the process of monitoring, review, and ensuring that people come and work like slaves. Can you really move out of it? That is one thing. If you do it, people will see that you are contributing. When people are going to the field to work, you still have technology to track how many hours people have worked, have they really delivered or not. Can you really move away from the lag indicators to leading indicators and see that people are doing their job well or not? That is point number one. Second is, I think as an HR professionals, we again should not only be inward looking, we should think of HR forces also contributing beyond their work outside the organization. Every organization, if a senior guy has to really go and maybe be a part of any forums or the conversations, or the youngsters say that I need to be a part of some social impact project. Is it culturally driven and accepted, or still people have to be really very, very diffident in terms of asking these things? The moment we open our approach towards HR policies, processes, move away from the past, come to the present, be far more flexible. Whenever I take a decision in my organization, I keep this fact in my mind that I need to be flexible. I need to be flexible. I need to be in context. I need to be in context. I should not be really prisoner to the books and the text and the past. If you do it, people see value. If you don't do this, perhaps people will continue to consider you as somebody who is trying to be a monitor in the class. That's how it should be.
Thank you, Raj. In the interest of time, I think I'll just summarize. I'll take 2 minutes more to summarize this discussion. Excellent discussion. I think one of the things, answering your question, to take it forward from, HR should make sure that we focus on the purpose of the organization, the objectives of the organization, rather than on the means. Very often, we tend to focus on the means and policies and things like that, rather than on the larger purpose. I think that's a paradigm shift that we need to bring in. At a larger level, at a topic of evolution of India, I think there are 3 I's, I. Now, I'm also talking about dot. So I. There are 3 things that we need to do in India. One, we need to create innovation at scale. And DPG, digital public good, is a classic example of how innovation can be created at scale. The second I stands for identity. Can we enhance the national identity and give room for individual identity? So identity is another I that the HR folks should focus on. And third is, how do we create impact? Impact at the global level. And that's where the Indian multinational, the concept of Indian multinational, what's the form and color of the Indian multinational comes in. So, the 3 I's to me are very critical tools, 3, cornerstones of how HR can move from this level to the next. I'll end by saying that there's a great opportunity. There's a great opportunity in front of each one of us individually, collectively, and as a society. And let me, recall a sloka from Bhagavad Gita, which says, Yadida Chiratri Sreshta Straddhateva Tiro Jana Sayat Pramanam Kurte Lokas Tad Anvartate, which means the leaders are those who take the path which others don't follow. So we have a great opportunity. All of us can take that route and make sure that HR contributes to the evolution of India and make India the second largest economy in the world by 2047. Thank you. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. Thank you so much, Dr. Nair, for moderating that. It was very last minute that he was asked in to moderate this one. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And now from its evolution, we move towards capacity building. Our next panel, it's on HR capacity building, building future-ready HR capabilities. And please join me in welcoming our panelists for this next session. Ms. Priyanka Gulati, Partner, Human Capital Consulting, Grant Thornton, Bharat. Mr. Prashant Kullar, Chief Human Resources Officer, Ecom Express Limited. Mr. Rakesh Prasad, AVP, HR, IFS Indigo, Interglobe Aviation Limited. Mr. Agnivesh Thakur, Director, Deloitte. And this session will be chaired by Dr. Amit Sareen, Dean, Academics, IMT, Ghaziabad. Let's please welcome all of them together.
Good afternoon, everyone. We meet now as in the post-lunch session. So very interesting previous discussion on HR's contribution towards nation building. HR, in terms of capacity building, I think it's a very, very important and relevant area. I worked myself in TCS for almost 15 plus years. And this is one possibly Indian multinational company which set the tone for capacity building, not just as for the individual company, but almost started an industry on its own, So many of the TCS people went outside, they joined other companies, Wipro, Infosys, etc. And the entire industry went across, And the models for recruitment, models for training, models for learning and development, all that happened, And that is the power of capacity building, I would say. And we have a very, very great panel with us. And many aspects of capacity building we want to ask. So I'll ask first, go on the question of personalization. So the question is how personalization is increasingly becoming important in HR, and how can organizations employ personalized HR approaches to cater to the unique needs and aspirations of employees. So I'll maybe request Ms. Priyanka ji to continue, please.
Thank you, Doctor. Firstly, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you to Business World for having us here. And good afternoon to all my lovely panelists sitting here. We are a small audience, so hence we can take the privilege of engaging a little much more. So first, before answering the question on personalization, let me go back to history of HR and say, was there no personalization earlier? Let me just ask the audience, yes, no, maybe? Guys, it's after lunch, I know, but do you think there was personalization earlier? Yes. It's just that the scale has increased so much more that personalization became difficult in the mid-era. And now with technology, etc., personalization is possible. But let's go to the fundamental question of why personalization is required. I mean, why do we need personalization? We spoke in the other panels as well that the workforce today is looking for not just salary being a very important component, but not just salary. It is looking, as we call, vibe, which is that can we make visible our work? You know, everybody's looking for visibility, not just in social media, but in terms of their work as well. So vibe, V for visibility, I for impact of work. You know, today, even an intern who joins in wants to make sure that whatever they're doing is impactful itself. B for balance. We're all looking for balance in life, whether be at work, whether be it professional, whether be learning capabilities and other things. And E for entrepreneurship mindset in terms of having that freedom to do what we want to do. So with that vibe, you need that personalization also to find out what is it that employees really want. For example, when you had lunch, it was not just one Indian meal which was served. There were various other options as well. So can we as HR provide that buffet of services, provided we know what they want? So hence the technology can help us to find out what exactly employees are looking for. So the second part of my question, I'll come to how personalization and the uses of personalization from recruitment to onboarding. But I think the biggest use case that at least I have seen, and we've worked with various clients, is around learning. Because everybody's learning path or the persona is going to be very different. And therefore, can we have different kind of learning paths for different people? Can we have different outcomes for them while they are learning itself? And therefore, can the career progression, we're working with a client where we are working on career paths or career outcomes of different people, how one doesn't want to be in sales, or somebody wants to be more technical, or somebody wants to be more in a directorship role. Now, how can you create these three different paths using personalization is another big use case. I'll come to my personal example. I'm an avid national level bridge player. Technology helps me. It actually becomes the Jambavan. Any of you heard of Jambavan, the Ramayana story? Thank you. The Ramayana story where, you know, the wise bear was able to tell Hanuman that you have superpowers to change your size, to do things you've never thought of doing. So can we reach personalization to that level where it's not that people are asking for it? We can even tell them about their blind spots, about things that they didn't know existed. So those superpowers, if we can tell as HR to people, whether be it in segments or whether it be individuals, I think the role would have reached much more than what we've ever imagined. So that's the kind of personalization that I think technology can enable. There, I can talk about a lot more use cases, but I'll hand it over to the other panel members to talk about. But as I said, it's the entire employee journey from onboarding, recruitment to actual exit where personalization can be used. More importantly, we need to know why we want to use it. So the strategy of it. Do we have process to sustain it? Thirdly, do we have governance to measure everything around it? And fourthly, the technology. So 4 pieces that we need even before enabling personalization is extremely important. Thank you.
So what I also feel is that in many of the times, one size fits all strategies possibly may not work because every individual may have their different talent needs, and increasingly with the adoption of technology, one can develop personalized solutions. Mr. Prashant, you would like to give any comments?
I think very interesting points, Priyanka, that you made. I love the Jamwan story. I think all I can add over here is, first of all, doesn't it seem nice to be in this really nice fancy hotel, the Imperial, Janpat Lane? Well, I get goosebumps every time I, get into a hotel because 21 years with hospitality industry. And that's the example, let me quote to all of you. Hotel industry is all about personalization. I'm not with the hotel industry anymore, but it's all about personalization, all about customization because every need is different. But going a little beyond that, if you notice, if you walk down the corridor of this hotel or any luxury hotel in the city, there are people coming to you. All right. If you're standing in the lobby alone, confused, somebody is going to come to you and say, can I help you? May I be of any assistance? And I think in a way, that's something all of us can really learn from for our employees. We talk about personalization, we talk about customization. More importantly, I think what I've been hearing for the last so many years is now the experience part of it. That, from satisfaction to engagement to employee experience, everyone has a different need. Somebody needs personalization. Somebody just says, leave me alone. I'll come to you when I need help. On that point, I think all I can say is that the biggest service we can do from a personalization point of view is help each of our employees, irrespective of their level, irrespective of the hierarchy in the system, is how their work contributes to the purpose of the company. I still feel we don't do that enough. If we could, as leaders, and not just HR, business together, help each person understand that if you stop doing what you're doing today, we'd not be the company we are. And that's important, where everybody feels that this is the contribution I make to the purpose of my company. And that for me is personalization, that am I connected through my work? And then, of course, all the tools that come in to help me on that journey.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Rakesh, you'd like to comment?
Yeah, I think I'm audible now. So the question here is that what is it that companies can do to personalize, the approach towards the employee engagement? One of the things that I remember that there's an app called Elsa app, and Elsa app is where people get hooked onto to improve their English language communication skills. And especially in the context of aviation, for the people who are at the entry level, there are two languages that are required for them to be at least proficient on. One is English and the other is Hindi, and Hindi generally we speak. So in English, we have seen this is right on the ground that people benefit from these kind of apps, because these apps recently that have come in, I don't know how old is Elsa, but post-COVID, we have seen most of these applications coming in. And these have truly helped personalize, the interventions of the organization, especially in the space of skilling. And, I saw it's a wonderful app. And, you get yourself diagnosed at which level you stand. Then the app will tell you that, okay, which level you need to go to. Then there will be some questions. Then there will be some homework. And then you come back and then you, complete your final assessment. So what is happening, these kind of technology, the personalization is very, very intensified and is actually helping people, because people do not want to get into the classes right now. I am telling you what I have heard from the folks who are on ground, that they like and they enjoy these kind of, opportunities if given by the organization. In terms of skilling, this was one of the apps that I said. I also spoke to a company that is based out of Australia, and they have a wonderful application where, the entire skilling journey can be taking place, and you can either customize it or you can have it as per the recommendations of that organization. And it's a beautiful one. And we tried to give it to some of our employees as a test, and they truly thoroughly enjoyed it. So I think when people, especially in the aviation industry, when they're working at their own space, for the cabin crew who are working up in the air, they need their own time, their leisure time to go ahead and take up these opportunities. And I think that really works well. The second thing, I think, one is learning. Of course, this is what I said in terms of the apps that are there in the market. The second thing is health and wellness. I think after COVID, people have realized that they've spent a lot of money reactively after they became unwell. And now they know that we need to proactively take care of our health and be fit to do our jobs. You know, one of the report, which is Urban Depository Survey report of 2022, says that the depositors, who are these young guys who want to spend more on health and wellness. And that has recently come up. We did a survey in our organization to figure out what people think about health and wellness. Earlier, when the mental health was never even spoken about, today that's one of the most important discussions that happens across the globe. And I think, again, there are various kind of opportunities that app-based services that people have, which, if given to the employees, I think that builds a very healthy, competitive space where people are not compelled to go and do their blood pressure check. People are not compelled to do their blood test, lipid profile, but it happens automatically in the app, because app is giving you that prompt to, go and check yourself, because then you know what is going to be the consequence. So I think these kind of interventions in two spaces, one is education and health and wellness, truly motivates the employee, truly makes them engaged in the organization. Because post-COVID, I think since morning, Priyanka was saying that there were various sessions where people spoke about how things shaped up after COVID, which I don't want to dig into. Otherwise, all of you will run away. But the matter of fact is that now people at least know the power of technology. They have used it. There has been a first-hand usage. And, the adoption was faster. And the new gen today likes to be in the apps, likes to be in the social media, likes to be very, very popular, likes to show that they have had some achievements, whether it is in social media, whether it is to their friends, colleagues, or their loved ones.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Agnivesh, if you'd like to add further on.
Yeah, and this is strange when you already think of the topics and points and your previous speakers has already covered it, then you are left with no choice. So probably I'll give some different spin to the question on the personalization. Personalization is what? When I talk about this, what you say, it means that what is in for me, right? How can I connect myself, or how can I be myself in this game? Look, my learning is inviting it, if I'm investing in technology, or if I'm providing a platform where a learner can go and give certain answers based on his assessment, automatically your content can change. It will be PDF form or ebook, or in terms of content. So this is called from my employees. I need to look at, as rightly he says, that on well-being part. What is looking for me, right? Be it having your wearables, or be it having an individual plan for you, so that you go and do these activities will really help. Most important part when we look at the personalization in terms of rewards and recognition as well, right? If you look at how you are curating those rewards, which may give them intrinsic value to the employees and stuff. So these are the things that we need to look at, because most of the things has been already covered by our fellow panelists.
So very, very interesting insights on what you mean by personalization in HR. As mentioned, that the scale has increased on a very, very large number of employees we have. And still, we may like to customize HR solutions, either for an employee or a larger cohort, and try to help the employees, try to connect with them, and try to link skilling and education and health, those individual, because increasingly there's a focus on health and fitness and welfare. And as mentioned, that what's in it for me, and different employees may have different needs. And increasingly the technology and apps help us to identify those needs and to customize the solution, so it would possibly won't be a one size fits all, because that I would say would be suboptimal. And optimal solution will be more hard work, more finding the needs and then offering those solutions. Like, for example, at IMT, many of our faculty members have different needs. Some may be interested in developing cases, so they may have a different flavor. Some may be interested in doing research papers. Some may be doing research projects, or so based on their needs, we give them opportunities across the globe. And then they can keep on developing themselves in those areas. So I think it's a very, very important point on personalization of HR. The second point which we have, which I think all of us have faced, and I like to get some interesting insights from the panel, is that increasing most of the HR processes have got automated across almost. Even in small scale organizations, they are automated. Large scale, anyway, they are automated, And in those situations, what is the role of HR as well as the business to give human touch to the employees? Like we all remember the Zoom meetings from pandemic with family and friends, but increasingly, I don't think so. Besides official Zoom meetings, you meet people on Zoom, family and friends. So where is the need for the human touch? Because sometimes the confidence, the trust develops more with the human touch. So how do you balance your increasingly automated HR processes with this particular need? Maybe I'll just start midway. Mr. Rakesh, you'd like to comment? Yeah.
Sorry, would you be please able to summarize that question?
Yeah. So increasing automation in HR processes, how do you strike a balance between technology-driven efficiency and maintaining human touch?
Yeah, I think one thing has definitely not fizzled off, and that is the human connect. In organizations where you have people at a very young age, I think the technology becomes the enabler. And as I gave example of various apps where you invest in their education, invest in their health and wellness, but the human connect will always precede or supersede than anything else. And that's what we have seen in the real time, in real time. In an organization, I think anything that truly works in terms of getting the employee better engaged is that connect. And therefore, more of those human connects, the town halls, the people connect, the one-on-ones, the skip levels, have truly worked towards bettering the engagement levels and bettering the engagement scores. Vis-a-vis at a point in time when pre-COVID, because COVID was the time when the maximum human connect happened, whether it is virtually, whether it is over phone or whatsoever it is. And that's where we saw a huge shift in terms of the employee engagement. I think then, and that point in time when people reach out to us, they also have this ask and a better understanding when there is that human connect element available. Technology can give a certain level of intervention, but I think nobody can take away that human connect. And this is something that I'm reporting right from what we face as an organization. We've about 35,000 employees.
Thank you. I'll maybe request Priyanka, then you can come here, please.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll start with a number because it's important to look at data and numbers as well. $1 trillion is lost. $1 trillion is lost in the global economy, which is equivalent to GDP of so many countries because of work-related stress. Work-related stress, one of the major reasons, and this is a World Health Organization report, one of the major reasons is no connect, no care at the workplace. $1 trillion. That's 1/3 of the GDP of our own country globally is lost. So how do you ensure that care at workplace? It's $1 billion or $1 trillion question. there is no formula for it. There is no formula to say that I draw a quadrant and say these are the 5 things you should connect with your employees for, and these are the 4 things you shouldn't. The connect comes with genuine care, genuine collaboration, and ensuring that you have policies and structures in place that it happens automatically rather than just few individuals' process or intent. So we cannot leave organizations to intent, and hence those structures are definitely important. Definitely the town halls that you spoke about, definitely the communication that happens in larger meetings. But I think it's also the small teams that each one of us is managing, and it can't be just HR, as it was said in the earlier panel as well. It has to be a joint effort with business and HR. But I think it's HR's work to ensure that you can draw that out, the attention of the CEO and the business, to ensure that they know that whether the connect is happening or not, and how many people are not connected. Of course, technology can predict a lot these days, but I think as gut and as HR people, we ourselves can also predict a lot there as well. So data with gut to say how much is happening, ensure the business knows about it, and then have structured processes to ensure that the care and connect happens.
So increasingly what possibly is happening is, as there was 100% online during pandemic, and the organizations, I guess, are rediscovering that there is a balance required, there is a hybrid mode. You cannot have 100% online, and possibly many times solutions emerge when you meet and connect, So maybe you'd like to, Prashant, you were wanting to. So it's the same question on HR, so automation and human touch. Yeah.
Let me, yeah. So, I represent a very different industry over here, logistics. So let me first start off by telling you a workforce of about 58,000 people on roll, and another 35,000 gig or off roll. Now, what that challenges me to do is to, first, more than anything else, my ability or the leadership ability to reach out. In an organization with that kind of size, it's very easy for people, at various levels to get disconnected from what's really happening at the center. And I think that's where the human touch, that we're talking about, gets replaced by technology. That today, are we able to use technology to reach the last person in the organization? That's the first question we need to ask ourselves, that what is the purpose that technology is serving? If it's helping me connect, reach out, forget any other touch, reach out to the last person and keep her or him informed, yes. Now, once you've answered that question, the second is then, how am I communicating? And that's where I think the human touch comes in place. And let me give you an example. Yesterday, so, for us, season is starting. When I say season, all you lovely, good people over here with Diwali coming, I'm sure you're going to be doing a lot of e-commerce shopping. Please do that. We all want you to do that. So when you order from a Flipkart, when you order from an Amazon or a Myntra, our girls and boys will come and deliver that, to your house. Our fleet of trucks will transport it across the country. So all courier services, etc. So please do that. The point is, when yesterday, for a town hall, I went with all my HR leaders to a place called Farooq Nagar, which is one of our hub and pre-processing, highly automated centers. So it's like from unloading from the truck, a parcel which has come from Srinagar, and now has to go to Surat, everything is automated. Still, I have a workforce, in about a 5.5, 6 lakh square feet facility, about 600, 700 odd people. And those people, for them, their bread and butter is simplicity, not anything else. For them, it is how easy is it for me to understand what is coming from where, scan it, and put it to where it has to go. And that's where the technology comes in place. The human touch is, what kind of a facility am I providing them? What kind of people do I have in the place who understand their pain? And when I did a town hall with them, there are about close to 400 people sitting crossed leg on the floor. Okay, unlike how it's sitting over here. And it was such an emotional moment when I saw all the other, leaders who were accompanying me, prepping people for the season, just occupy their same space on the floor. That for me was the highest form of a human touch, that where the management of the facility said, no, these are senior leaders which have come from the headquarters. Let's have nice chairs, sofas for them. Like you'd usually see for any of us, everybody parked themselves on the floor. The point I'm trying to make is that, it's those little actions, it's those little gestures, which we as leaders, demonstrate on a day-to-day basis, that keep the human, touch alive. And it's not just limited to, one-on-one conversations.
Thanks, Mr. Agnivesh. You were waiting for a long time.
Yeah, sorry. Why I was waiting because I didn't want it to be last because all those topics was already covered,
I
right?
think you definitely had something new. Yeah,
that's right. So I'll try to give it with a story, right? Look at this. See, high tech, high touch. I worked for Accenture, extremely high tech organization. We hardly used to go to office in last 10 years, right? COVID happened later, but we never used to go to office. But still, what was the human touch element? One was trust, right? Trust that I will be taken care, trust that I'll be heard, right? And there will be no retaliation and nothing else, right? And then second was listening. Is your organization listening? Is your people leader? Is your manager listening? Because it's a huge organization. Let's say if I'm talking about 700,000 employees, like organization, so you cannot have reach to everyone, right? You can do town halls, all the mediums, but still for an individual, I really don't care. I'm an employee. I have some issues. I need to reach out to somebody who need to listen to me first. So do we have somebody who will listen to me? You cannot listen. You cannot go and talk to your bot and EAP and stuff like that. But at least is there care? So trust, care, and listening is extremely powerful tool for any of the human touch. If we do that, high tech is just enabling you to do your smart work, right? Transactional work. But transformation happens only when we are doing human touch. Just one example, and then I'll close this. One of my leader, whenever I go to him, he was super busy. But what he used to do, he used to look at my face. Even there's a scheduled meeting, he used to close his laptop, he used to turn around, and then he used to talk to me for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever it's time. Think of it now. How many times your employee came, you have set aside your laptop, you have set aside your mobile phone, and you have spoken to the person, be it in our family setting or be it anybody. So what is happening? The basic respect we are not giving to ourselves, or neither to person who is coming to us asking me for help or even for a conversation. So the basic civility, if you show, the human touch will always be there. Because even if you are, what is happening now you are on Zoom call and you will see that 10 people are looking at you, 10 people are slowing down and fiddling on the phones. So then we expect how high touch will happen. Human touch is, again, it's art driven. We have to show the respect. And at the same time, we need to lead by example. That's why we are able to make that connect happen. Yeah.
Thanks. And many times I feel that many of the problems which cannot be solved through these processes, because processes are very straight, defined by algorithms, can be solved by meeting together. And Mr. Rakesh, please.
I just want to add something. I'm also a coach. So, a lot of people invest, though I do pro bono, but a lot of people invest so much of money in trying to speak out because there's no one to listen. And that's what most of the organizations have realized today, that you need someone to listen. Creating a coaching structure, creating a sort of a mentoring structure where there are people to listen to you. And that makes a huge lot of impact on the employees. In fact, in our organization, we have created a coaching structure with the senior level in the cabin crew department. And they have somebody or the other to reach out to in case of they have anything to discuss. It could be their personal matter, professional matter. It could be their angst against anyone else, any grouse. And that really helps them to ease out their stress. I think stress is the biggest factor, and one of the biggest stress that we see today, that's at the workplace. And the companies who have been able to do a good job in creating a very good coaching structure and let people express their stress out to someone or the other in the organization have done really, really very well.
Thank you. So we have just 3 minutes left, as you can see the watch here. But I'll still extract my value from that time. My last question is how HR structures must be agile to dynamic demands of the, the VUCA world or whatever you call it. So maybe 40 seconds or 50 seconds per person, if you can. Yeah, Priyanka, you can start here, please. Okay, yeah, please, this side can start, yeah.
The question was structure.
Yeah, HR, how HR structures must be agile to dynamic demands of the world.
So when I was studying 20 years back, we used to talk no HR or no HR, right? No business or no business, right? So since that time till today, I have not seen anybody is talking anything else. They say you should know the business. From past 16, 17 years, I am representing business now, right? Part of the different table where HR is my customer, right? And when we see that what exactly is do, right? Let's say if I'm say that I need a data scientist, right? So what is happening when I'm talking about data scientist? Do my HR partner or recruiter, do they really know what exactly I need in terms of attitude, skills, or what happens? They just Google it out, put some JD, get it reviewed by some of my technical guys, and then say, fine, go for the interview, right? And they screen and stuff like that. So what I mean to say here, that unless we know the business, see, this is still, even the same thing you might be also facing with your own employees, own HR people or own HR professional itself, that many times there is a lot of resistance in understanding the terminology itself. Again, which I keep telling to people that if you don't know how to know, if you're a car driver, you don't need to be automobile engineer. You need to art of possibility, right? So any structure that we need to look at, because fast changing world, everything will change. In the morning, since we're talking about AI, GPT, in three months, multiple million subscription stuff like, because while we speak, there might be ChatGPT 5 is there. While I step out from the hotel, some different technology has come up, right? And some different business scenario has only come up, right? The new world order has emerged. So how we are going to have this structure? Couple of things. One, that let our fundamentals be strong, based on integrity and empathy, right? This is thing, and then we can look at any structure can change and we can align with our business strategy and stuff like. That's why I'm saying, which Yuvraj also saying on, that it will have to be contextual.
Thanks. We have a very limited time, but maybe 30 seconds each.
Yeah.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
So I think I'll just say one thing. HR structure has to be very contextual because content is the king and context is King Kong.
Thank you. Thanks. Prashant, yeah.
I think for me, I know all of us, everybody's been saying that the HR structure has to be aligned to the business. Business is what I've heard. And I couldn't but agree more. However, I have a very counterintuitive thought to it. We've all grown up in a country where our biggest value, or one of the values taught down to us by our ancestors, is Atithi Devo Bhava. I come from a service background where everything is about Seva Bhav. Okay. For me, as oriented as the structure of HR needs to be to business, my HR structure needs to be focused on serving my employees. If I don't have a structure which is providing seva to the employees, no matter how aligned I am to business, my structure will fail. I will never be able to get the best talent or retain that talent. So for me, a service-oriented seva culture towards employees is the HR structure that I'm trying to create in my organization.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Prashant. That was great insight. For me, it's about balance. It's about balance between business and balance between employees. It's a balance between moving from just profit to purpose. It is balance between moving from just shareholders to stakeholders. And as humanity or history has seen, we as people have worked in communities. And that's where we've survived as Homo sapiens, and don't want to get more into history, but as communities, when we work on a certain goal, we survive and do much better. So I think structurally also, rather than just being hierarchical, we need to move into a star-shaped or constellation-shaped or group or community structures where each one, irrespective of what the rank in the organization is, has a role to play to achieve that goal. So I think that's the structure eventually we'll all move to, which is community-based and more goal-based rather than just hierarchical.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So I think we have finished the time. We covered very, very important topics on personalization, like having a human touch when the entire HR world is on automated processes, and then how HR structures are responding to an agile, dynamic environment. One question from the audience is there. Maybe you can use this mic if you want.
Cricket is happening. Go ahead if you want to catch it.
I just wanted to ask, because I was quite impressed by a lot of ideas which has been expressed by the entire panel. It's two thoughts, two questions coming to my mind. One is, for the future ready HR, today HR, what type of year-term perspective will look like? Are you going to look at a 5-year term, or you're going to look at a long-term, 10-year term? How do you make ready for the employees? Is one question I have. Second, some thoughts on diversity. Diversity.
So whether what kind of duration of perspective of HR and thoughts on diversity, you know? Yeah.
I'll answer the one on diversity because it's
Maybe-
much
maybe,
closer.
10 seconds.
Yeah, 10 seconds, quick on diversity question. Today, we see a world where there are 16% women in leadership position. I'm just talking just about women. We see only 0.2% other kind of diversity. Diversity could be in the form of mindset. Diversity could be in the form of orientation. Diversity could be in the form of people who understand technology and don't understand technology. And therefore, until unless that is not included in the workforce, mapped and measured, we do not see that entire innovation and the economic growth happening for sure. So we are missing out not just as organization, but I think as a country until unless that doesn't happen. Not just at the leadership, but also at the shop floor level. Today in manufacturing, you just have 5% women. No, other metrics are not even measured. So I can't even give you those numbers. So that's how miserable the numbers are. So hence, definitely lots has to be done. It has to start from the boardroom and then cascade down as far as diversity is concerned. So it has to come to the boardroom.
Okay, thank you.
Let me just quickly,
very shortly, briefly, please. Yeah.
briefly just share some quick numbers with you. For us, last mile delivery, we've taken big leaps, about 5 to 6 delivery centers, which are all women. So women bikers, women on their scooters, delivering stuff to your houses. Okay, thank you. But that's, where we're going to small little areas and telling women, that you can do this. And today we're getting them on board. I'm so happy to share that when I look across the company today, the average salary of women in 10 out of 12 bands is higher than men. So that's, a big area of success for us when looking at diversity and attracting talent. And I think from the other thing, part of the question.
Whether it should be a HR perspective, what is it?
So you said 10 years or 5 years? Frankly, right now, with the way future of work is changing, we're actually keeping a 2 to 3 year horizon. That in the next 2 to 3 years, what is the kind of talent we will need? And what is the kind of business purpose that we will be serving?
Yeah, thanks. Any other?
So
very briefly, we are.
I can just quickly say, if you're looking at the next, maybe 3 years, World Economic Forum has defined top 10 skills of the future. I think out of that, 6 to 7 of them are soft skills. And, in that context, I think soft skill will definitely precede. And obviously technology, the world has been talking about, that's the baseline, and that will enable people to do various other things that the panelists spoke. The second thing in terms of inclusion, now the buzzword is psychological safety. So we talk about inclusion, we talk about women, we talk about PWD, LGBT. But I think what's important is psychological safety, how much psychologically safe I am, how much can I express my views, and how have organizations been having that humility with pride to accept what I had to say. I think these are the two things that should be focused upon in today's time.
Thank you.
Yeah, because after 5 years, we really don't know. 60% of the jobs might not be in the same way, which is as in today, right? So few things which is important, right? One is like, again, empathy. Put yourself in the customer's shoes. And then second, solve the problem, right? And then use all those stuff to do that. So this will really help any HR professional. If he's a problem solver, he can survive anything. Otherwise, it will be really difficult to, if they don't upskill themselves to that level. Yeah.
So thank you. So I thank the esteemed panel on these very important points and insights. So thank you. Thanks
So much. Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. Aye. Thank you. And now from future, from evolution, from capacity building, we move on to HR and organizational agility, navigating disruptions. And to talk on the same, please join me in welcoming a panelist, Mr. Vikas K. Khoka, CHRO, Dhanuka Agritech Limited, Ms. Ruchira Bharadwaj, Joint President and CHRO, Kotak Mahindra Life Insurance Company Limited, Mr. Pankaj Suri, Executive Vice President, Human Resources, Edelman Smithfield and EGA, APAC, Ms. Nida Khanam, CHRO, Omega Siki, and this session will be chaired by Mr. Talis Rizvi, Director, BW People and BW CFO World. Let's please welcome all of them, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I request my team, BW, to request the people who are participating to come inside the hall and be with us for some time. Ashish, could you help us out with that? So I'd like to welcome my panelists out here, Mr. Vikas Khoka, Ruchira Bharadwaj. Can we have a round of applause for them? Mr. Pankaj Suri, Ms. Nida Khanam, and I'll be your host, Talis Rizvi. So today we are talking about HR and organizational agility. So there have been a lot of disruptions around that we have seen from 2020 to now, and we have seen that the workforces have started, there has been a hybrid culture that has come in. So during this time, in last 2 years, we have seen how the workforces and the organizations had adopted the new hybrid work culture, and how it has changed over a period of time. I'd like to understand from our panelists and understand that how HR overcame the time and during this time, and how agile were they, and how they sensitized their workforces to be more agile and work during that phase. So I'll start with Mr. Vikas to give his views on it.
Thanks, Talis. It's a very, very interesting topic because now as I attend any forums and there have been a lot of discussions around how to get people back. And I think including my own leaders, say that, finally the time has come that people should come back. And I really question them, is it to relearn, unlearn, or go back, right? So I'll state something very practically, which we have been experiencing in our organization is we looked at agility and why the decisions are getting delayed, or why the delivery to the end user, which is farmer in our case, is getting delayed. So we looked at very core aspects of what is the reason of delay, and primarily looking at one aspect, which was alignment. We looked at that word called alignment, and it was alignment within two leaders alignment within two cross-functional departments, alignment of HR with the respective business leaders. So we looked at alignment as one of the very important root cause, which is causing delay in decisions. And we wanted to get this particular thing cleared. So what we did was we got all of our leaders in one room and try working on various philosophies of how people could come out of their safe zones. Like if somebody is a finance leader, come out of that finance domain, come out of the HR domain and look at from a common platform of how leaders would communicate and create a solution where your end user is getting the delivery and everybody is looking at that delivery of the end user. So this is how we could co-create amongst leadership, how we could bring in agility. And once we have done it at the leadership level, then things can be percolated easily down the line, right? Rather than expecting the lower down the line teams to go up. This is one of the practical ways we have dealt this problem with.
So with this, we'll talk a little more about disruption in the insurance sector and how did you try to cope up with the challenges which were there? And do you see that this culture is going to stay for a long run? So if you can show.
Talis, thank you first of all, and thanks to BW team for inviting, and good afternoon to all of you. So in Kotak, we say it's an era of never normal. So it is going to stay. It was the pandemic was just the beginning to tell us that the world has already changed and it will remain ambiguous. And in that kind of a world, there are 4 or 5 things which I think as HR, we need to be absolutely preparing our people for. One is teaching them how to be adaptable. Adaptability is a skill which has to be taught to our people, because you don't know what kind of products have to be launched at what point of time, what kind of services the consumer is going to look for, because somebody else, a fintech company, is going to disrupt, or somebody else sitting in Dharwad is going to come up with one technology which is going to disrupt the world, right? That is one. The second is, in this kind of a scenario where it is ever changing and a never normal scenario, communicate, communicate, communicate. HR has to communicate extensively. And that's one of the toughest things, because what do you communicate? How do you communicate is also a skill that needs to be learned very specifically and also taught to leaders at all levels. It's important that that is also done. And third, I think all the panels have been talking about a sense of creating psychological safety, saying everybody is important, irrespective of the pace of change that is happening, irrespective of our own capability to adapt, each individual's capability to adapt to the change. It is important that we create that safe haven for people to say, it's okay, this is a phase and this is never normal. This is how things are going to keep changing. So these are, I would say, 3 things that HR would need to continue to do. So we have learned our lessons, but this is our time to shine in the boardrooms.
Thank you, Ruchira, for that. So I'm meeting Pankaj after, say, 2 years, and that was the day when, COVID started. And the theme of that summit was, where do we see, how do we see HR in 2030? So everyone spoke about that there'll be hybrid work culture and stuff, if you remember. So it happened the very next day. So Pankaj, how the journey has been there from there, if you can just throw some light on that.
No, the journey has been challenging, I would say. I think as my co-panelists already said, this hybrid work is going to stay. And as far as my organization is concerned, where you have almost 70% people who are from that alpha generation, as we call, or the Gen Z, as we call, who are looking at some sort of meaning, in the work that they are doing. So for us as an organization, there were 4 cornerstones or the 4 pillars around which we looked at this concept of hybrid working. So hybrid is going to stay. Now, the focus was on how we can make it effective, right? It was not about debating whether it will be 100% remote or 100% physical. We were very clear that this is going to be the way of working. So when that decision was taken, the next step was how we can make it effective. And for that, we had 4 pillars around which we focused our strategies. And these are the 4 C's, as we call them. The connect, collaborate, co-create, and celebrate. So connect was more about giving people the infrastructure to come together as one team, depending upon wherever they were working from. Even within the organization, if they were looking at coming to office, how we can make office a destination for them. You know, because now the challenge is, as you know, my co-panelist just said, the challenges of getting people to office. So how we can make office place very exciting. What is it that is different from what they will not get if they are not in office, right? So that was the idea of how we can make this place more exciting. Second was about the collaboration. The collaboration piece is more about, it's not about coming together. It was more about having the trust and a very unbiased view about people, you know, whether they are in office or whether they are working remotely. Because I think the biggest challenge we are facing today is even the managers who are managing people are from Gen Z in our case. So teaching them and making them aware what it means, you know, if someone is in the office doesn't mean that he's more productive than the person who is not in front of you, right? So that was more about the collaboration, co-creating. And this is more where I think the inclusion comes, where I think as an organization, we have been trying to create a culture where even a failure is being celebrated, you know, because many a times what happens is that people don't come forward sharing their thoughts because somewhere in the hindsight, they have that fear of failure, that if I fail, what people will talk about. So how we can create, as you said, Richard, that psychologically safe place for people, even if they fail, they don't get that discouragement, you know, from the community around them. And the last but not the least is the celebration part, that even if they're working in a hybrid workplace, how we can come together to celebrate those small successes the way we were celebrating before COVID, you know, that handshake and the fist of palm, you know, all of those things, how we can still make sure that people are being recognized for what they're doing. So these are, you know, 4 aspects around which we have built the strategies to make this hybrid working more effective, more efficient.
Thank you, Pankaj. So there's been a lot of transition that happened over a period of time. A lot of learning. So I met Nida during COVID on social media because I had a lot of time and that's where we started interacting. So Nida, could you just share your views and your thoughts from the different industry segment that you come from?
Sure.
So what has the experience been?
Thank you, first of all, BW and Talis. And yes, we met on social media and we're meeting in person for the first time.
Yeah.
So I represent a very disruptive industry, which is electric vehicle. So we are very exciting industry, but very disruptive. Every day, everything changes. We create goals. And I think somebody was asking the panel that how long your goals are. So we can have vision, we can have mission for 3 years and 5 years, but we have to work on every month goals. That's how the disruptive industry is. Government would regulate something and things will change. When we say uncertainty and change, I think uncertainty somewhere is very gray, and gray is an enemy of HR. But I think COVID, you call it Bani, VOCA, whatever, has made us learn that we have to, good, bad, ugly, have to continue. So we have to stay ahead. And the industry I represent, there are shop floors. So there are shop floors and then there is a commercial arm like us. So we don't work on Saturday and our shop floor works on Saturday. So how do you ensure that you're still connected? They should not feel, and even our senior guys sitting in the plant should not feel that the HO people don't work on Saturdays. So how do you connect? So I think that connect is, I think it starts from authenticity. Intent and action speaks much louder, much louder. So when your intent is there, they feel heard, not really just, you know, so you're listening, yes, but are they really feeling that you're listening? That is also important. And risk de-risk, everything has to continue. We have to understand that know your business, know your people, know your end customer, know your internal customer. Everything has changed. You have to continue knowing everybody, and you have to be very adaptive, as we have been, we just, my co-panelists spoke. So adaptation is very important. If you don't adapt, you're out. As an HR or as a CHRO, you're out because you have to continue. I have seen different industries in my career, fortunately, but I think the only thing is you have to adapt. You have to learn your business. You have to understand what is the pain of your sales guys and what is the pain of your production guy if you're a manufacturing or an OEM. So I think that's what continue. So you have to create those cross-functional teams who are adaptive enough, and they can be high potential, so-called an old term, but people who become your focus teams. So I think that's what I feel.
Wonderful. So what the conclusion that we have is that hybrid is there to stay. And to support hybrid, there is something that has come in, HR tech has been playing a very important role. So while we talk about technology in HR, there is another challenge that comes in is about data protection of the employees and how do we, manage the HR analytics and the responsibility of, confidentiality and securing the data in times where cybercrime is up. So comes on the HRs as well, because they are the custodians of the data. So I would request Ruchira ji to throw some light on that, and we can move further.
So Talis, 2022 was a watershed year for generative AI platforms. I think almost 2.6 billion USD equity went into creating those startups, and almost 110 startups, especially in that area. Now, all of them, they want data. They want everything about us when we are sleeping, when we are, waking up, what kind of watch, what kind of brand, whether we want to wear a watch or not, what kind of holidays we are taking, when do we take, go off to sleep, and everything, where we work, what are the kind of LinkedIn posts we are posting, everything. And the same happens in your organization also. So in your organization also, you would want data about, because you want to reach to potential customers. You want to sell the right product. You want to really make the right pitch to the consumer, whatever they are looking for at that point of time. It could be a destination wedding. It could be a Tirth Yatra. It could be child's education, or whatever it is, right? And when you are collecting that kind of a data, obviously the impact of if something goes out of the organization is huge. I was watching this series called The Morning Show, and one of the episodes actually is talking about how it's a media company, how the data, personal data about the employees gets leaked, and the kind of disruption that creates in the minds of people. Performance data gets leaked. People's intimate data gets leaked. When they have spoken to HR, for example, about something which they are struggling with, gets leaked. Now that is where HR becomes a custodian, right? So it's a scary situation, but there are solutions. So the data has to be encrypted. But mostly as HR professionals, I think we should now take special awareness sessions to educate people what is about data protection. And for example, the DPDP Act has already come in. The digital, what is the full form? The digital privacy and digital protection of the data. And that has already come in. So it is enforced as we are talking. Our job as HR professionals is to educate our people about how they can protect their own data, how they can protect themselves from phishing attacks, how we can create awareness about what kind of data we should share about our employees with external parties, choosing vendors who understand this entire piece. So hence the entire information security and getting the right people to have data protection in your company becomes extremely critical. And I don't think we can say enough about it at this point of time.
So, over to Pankaj, your thoughts on it. I think you can have a quick.
Yeah, I can look for a country like India, and sorry to say if I say so, data protection was never a priority and it's still never, it's still not one of those areas where we have been talking a lot about. To the fact that we have just got the law, made about data privacy. So I think we are quite poor on that as a country. As far as the organization is concerned, look, with AI getting into our lives, there's very little that's hidden. And therefore, I think it becomes very imperative for us to talk about this subject of employee data privacy. And I'll just give you a small example from my firm. Like, we have this application tracking system where we get the CVs, of the prospective candidates who are looking at applying. So there we have given the candidate that flexibility and agility to the extent that for the duration that they would like us to see their resume, they have that flexibility. So if they want to get the resume off after say 30 days, they can actually do that by clicking on that ATS. As far as the checks and balances are concerned, I think a lot has to go from an IT standpoint, whether it's authentication or authorizations. But I think it's more about the behavioral change, the mindset change that has to come. Because we are quite casual when it comes to, as a society, we are quite casual when it comes to data sharing. You can hand over your Aadhaar card, you can hand over your PAN card to anyone, if someone asks for it. I think that's where we have to start educating ourselves and start counseling people who are around us that these are pieces which are personal to you, private to you, and you need to be cautious when you're sharing with others, right? So it's a culture which I think has to evolve. We are still in very, very nascent stages as far as that is concerned.
I'll just add one more thing to what Pankaj said. The penalty of data breach currently is 250 crores to the organization. Now, with that kind of penalty in India, can you imagine, and the mindset that Pankaj is talking about, we do background verifications. Tomorrow, the candidate says that I do not want you to do my background verification. Everything will crumble in most of the organizations in the HR domain, right? But why do we need to do a background verification is a very relevant question that one should ask. And there would be such examples throughout journey of not just the employee, but also our customers.
That you.
Yeah, so at least I think what Pankaj was just saying, and I will add to it, it is about behavior. I think from starting, 50% of our people, I think, uses their personal devices. So it starts from there. Being aware that we are actually making ourselves vulnerable to our data. And from there, I think it is about the intelligence. And intelligence is not just about data. It is about culture. It is about social. It is about market intelligence. So I think we are going through that change where we need to understand that everything, even sometimes I really feel that what I was thinking and Google knows that. I was just thinking about it and I start seeing those search. So I think we are living in that world today where everything you are paying online, you are buying online, your data is available. So organizations need to understand. And when we talk of from the perspective of HR and organization, the first thing is to prioritize. You can't save everything, but you need to prioritize what are your internal, external threats. You need to know what to save and what to secure. Personal data, customer data, supplier data, this is very sensitive. So what we need to have an access, like R&R, you can have an access. You can't have an access of individual salaries, at least for now, right? Though every time a CEO has a complaint to HR that jiski bhi badhai thi wo pata chal gayi. Every time he would come in your room and say, you will do this, and next time the other guy is coming on my head and saying that aapne uski to badhai hai. So this is the everyday HR has a challenge, fortunately, unfortunately. So I think it starts from behavior.
Yeah, behavior, and like you said, this is a very small part of data of salary leaks that happens in every organization and it's still not protected. So Vikas, your thoughts on it?
So I feel it's a culture change that we need to bring in. And I think I like your idea of, I think what are the penalties to individuals who do that? Who are the custodians? How do we bring the culture change through them? And I personally have brought this, I think 2 years back, I joined this organization 3 years back. And when I joined, this problem was put on my table that everybody knows everybody's salaries. And what do you do? And as an HR head, I could have just pinpointed some people and talked to them, but would it solve the problem unless I make a culture change? Now, a marketing head says my reportee has told my salary to me, and so this is something which had to be brought culturally down, right? Identify, what are your do's and what are your don'ts. And if you follow those don'ts, what is the penalty and who are your leakage points? So I think automation really helped us to bring this in control, Talis, and we could bring in right success points through automation. When we looked at where the data is flowing, how it could flow. Easy for Excel sheets to be shared, easy for the numbers, slightly difficult on protocols which are automated. So I think culture change and automation both brought things in control, and this was practically done.
Lovely.
At least one point.
Yeah, please.
Does that mean we have to every time have a law and a penalty to it? Because that's how we behave. Sorry, just adding.
So
Yeah,
again,
so
I brought the factor of culture change and
but
as well
that's
as
saying. So every time we have to enforce and reinforce something by really putting laws to it, guidelines to it. I think then only people, when they see a downside of it, then only they will start, I think, behaving or standing in a queue and understanding that, okay, fine, my salary is my salary, my performance dialogue is mine, and I'm not concerned about my boss and my reporting. But I think that's very psychological behavior we all demonstrate.
I mean, while we are talking about some of the transactional aspects of data privacy, I also link it to the culture of the organization that way, I mean, because there are many aspects of individuals who are working, right from their age, their ethnicity, their sexual orientation, their likings, dislikings. There are many aspects which are private to that individual, so when it comes to creating a culture of respect for each other, I think these are, the basics. These are basics to be followed. If we are not doing that, then whatever you may have on your walls and as values, as whatever code of conduct, it becomes a mockery because you're actually not following that, right? So I think for me, it's bigger than this. It's more about what you're trying to create as an organization. What is that character of the organization that people should look at when they're joining, right? And that is part of that whole employee value proposition that we are trying to create. And these are those things which people respect, especially the Gen Z and Alpha generation that we are talking about, because they are so inclusive, they are so much driven with this whole purpose idea. And these are things which are attracting them to join organizations. So if you're not following, then I think we are creating some lacuna in terms of, creating that sort of a repulsion of not coming to us as prospective employers.
So I'll just, all of us agree that there has to be a cultural shift for everything, or maybe disruption in the organizations or data privacy. Now, coming to the next question that we have in line was about POSH and gender inclusivity, LGBTQ inclusivity. So that also comes as something that sensitization is required in the organizations. So today we are talking about POSH that has been there for 10 years. And I ran an organization that was into POSH trainings and all. And we visited certain people for those trainings and stuff and consulting work. And they said, what we have done is we have stopped hiring women. Now, as Nida said, if there is a penalty, would they refrain? So it turned out to be a deterrent for women empowerment in the organizations. So while we talk about this POSH and inclusivity and making workplace more safe and inclusive, what are the thoughts from your end that how the workforce agility should be there, how they should be sensitized to be more inclusive. So I'll start this with Vikas. Vikas, if you can just share your views.
So a very interesting question, and you've linked agility with inclusion, and I think very innovative. I'm taking my memory back to when I was working with Bharti Airtel almost a decade back. Anybody who was part of POSH committee, it was not considered too great to be part there. And, people discouraged, and I remember managers talking to them, what kind of committee have you joined? I wouldn't have recommended you to be there. And, and these were the conversations which were there, because you look at the organization, you look at the yardstick, and you look at the policing, I'm using that word.
Absolutely.
To be able to draw that. I think dramatically these 10 years, I have seen that, and I'm talking of moving from gender diversity to sexual orientation to disability. The kind of, yardsticks we have been created are much, much beyond policing. This is about what kind of conversations people should have, what kind of questions you need to ask, right? And it starts from when you hire a candidate, what kind of questions what are appropriate and non-appropriate questions. You can't do it with the help of only a stick in your hand, but you can also say that what is right and what is not right for anyone. And similarly, the conversations when people, I remember we used to be very scared of those parties where people used to be having drinks more than 3. Then how do we control that? And we would have, again, some of the cases of harassment. Due to that, start avoiding parties or start moving women out early, right? So those days I'm remembering. Now the times have changed where people are, encouraged to have behaviors which are more inclusive, right? By coming across to each other, when they shake hands or when they talk, what is liked and what is not liked. So I think there's a huge change from policing to changing the conversations at workplace to make it more inclusive, is what I say. Thanks.
You'd like to take up next?
I'll just add one liner. So a very small thing, but I think very recently we were talking of POSH. First thing is that misconception, it is only about women.
Yeah.
So it is not just about women. And I think we talk in that way that every man gets, scared of that, POSH has come. If I'll tap somebody, something would happen. So I think that's something which is very important. The second piece is that recently we were having our POSH training as everybody does it. So I was talking to the lady who takes care, my colleague, and I said, why don't you do it in a way that it becomes a value awareness than a POSH awareness? Because when you inculcate in your cultural values, it is easy for people to attend also. Because when we're there talking of what are your do's and don'ts, especially when the description from POSH policies, it becomes sometimes embarrassing for people. Oh, I have done this. I was tapping somebody. I was kind of a little free with somebody while expressing or talking, which was obviously unintended. It was not with an intention of making a wrong remark or, taking advantage. So I think if we start making it normal, then a compliance and a law, it becomes easy for people to accept and imbibe. That is what my take is.
So I totally agree with Vikas. We have come a long way. The other day I was reading a very senior person, a CXO from Spotify, said it's now not just about diversity or inclusion, but it is about belonging. So diversity is that you have diverse set of people, and inclusion is that if you are going to a party, you include that person, you invite that person to the party. And belonging is when you play the song that the person likes. And I think that's where the world is moving, and hence HR has to be agile enough to shift gears to go there. I look around myself, and not just now, but the organizations that I have worked earlier. Prashant is sitting there. In Taj, Prashant, we had people from every economic background who would join, and each one will have an amazing space within the organization to make a difference. And all of us know about what the Taj Mahal people did for our guests who were staying that night on that fateful night in 2008. And that is the case even now. Look around us. Every kid on the roadside has a TikTok, TikTok is not there anymore, an Insta page. They have Insta page with amazing followers, and they do painting, singing, dancing, whatnot, stand up. And these are the kids we would say that they might be our future employees, right? People who might be working with any one of our organizations. Our mindset, is it inclusive enough to say, this is the child who's going to be working with us? And am I prepared to be working with that kind of a person without any biases? So that's first. The second is, all of us hire saying it should be a culture fit, right? And most of traditional organizations, we hire saying, is it a cultural fit? I think now it's the point to add to the culture. And that really is being agile and being culturally agile and culturally inclusive, right? So when you add cultures and you just not get somebody to fit your culture, and that's how, look at our demographics, look at the room here. So many of us from different educational, economic backgrounds, from different states, and we are all here together, correct? And can you imagine if we all have to create a product together for a consumer? Voila! I mean, it's going to be an amazing product, and that's what it is. It should be. So inclusiveness is, I think, and I like that Spotify thing, it's about belonging, but also understanding our own mindsets to include people who are going to be our potential workforce in just like down the line.
So we'll move to Pankaj. Pankaj, I think you will be the last one on this panel to respond. Yeah, they've restarted the time.
Over there. So I have enough time. No, I think I agree with all my co-panelists. I mean, for me, this aspect of POSH again is just an aspect. It's just part of a huge aspect of that culture that we want to build as an organization. And for me, when it comes to diversity and inclusion, look, diversity is very easy to achieve. I mean, you go around, you pick people from different backgrounds. I mean, it's easy to have. I think the challenge starts with the inclusion, because that's about the mindset of the people who are in the organization. And that's where the challenge of accepting and belonging and understanding their concept and celebrating what they bring as a uniqueness. We always talk about our way of working. This is this organization's way of working. I mean, why we have to get people conditioned to that way of working? Because then what you're trying to achieve is people like you, around you. And that's where the creativity gets snubbed, because the reason why you're getting that diversity included is because you want to respect what different people are bringing as different viewpoints, to the same problem. So if you're trying to create a culture where they want to be part of that way of working of the organization, then that's not the right way. I think that's where we need to start celebrating what people are bringing as those different viewpoints, right? So for me, I think there are these four aspects when we look at something like this, which is more around the workplace behavior. It's about the culture I already spoke about. It's about the communication. I think you need to keep hitting people with that piece all the time, because it's about saying no to things when they are not in accordance with the code of conduct of the organization. And we have to give people that freedom where they're courageous enough to say, no, man, I'm not liking this, right? The third piece is the cadence, that how frequently you are communicating. Doing that one POSH training in a year, is that enough? No. I think we have to create a culture where it's an ongoing thing in the organization, whether it's at my level, whether it's my peer, juniors, everyone needs to be the ambassador of bringing that piece into the organization. And the last but not the least is the commitment. And that is more important, because if a case has been reported, how quickly we are addressing that, because that is the demonstration of the fact that this is serious to us and we are living to the values that we are propagating as a firm, right? So these are 4-5 pieces that I believe are very important when it comes to something around workplace behavior.
Lovely. So we have some couple of things, with respect to agility and inclusion. And I would also like to announce that in December, we'll be having our DEI awards and summit. And I request all of you to be a part of that, probably in Mumbai. So, so with this, I'd like to thank all my panelists. So Vikas, thanks for being here. Ruchira, thanks for being here. Pankaj, Nida, thanks for being with us. Thanks a lot. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all our panelists, and also thank you so much, Tali, for moderating that. A picture, please. Aye. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And now we get ready for our next two keynote addresses, followed by our last panel discussion for today. Okay, so our next keynote address, before we move on to that, just want to check with all audience members. Are all of you active? That doesn't sound active at all. Are all of you active? Left hands? Left hands? No, apart from someone who just picked up his left on this and right on this. मैं नाम नहीं लूंगा, but just checking. Okay, just both your hands in the air, please. Lovely. I know why you just tell someone ki haath udhao, just start, people start waving already. But it works well. Till the time it makes you smile, works well with us. Okay, our next keynote address is on ethical leadership and HR, fostering a values-driven workforce. And to talk on the same, please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Anthony J. Alex, founder and CEO, Rainmaker. Hello.
All right, hi. Out since the day. I don't blame you, it's a Saturday, but I hope we can get some of the folks back in. All right, thank you all for being here. I'm actually delighted to be talking on this particular subject. It's something very close to my heart. I work with Rainmaker. We are a bunch of people who believe that we are a sets of people at the workplace. So that's been our mission for the last 7 years. That's really what we hope to achieve over the years as we go by. And we do this through a combination of methods, deep expertise in areas that make our own. And that's the organization that I represent. That's the bunch of people that we all work together. This is our mission. Every day when we wake up, we talk about how many minds and mindsets can we change one mindset at a time. So that is, and we believe that you can't just, and I was delighted to hear about the conversation that the previous panel was having with respect to POSH, DEI, etc. And our belief is that it's not just POSH and DEI. You want to make a change, you have to start, you have to go really deeper into every aspect of how an organization functions. All right, enough about me and about us. Very quickly, I mean, I don't want to spend too much time on this, but can any of you tell me what's common to these brands that you see on screen? Money, but reception. Deception. Wow, okay, deception. Controversy, very good. About what? Kingfisher, yes. All of them, all right. Anybody else? Theranos, who knows Theranos? The famous company that was featured in a documentary as well, right? Sorry, you were saying.
I was just saying, you asked who knows Theranos.
Yeah. Elizabeth Holmes and her, I think, ex-boyfriend of Indian origin, Sunny. All right. Yeah. So that's basically it. And listen, I didn't have any. I just picked up some brands at random, and of these, I think probably Coke is the only one that's in good health and good shape. And my apologies to anybody who's here from Coca-Cola. The idea was not. Everything is out there in the public domain anyway, right? So yes, the kind of common thread that you can possibly see is that there have been controversies. The reputations in today's day and age, I think technology has really changed the way people and brands and organizations need to manage their reputation, right? Reputation management is becoming a bigger challenge than most people thought. And in this day and age where news is disseminated so quickly, if you're not on top of what you do as an organization, as a culture, you're going to be a dinosaur very soon, right? And that's a little bit about what I want to spend today's time talking to all of you about. The essential conundrum, if you will, that businesses are starting to face is the one between business and culture. What do I mean by that? The way our organizations, the systems, and not just in India, I think probably globally as well, we are very focused on result orientation, right? I mean, it's a fact. It's the reality of the world we live in. The bottom line, as we keep saying it, right? Or the top line, whatever you want to take. But results is all that matters. In that race to achieve results, we end up compromising. Culture is the way to kind of really positive. What is really preventing them is that they don't actually, notwithstanding the fact that they don't, they know that culture is very important to creating value, they still don't end up investing in it, right? Most of them know that, and in fact, if you look at the last point, 1/5 of the respondents indicate that senior leadership works against the firm's corporate culture, probably because of a bunch of different reasons. And I'm going to take you through that as well, right? So this is a very, very interesting. I'd encourage all of you to sort of go through this because there's a lot of insights that we as HR professionals glean from that, or even business leaders. Now, look at point 1. Impatient investors, inadequate governance structures, and lack of attention to culture. Basically, investors are driving culture in a way that forces the culture to be sort of more immediate result oriented. And this is what a CEO had called the culture of instant quarterly results, quarterly gratification. That is what is driving this conundrum. And in the process, what happens is you don't end up building a culture that is a little more longer term. So employee trust, capacity constraints such as limited time or resources. Yeah, you're always running to meet the next quarter's numbers. Where are you going to be able to focus on building a culture from a longer term perspective, right? And of course, lack of a catalyst, which is really, let's say, if there was an immediate need for us to do something, quarterly numbers or a culture that focuses only on business outcomes. Right? Ethisphere conducted a survey, and according to their ethics index, okay, they listed 2022 world's most ethical companies. Okay, they outperformed a comparable index of large cap companies by a factor of 24%. Just look at these numbers from 2017 to 2022. Companies that are ethical are really moving quickly and growing faster. You can see that the data is not lying. It's over a 5-year period. I'd urge you all to pick up the Ethisphere report. It's very revealing. It has a lot of insights, and I was really blown away. Ethics is most definitely the future, and the future is here, right? So if we as organizations do not invest in ethics and culture, it's akin to putting your head in the sand like an ostrich. Now, therefore, how do you focus on ethical leadership? What do you need to do? Primarily, managers, senior leaders, senior leadership, these are all the folks that one needs to focus on from the perspective of ethical leadership, right? That is really what we as an organization need to do. And this is really the aspect that we need to now focus on. Now, the one thing I think there was a slide here. I'm not sure if it's can somebody help? I think there's a video here that I wanted to play. I'm not sure why it's not coming. No, not this. No. It's I think a YouTube link. Sorry, connect. Yeah, you need Wi-Fi for it. It's a YouTube link. My time's running. Talis, I hope you'll give me some extra time. Okay, while the video comes up, I'll move ahead. Let's have the deck back on. We'll move ahead. Whenever the video is ready to play, if you can test it and let me know, then we'll bring up the video. Can you play this, or should I go ahead? It's fine if you need more time to figure it out. I'll go ahead and then come back. Yeah, it's okay. While you figure it out, I'll go ahead with the rest of the deck. So this brings us to the most important part of what organizations need to focus on. And there's a lot of text, but long story short is companies that are driven by values. Right? The important aspect is companies that are driven by values. You will see they focus more on long-term value for their employees, which includes employees, customers, shareholders, and all the communities they operate in. Values-driven organizations. What does that mean? That basically means that every organization needs to kind of put together their values at the outset. Now, we all know that a lot of us have values. They probably, some of them, the yardstick or the rule of thumb is that have no more than 3 or 4 values because it's easy to remember. And they tend to be, even if it is traditional conventional one like respect, accountability, all of those lovely words that make sense. That's all good, provided you're actually putting them into practice and you're living it, you're pushing it through your leadership, right? So values-driven leadership realizes its full potential when leaders embody and wholeheartedly embrace the declared values. So you cannot just pay lip service to it. You have to really lead from the front and say, this is what I as the leader believe in. You could be the CEO, you could be the CHRO, could be anybody in the C-suite. You could also be a first-time manager. But the minute it starts at the top and cascades down, you will find a difference in the way your organization reacts, or because people always look to their leaders and the culture is always set at the top. Culture never, I don't believe culture can be set bottom up. It's always the leaders who have to set by example, right? So it's very clear that now leaders have to set goals beyond mere financial success, right? That much is clear. There is no two ways around it. And leaders who prioritize values are the ones who kind of find innovative ways to embrace challenges, because they have the backing of the entire organization with them. They're not leading by force. They're leading by values. They're leading by culture, right? Now, where does HR come into all this, right? In my view, this entire change, HR has such a critical role to play in this. The entire change has to be actually led by human resources, human capital, people and culture, call it what you will. But essentially, the group that is responsible for the well-being and success of growth of all the employees. And it is defined by, if HR is able to start by defining the shared values, conduct an exercise by which you take everybody along and say, okay, fine, I'm going to define the shared values of this organization, and then push the management to walk the talk. Easier said than done, agreed. But once you get management buy-in on the shared values, you can also get management buy-in to walk the talk. And you have honest, candid conversations with the management to say, listen, if anything that in our values makes you uncomfortable, let's not add it. Let's not pay lip service. Put only things that you believe you as the management of this organization can deliver, can walk the talk on. That is where the contribution to an organization by human resources or HR makes all the difference, right? You will be driving this initiative. It is in your hands. You have the ability, by the way. So if this is successfully done, you will be driving the culture of the company, and you will be driving results over a period of time. You will be adding to the top line and the bottom line of the company. Why? We'll come to that in a bit. But what, among other things, what it does is it inspires a sense of community amongst your employees. You have managed to seamlessly weld all your people towards a common cause, towards inspiring them to say, hey, I belong to this. I subscribe to this. I know that if I behave in a particular fashion and it's out of sync with what my organization's culture and values are, I may be pulled up for it. But when I am in sync with what everybody in the organization is doing, rowing towards the common goal, right? If you see those, I don't know how many of you have seen those boats, those Onam boats where hundreds of people are rowing fast, very fast together in the same direction. It's kind of like that. If a leader inspires through a values-driven approach, through a cultural-driven approach, you will find that everybody is happy to row harder and harder, right? So eventually, basically, you have to focus on business outcomes, of course. But how do you do that? Create a brand identity that associates your brand with certain values, and weld the two together, mesh it together. Make it one that everybody can identify with. Make one that it's a legacy that will far outlive you as an individual, right? So the brand identity is important because it's also extending to all stakeholders. And once you've identified this, you make it yours, you own it, you can see that this, what you have created, will be the legacy that you leave behind. Part of creating this brand identity ensures that you have shared values, which we discussed, critical and important. And what this does is it creates a sense of common purpose. What I said earlier about hundreds of people rowing a boat together, right? It creates a sense of purpose, and everybody is now rowing in the direction that you have set for them, right? And it's not just numbers. You're not just saying that, oh, listen, I want to do 1,000 crores next year, up from 750 crores. No, there's a lot more to it. There's a lot more. No matter what business you are in, you can find common purpose from the perspective of a shared value. And the shared value is a lot more than just money, right? And what this does for you is it builds the lovely circle or a cycle for you, right? What do I mean by that? Encouraging a values-based approach or a values-driven approach is a win-win-win for everybody. What this does is it first internally amongst stakeholders, right? Amongst your employees, you have the first set of stakeholders that you have built credibility amongst are the employees, because they can see when you walk the talk and you mean what you say, they know that this is a company where I'd like to work. When you have happy employees, obviously lesser attrition, and I'm simplifying it, I know that, but stay with me. What then happens is that you reach the point where you have naturally delivered, whether you're a products company or a services company or both, you've got very, very happy employees who are willing to go the extra mile, not because you're going to make them, they're going to get that commission or that bonus that you have. Sure, that's a happy byproduct, but money is not always the most important factor in the room, right? It's the value. And with that, with happy employees comes happy customers. With happy customers comes happy stakeholders like your shareholders, board of directors, etc. Because after all, what makes them happy than a company where the company is doing well financially, but also is leading from the front, from a culture and values perspective. People will be proud to be associated with this organization. And ultimately, you also, by the way, and it's not something to be ignored, but you have to also take into account the fact that external stakeholders like vendor partners, they're all people who will stay vested with you because they know that as an organization, these are your values and you stand by them, right? So, so these are all the things that, I mean, since I only had about 15 minutes to talk to all of you about, some of it might be overly simplified, but there's a lot of material that's now showing that moving away from a result or an outcome-oriented approach to a values-driven approach will succeed in the medium to long term. And that's why those companies that you saw in Ethisphere are all doing so well, right? So with that, I'm going to end my talk. I don't think we have time for the video. It was a nice video by Tim Cook of Apple about values. Can you play it? Oh, wonderful. Okay. So we'll sign off on that note because there's some things that he says that are, I think you'd all benefit from. Should I go back to this? Okay. Yeah, this is fine. I think that was playing. Yeah. Can you increase the volume a little bit? Is everybody able to hear? Volume will come with, yeah. If
you have a very strong technical compass. And so it's kind of a two-part question, which is where did that come from? How does it achieve finally your theoretical compass and to perform visions? And the other thing is, I love to hear what the leader really needs to do. Okay, I think the they think of the kind of leader of the that is not the your time and this is not those very it's only And today, everything from your whole facade today put it on the and it's simple really it really is that and very simple.
All right. So I don't know if you, for me, the essence of what Tim Cook said was leaving things better than the way you found them. And I think that is a great takeaway for all of us, no matter where you are in your organization, whether you're starting out, whether you're a leader, whether you're a CEO. I think if we can apply that one statement in our life on a daily basis to see, and some people are transitioning out of organizations. One way to think about it is, am I leaving this organization better than I found it, right? And to an extent, I think that is a mantra that we all live by at Rainmaker. We are always trying to better what we were yesterday, better what we were last week, last month, through a values-driven approach. That's key to the way we kind of work. And I believe that is the key to how the future of organizations is. We are living in a heavily regulated and compliance-oriented world. And it's only going to get tougher. With technology, it's not going to get easier, right? So the only way to ensure that the organization is always ahead of the game is to adopt a values-driven approach with a strong focus on results, outcome, accountability. I don't intend to dilute that, but ensure that your organization is always leading from the front and leading from a values-driven approach, right? So I realized that I was out of time more than 5 or 10 minutes ago, so I'm going to stop. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation. And I think really, I think Rainmaker is one such organization that's making sure that's there for all of us. Either it's a CEO, CHRO, or any of your employees trying to make a more happier and a safer workplace. So thank you for doing that to you and your entire team. Thank you. And with that, we move ahead to our next keynote address, from classroom to career. HR education partnerships in action. And to talk on the same, please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Harsimran Sandhu, Professor of Finance and Area Chair Finance, IMT, Ghaziabad.
I think we're on the last legs. So you must be wondering what a finance guy is doing in the HR conference. That is the first thing that will come to your mind. So, I made a transition, I think 2 years back, about 18, 19 years in the industry, and now I'm a full-time professor at IMT. It was a conscious move. So I have advantage of seeing HR on both ends, actually. So I was part of a large multinational bank. And I am now part of an educational institute, which is IMT. So I've seen both sides actually. And I think what I feel is that educational institute is right at the source. So in the bank, we had a program called the International Graduate Program, and they used to hire from these premier institutes. In the very first year, we found out that there were 60% attrition. First year. Only 40% of the graduates stayed in the company. And we were shocked. We did a survey. What was it that were bothering them? Many of them came back to us saying that we didn't have a proper conversation with our managers. So the kind of time which managers gave to these early career students in the organization, I don't know, was something which they find amiss. So I always say that it's the culture of the organization that tells you how long is the employee going to stay. It's not the money that you pay to the employee. So it's never the money, it's about the culture in the organization that defines. And the culture comes from the top management. There is no question about it. I always feel that it's the culture that what the CEO sets or the top management team sets. And so let me come to the discussion in the HR partnerships. HR or a company can do a long way in terms of bringing this partnership. So two questions I just want to kind of focus upon is the how companies, HR and educational institute collaboration bridge the gap between employability and not employment. I'm not talking about employment in this case. I'm talking employability. Now, employability is a very important question. So, when a company comes to an educational institute, it's either at the time when the summer placement is happening or at the time of the final placements. What I'm talking about is a continuous conversation with the educational institute, right at the curriculum stage to delivering certain curriculum from the industry perspective. That ensures that the employability of that employee, of the student becomes much, much higher. So there is this partnership will come into play where there is a constant conversation between the company, the HR and the education institute and the faculty so that we are at a common area somewhere. So that's something which I wanted to kind of think about. So why this employability I'm talking about? Employability means from a perspective that the candidate is day one ready in the industry. So, whenever an employee comes to any industry, maybe financial services or manufacturing, he's given some kind of 1 month or 6 months kind of a training. I don't want this training. I want the the student to come and start performing. This can only happen if the partnership between HR and the education institute is much stronger. They come to the institute to deliver. The curriculum should be about 30% delivered by the industry. So to make sure that these students are day one ready to join. The second point I want to ponder upon is the increasing pool of skill. So there is a difference between education and skill. Skill means that for a certain industry, you need certain skills. So financial services industry, you need, and these skills keep changing. So when I'm saying you have to build up over education, a certain amount of skills for a certain base industry, and that can only happen when I would say that these companies come to the campus and deliver and talk to our students, deliver certain part of the curriculum, are there with us in designing the curriculum as well. So this becomes a regular source of, I would say, long-term stay in the company as well. One of the important things I want to talk about is the skilled workforce. Skilled workforce right at the campus can only happen if the companies come and HR can take a lead in this. That companies on various areas, for example, banking and financial services, we had various components like investment banking or wealth management. So what we do at the institute, we try to get these people to the institute, deliver certain portion of the lecture or curriculum so that the students are day one ready to be employable and they don't have to waste any much more time within the company to get trained further. So these are the two questions I wanted to kind of look at. So what can look at, I have put in certain points. So one is curriculum alignment with the industry standards. I would say that when the curriculum is being designed, let the specific industry people come to the campus, design the curriculum with us. So it'll make sure that the curriculum is relevant to be delivered, and it will also make sure that the minimum expectation when the student is going out in the corporation is updated to the latest industry standards that are required. The second point I would say is the common platform for engagement for industry students and faculty. Just to give an example, at IMT we have created the Center for Financial Markets this year itself, and what we intend to do with the Center for Financial Markets is to look at partnership between industry, students and faculty to do joint research, joint curriculum, and also look at certain kind of ideas that generate out of these common platforms. What it does is it gives a common platform to all the three, which are, I would say, very, very important components that faculty, industry, and students also have a certain kind of a discussion within the platform so that they are ready day one. The third, I would say, which I think is lacking in the industry, is research collaboration within the industry. It is happening a lot in US as well as UK and many of the developed countries, but we lack somehow these research collaborations and industry projects. Somehow, I think there is some kind of a gap between in the Indian education sector. So what I suggest is the industry projects. So what we did this year through our Center for Financial Markets and Consulting arm, that the students are working on some actual industry problems. And this involves the industry leaders, the students, and the faculty working on a common project. And we are looking at about 7 to 8 projects. And certain project consulting projects are paid by the industry. So this helps. What it does is that it gives a certain kind of idea to the students. The faculty also knows what is happening in the industry, and certain some kind of a problem is also solved within the industry as well. Third is the industry mentorship and career guidance. This is extremely important because I think this starts at a point when the company comes to the campus to pick up a student. I think industry mentorship, I cannot overemphasize the importance of this within the company. When the student joins the company, a mentor has to be assigned when he joins the company. And right from the beginning, he's picked up from the campus, the mentorship has to start. And that mentorship has to go till 1 year once he joins the company. What it does is it also ensures for the students that he stays in the company for long. And if you look at, let me go to an example which I took it earlier as well. In my previous organization, the students from the graduate program, which we picked up from the top business schools, majority of them, I would end up in the top positions within the bank because they were mentored by each of the industry leaders within the bank as well. The third, I would say, is the skill gap analysis. This also would be solved from a perspective of industry coming to the campus and looking at students, where is that gap between the skill for specific sectors, for specific industries? Are we talking about financial service industry? What are the gaps from the current curriculum and what they can look at to build this gap? So this is, I think, this. So these are the points which I thought that require help from the HR, from the companies, that kind of gap. So let me, the first is the curriculum. Second is the common platform engagement. Third is the research, collaboration, and industry projects, which you can come and give it to this thing. Fourth is the industry mentorship and career guidance. And third is the skill gap analysis. So all of these four, if I feel that if they're done properly, we could create a workforce which is skilled, stays in the company for long term, and could deliver in the company as well. But some of the challenges which I feel is the alignment of objectives. Companies have different objectives, am I right? And all educational institutes have different objectives. So there's a mismatch of the alignments between the two, which I feel is a huge challenge. So somehow I feel that there has to be a common ground for the educational institute and the corporates to come together, so that ultimately it's, if the students joined a particular company, if he stays for longer, it's in the benefit of the company, am I right? So the investment has to be done when he's in the campus, and it has to go towards the very first year itself. Second is the skill gap identification. I think both can come. I think we do a little poor job in terms of skill gap identification when we are at the campus. So at least industry can come to the campus and look at which industry we have the skill gap. Third is the lifelong learning culture. I would say that once the students leave the campus, I think there are very few companies who invest in lifelong learning culture. So bring back the students to the campus, also kind of look at some kind of an industry connect throughout his career, and also gives a certain kind of long-term vision for him in the company. And third is measuring the ROI. Both companies and the education institutes have to look at from a ROI perspective, that what it gives them in the long term if they invest in all the four which I've just focused on. So to sum it up, what I'm going to say is that we educational institute are right at the cusp, right at the beginning of the source. This is the time, or this is the time when the students are looking for a long-term career in a company. This is the time when they have to be nurtured by the company or the mentors and by the educational institutes. So overall, what I'm going to say is that it is a combined effort from the company as well as educational institutes that we can go a long way. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. And now it's time for our last panel discussion. Our team members, yes, there they are, to set up the stage for the last one. We spoke of people, we spoke of business. This is where it all culminates. Our next panel, it's on HR Leadership Connect, aligning people's strategy with business goals. And the stage is being set for that. Okay. So our last panel discussion for this summit, it's on HR Leadership Connect, aligning people's strategy with business goals. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same, Mr. Rabin Singh, CHRO Tata Advanced Systems Limited, Mr. Pankaj Sharma, Senior Vice President, Head Group HR Anand Automotive, Mr. Charlene Manik, CHRO Transition India, ITEL Techno and Infinix Mobiles, Ms. Radhika Arora, Group CPO, Jackson Group, and this session will be chaired by Ms. Rachna Mukherjee, former CHRO, Schneider Electric India and South Asia. Please.
Alongside our names in this order.
Okay, good evening, everybody. We know this is the last session and the last panel can be quite challenging, but I'm sure my esteemed panel out here is going to make it worth the while. So it's an interesting topic on aligning people's strategy with business goals. I don't know what else would you do. That is the basic one should be doing, but how can always be pretty interesting. So in the next few minutes, we are going to deliberate a lot on that. Let me just share that over the last few years, with the massive acceleration that has happened on digital technologies and the connectivity which has come up, which has transformed the way we live and work, we all
have to look at what changes it's bringing in. There is a sense of urgency around the climate and the change that is happening. And this has intensified organizations to look towards the sustainability aspect of the business. New ways of organizing workforces have emerged. Diverse workforces, of course, digital workforces, and open talent landscapes. You don't have to have people in the organization outside. You can have a fluid workforce as well. So those are some new talent landscapes which have come up. So new capabilities are being developed to maximize the human to digital intersection. And this obviously calls for strong coupling between business and people strategy, and hence even stronger partnership between CO and CHRO, because they need to work as co-pilots to driving the business strategy, which is a combination of everything in business, including people. I would say that if every organization and every CEO was to lead the organization from the perspective triple bottom line, which is people, planet, and profitability, this question would become less of a enigma. So with that as a context, I will probably raise the first question to you, Pankaj. How does HR leadership at various levels, including senior, mid, and junior, actively participate in shaping and aligning business strategy to people strategy, or people strategy to business strategy, whichever way you look at it?
Thanks, Archana. I think a difficult one. It's going to be the last session of our day, so I will try and keep it crisp. So I'll not get into what should be done, because since morning we've been talking about this topic on HR leadership and all that. You would have heard a lot about on those things, and I'm going to touch upon how we do it in our organization, so that we can have a practical view around partnering piece, the strategy. So I'll probably give a little overview what our group is. That will talk about the complexity, and that will also lead me to how we do it. So a very fairly diversified group with about 21 companies. And the range is like a company which is 60-year-old to a company which is just born 6 months back, to a company which is a 100-crore company, to a company which is about 5,000 crores, a company with a manpower of about 300 people, or manpower of 50 people, to a company with a manpower of 5,000 people, and that too spread across 60 locations. So one of the key challenge for us is how do you consistently deploy HR agenda or people strategy across a strategy which aligns with the business objective, which runs and drives the business across. So that's the kind of complexity we deal with. And I'm going to talk about two practices which I feel we do it pretty well. One is the way we define our HR strategy or the people strategy, and that's the key to this question probably. So I think in the whole process, the dialogue and participation is the key. So participation means how do you involve the business when you're creating a people strategy? Everybody says that we take inputs and all that, but how we do it in our case is when we start the process, we have a dialogue. So dialogue is critical, and dialogue across, right from the stakeholders to CEOs across, to the board members, to the ecosystem. We even talk to our customers, to supply. The HR leads that charge. In my various roles, have been to the customers, our key customers. We supply to all major OEMs. I've met Maruti's, Harley-Davidson, or Hondas and everything to understand where we are operating in, who is our customer, who is living the, who is paying for our salaries. So we have been leading the charge. So HR has been the forefront so that they understand the complexity. So dialogue is very, very critical. So till the time we don't understand our customer, will not be able to serve our stakeholders. So the dialogue is critical. So we talk to them when we are about to start the journey of creation. So we, in our context, have a 3-year rolling strategy, because the way, its industry is changing, evolving fast, is important to have a reality check every year. So we start with a conversation. When we have the discussions, we involve them in the discussions. When we have a strategy meet, so we have business guys joining us, sharing the expectations. When we're creating the initiatives, we are bringing them in to talk about that. So they're participating. So my job is to create that collaboration with the business, bring them on the table. If we want the seat on the table, we typically said that HR need to have a seat on the table. So if we want to have a seat on the table of the business, we want to bring them on our table when we are having discussions. Only then they will have the respect because they are participating. They are co-creating. They are the one who are driving. So that's the way we do it. And then when we get into solutioning mode, we test with them, we talk to them. When we implement, then we involve across. So this is the way business is getting involved. Second is how we actually drive in day on day. So I have 21 companies and so many HRs. So some of the key HR people are my pillar leaders of my strategy. They are the one who are responsible for driving and all that. So that's how we keep the whole people together when we're executing. Because in our case, the complexity is that our execution is almost 3 arms away. So how do you do that? So that's the way we do it. So I think I'm running out of time. So probably I'll not touch upon the second one. If the opportunity comes, I'll come on the second practice. So just wanted to give a practical view of how we do it.
Thank you, Pankaj. It was interesting to understand in a very diverse business scenario how you are engaging and co-creating the strategy together with the business leaders. And I think that is the right way. That is how it would benefit the most. In the new normal, it is imperative that organizations are positioning themselves for future capabilities, future skills for the employees, because the businesses are evolving so fast and in a very different manner. There are few key aspects of the dimensions that would be required in the people business strategy, and people definitely is one of them. So, I would say that in that context, and Rabin, let me come to you on this. In the context of aligning with business goals, how do you approach talent acquisition and development to ensure that the organization had the right skills and the right capabilities for the strategic objectives and for the future? I'm sure you're doing a lot of that in your organization, so good to hear about that.
Yeah. Thank you, Rachna. Very pertinent question. I think since it's a house which is sparsely populated, I'll be a little more open and vocal about how I feel on the subject. And I am actually reminded of something which Josh Bersin said very recently to a leadership team. He said, your ability to hire, retain, train, and redeploy is going to get difficult as you go by. And that is why HR is going to be very, very important for you. So, of course, COVID, Rashan, my esteemed panel, all of us would have seen, it has put HR at a platform where it is becoming extremely important in the organizational context. And of course, talent acquisition and development are actually the two most important and strategic pillars in creating long-term capability for the organization. In my view, talent acquisition would evolve out of the routine hiring, issuance of offer, and so on and so forth. It's going to get very complex and data-driven. It will, and of course, since the industry that I come from, aerospace and defense, the new age sector that I belong to, it has and it is going to include many aspects of specialization of diversity and inclusion, employer branding, creating a talent ecosystem outside of the routine industry. A lot of technology, artificial intelligence is going to be embraced, and so on and so forth. Of course, with that will come the need for developing talent internally. I mean, the rate at which, and of course, I was, reading the recent LinkedIn Learning, report of 2023, which says 25% of the roles, 28%, I would remember, 28% of the roles from 2014 have evolved in terms of newer skills. And by 2025, it will be 45%. Which means there's going to be an acute need in the organizations and in the entire ecosystem to have newer methodologies of creating those skills and sourcing those skills. which is where the entire methodology of learning and development of these newer skills in the organization will come. And of course, with this evolution, I mean, the talent is not available. You look at any of the new age industry, whether it is aerospace and defense, it is the new age manufacturing, it is, chip making, the iPhone, which is getting manufactured in India, and so on and so forth. Skills aren't available. So the skills will have to be developed in-house, internally. And that is where comes the interplay of the talent acquisition and development, which means whole lot of new skills that are required in the organizations will have to be created right within the organization, and it will be an internal talent marketplace as we go by. So the talent acquisition will take a whole lot of people which are kind of groomed internally through the learning and development teams, and they would, refill and create that kind of a refill from the bottom of, people and roles and so on and so forth. Which is what actually, if I take my own example of aerospace and defense, which is a new age sector, we didn't have aerospace and defense present in India other than the government sector. So last decade, we actually went around, creating people from the bottom, training them through our OEM presence. Of course, at a point in time, that's the whole mindset shift that we had, that at a point in time, we were so cool that our OEMs, our original equipment manufacturer would give us all the technology, so we were cool at it. Suddenly they said, boss, we've transferred the technology, now you guys make it. And the skills have to be, created. And of course, the industry has done that, and it's kind of, created that difference, not only for Indian aerospace and defense, but also made a very remarkable mark in the global sector. Now, of course, the US and the Europe was the primary supplier of aerospace and defense, but today, India is on the map, and India is kind of, it's 45,000 crore industry per annum. And at a point in time, it only was, typically a government sector. So that's a kind of a change that will be seen in terms of newer skills, the ability of the company to train and create those kind of newer skills. The skill first in people strategy is going to be the key word in the future of workplace. And of course, with the internal talent marketplace doing the interplay with the development team, it'll be important to have that culture of nimbleness and a lot of spontaneity, because the future is about being spontaneous, because there will not be playbooks, there will not be templates that we know. It all will have to be created. So we got to be spontaneous and nimble, right? So that is all from my side.
Sure. Thanks, Rabin. Very interesting that the focus on build is going to be very high. And one of the things that I want to really bring in here is we experimented in Schneider with a third aspect from build and buy, which was of borrow. And we created internal talent market where people could give part of their time to projects, and we reduce the need for a whole lot of extra manpower that we would have had, but very strategically utilizing the skills of your current people. And that also led to great development for people. And similarly, an external mind. So I think with the workforces evolving, the whole thing starts with the design of the organization, moves to build or buy or borrow of talent. For example, digital talent is a big need, whether you buy, build or borrow, but that is going to be something we can't keep out of our focus area. So excellent sharing, Rabin. Let's move to another aspect, which is often talked about, and even more so when it comes to a CEO-CHRO partnership, which is to do with ROIs. How can organizations assess the return on investment of HR investments, especially in terms of people and talent development, and in terms of influencing, the people aspect of the business strategy? So let me move to Shalin. And Shalin, if you can just throw some light from your experience on this.
Sure, Rachna. Thanks for asking me this question. And this is definitely a pertinent question in current context because everybody is talking about return on investment. And in fact, in today's rapidly changing business landscape, every organization is seeking out their ways to maximize one, investment, and second, how they can optimize and improve performance across department. And HR function is no exception anymore. And while we have all seen that we have gained value over a period of time, but still I can say that demonstrating return on investment is one thing which we really need to look at it. And it's not a nice thing to have anymore. It's absolutely essential as well as crucial for us. But all of us who are part of HR and even from the business side, you would actually vouch for it that a lot of human resource activities that we perform, not all the activities have direct monetary value attached to that. And it makes it very, very challenging for all of us to really have a quantifiable impact on the organization financial performance, right? But does that mean we should stop really calculating ROI? No, I think we should find ways and means to keep doing that, because any purpose-driven organization, apart from working towards economic, social, as well as environmental sustainability model, they are there to build business. They are there to build profit and obviously support livelihood. And HR function can play a very vital role in supporting the top line through productivity, efficiency, and at the bottom line as well, from cost optimization. So here, I would say that we need to use certain metrics to make sure that we keep showing our leaders, our business, our management, that what are the contributions that we are doing in terms of supporting these top line and bottom line. And there are now ways, means, tools available where we can use data-centric approach, because when you talk to the leaders, when you talk to the management, what they understand is data. And when you bring back those approaches in front of them, they try and respect you a lot more. And obviously you can communicate results with all your matrices. So when you do all that, definitely you will increase the value of your function and your seat actually be secure at the decision table. And that's what I think you have asked me how we can influence it. If you are on the decision table, then only you can influence people around you. And building ROI, building on interventions that you are doing, this is the way you can do it. Most of the companies that I work with, or I have seen in people in such forums that I interact with, I have actually seen that they want to show up ROIs, but they don't know how to do that. So the only thing which I would like to say, that simple ROI process model that they can follow in order to really ensure that they are delivering ROIs from any intervention that they do, starting from having a plan and do a lot of data collection, analyze it and show results. But do it, because until and unless you will show ROI to your management, you will not be able to really take out that space for yourself. And we are not a cost center anymore. We are definitely a strategic partner, and we actually enabler and driving business along with the teams there. So that is very, very important. Yes, maybe when you go out, you will meet people. There are organizations who are working towards it and you will find it. But those who are not even working on it, this is the right time, because the times that we are into, we have already seen a lot change post-COVID, and the environment become more dynamic day by day. So if you are not aligned with such thoughts, you will be lagged and you will not be relevant in future. And HR teams, one of the key aspect of HR and roles and responsibility to make sure that you, your business, your teams, people around you remain relevant and part of the future unit as well. So that's my viewpoint, Rachna.
Thank you so much, Shaleen. Very sharp points on how ROI is very, very important. I think gone are the days when one could look for any function, and I don't want to call out HR specifically, for any function, for any business to remain anecdotal. It's extremely important to be very data-based and communicate how the investment is, how the return on investment is happening. I think it also makes sense to tell where it can be measured and where it cannot be. I think that becomes important. So some of the things where, some of the aspects where I have seen it work very well
is in an organization when we shifted the focus from 80% buy of talent to 80% build of talent at senior management teams. How it helped was continuity of business, motivation of people seeing the growth, faster integration because these are internal people. But we kept 20% as external as buy purposely because you need some fresh thought process to come in. You need some people who can come and challenge the status quo. So I think that is one way. Also, when you plan for next 5 years, what is the intake you need of leaders for future of your business? How many of them you are going to buy or build? That kind of dimensioning itself is a big return on investment from the business strategy perspective. But I want to specifically call out that, when we called out sustainability index based on SDGs, sustainability and development goals, we saw that you can link your talent in terms of diversity there. So you can define if it is gender, what sort of a measurement should be there between middle management, senior management and junior management, and hold your managers accountable to it. If you're looking at getting more younger people in the organization, you can hold the hiring managers responsible to how are they spending the time with the people they're getting in the organization. Are they focusing on it? If it is that your goals have to be more green, then are you contributing to that business? And is the bonus scheme or the performance linked incentive really very aligned to it? I think there are n number of examples where HR's ROI, let me put it, people KPIs ROI can be measured. So thanks for that. As we reimagine the partnership now, Radhika, of the CEO and CHRO in this era where the business is very dynamic, very evolving, very transforming, and we don't know what's coming next. And in that situation, what is one thing that you would you would say that for the CEO, CHRO, one thing that should start, stop, or continue?
Sure. Thanks, Rachna. Good question to, sum it all. Just, it is 1:52. Is that the time? You guys gave us just 20 minutes. Okay. So, in this, like you said, ever-changing scenario, which is like a new normal now, I think this partnership between the CEO and CHRO is really, really critical, much critical than ever before. And I think the important aspect here is the people, the human capital, which is, I think, the most important resource for any organization who is the differentiator, has to remain a strategic advantage in this ever-changing building landscape, right? So in view of that, I think I'll want to stick with the basics. So what should CEOs start doing is really collaborate with the CHROs to ensure that the future talent landscape of the organization is set. And the entire efforts of how do we, like the other panelists were saying, how do we really create the talent pool, the entire ecosystem inside the organization? How do we ensure that the skills which our employees, are skilling them on, they remain relevant in the future, and they are really aligned to the business requirements? And how do we really ensure that not only the current skills, which generally most of the CEOs are, their current focus is, okay, business profits. So they want to really focus on the current talent needs. But what is coming up next, and how do we ensure that our talent is ready to meet the future needs also? So, of course, somebody said, the nimble workforce, the agility, all that needs to be worked upon in close collaboration with CHROs. In terms of what the CEOs should stop doing, I would say, of course, I would want to call out two things here, not one. One is stop micromanaging the talent decisions, which they always do. They think they know their people well because they are good people managers, and they want to take every talent decisions related to their business. But they have to give that expert part to the CHROs also, and kind of co-own the decisions. And so generally how say it in our HR space, that if you want the business to do something, get a consultant.
because internal logo ki nahi sunte hain, right? So you get a consultant, let a consultant talk, and then they'll agree. But they have to give that, respect to the CHROs that, okay, they know their field and they can take the decisions. Of course, in addition to that, I'm sure gone are the days then that HR is an administrative function or just a hiring partner for you and a compliance partner. We are much beyond that. We understand business. So the CEOs will have to give us that freedom to operate so that we are able to align with the business. And to continue, I think the very famous quote which says it all, culture eats strategy for breakfast. You can have the best strategy possible, but unless the people and the culture are aligned to that strategy, nothing is going to happen. So the people and the business strategy has to be aligned. And here a lot of collaboration between the CHRO and CEO has to happen to ensure this. I will give you an example here from my organization, in terms of how a people decision can impact business decision and vice versa. So we have our EPC and infra business. I represent Jackson. We are a 75 years old company in the energy and infra space and into various businesses. One of our businesses, EPC and infra, where we recently got an order for UP government in the water distribution space. So you would have heard this UP government's mandate of Har Ghar Jal. So we are their partner in ensuring that from the infra side, this project is built up. And this is the first project which Jackson is doing. We have expertise in other EPC like metro, transmission and distribution and other projects, but not in water. So what was happening when we were giving offers, especially to the senior workforce, a lot of offers were getting dropped. We were not able to hire the right talent. And what we realized, this happened because we didn't have any next order of water. So it's a huge project for us, like a 400, 500 CR project. And this was the first time we were doing. So the business strategy was, let's do it right. And once we get the execution right, then only we'll go in for the next order. But from the workforce perspective, because obviously this is a project workforce, they would come only if they see the visibility of the next project. So, again, the CEO and the CHRO has to collaborate there. And then we defined a strategy to attract talent. We have other projects in transmission and distribution space. And whether it is a water distribution or a electricity distribution, most of the time the skills are the same. And that's how we started marketing our requirement that, okay, we don't have a water project. So in the meanwhile, you do transmission and distribution, and then we'll bag a new water order. And that's how we were able to attract talent. And there are numerous other examples which I can give where, the business and the HR strategy really goes hand in hand. But I will rest my case here in interest of time, Rachnaji. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Radhika. Very well explained with that example. And just to summarize that then, I think if the conversations between CEO and CHRO were to move from transaction to transformational, are more around the culture change, the workforce change, the new business model, or whatever it needs, the contemporary topics and how the people part has to rally around it, I think that would take it to the real business goals. Staying with the transaction, even from a CEO perspective, is not going to. So very nicely elaborated. I think in summary, if I was to say the key success factors which are important to align people strategy with business goals, as we all heard, strong coupling between business and people strategy with CEO and CHRO being co-pilots and consulting, coaching, developing also that partnership together. Customers and employees to be at the center of the decision making, because that whole aspect impacts employees and employees impact customers. Continued appetite for transformation and speed of decision making, empowering and upskilling leaders to take the responsibility. I think this responsibility of people development and people part becoming very closely coupled with business strategy is led not by HR, but the CEO and every leader. And that cannot be lost focus on. And I think HR and business hand in hand, because as much as HR has to understand the business, which is an absolute need, every leader to understand nuances of the people aspect is equally important. So I think that's what goes to make the partnership strong and making the people aspect very, very pronounced in the business strategy. So thank you very much. We are at the end of the time, and very good points from all of you. Thank you so much for this interaction. Thank you.
And of course, thank you to Rachna for being the chair of the panel and steering the entire thing so well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. The music from outside means that it is a Saturday, no? I love the smile on your faces now. Thank you. Thank you so much. And with that, we come to an end of the third edition of BW People CEO CHRO Conclave 2023. Thank you so much for being with us. You can all clap for yourselves. Thank you. Thank you for being there. For all the ones who are here, your presence surely means that we're on the right track. We're doing the very best that the team can. So thank you. Congratulations to Riddhi, to Talis and everybody, the entire BW team. And have a good weekend. Yeah, and we shall meet in a better place, better time. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Good night.